Ingtar set a fast pace for the beginning of a long journey, fast enough that Rand worried a little about the horses. The animals could keep up the trot for hours, but there was still most of the day ahead, and likely days more beyond that. The way Ingtar's face was set, though, Rand thought he might intend to catch those who had stolen the horn in the first day, in the first hour. Remembering his voice when he swore his oath to the Amyrlin Seat, Rand would not have been surprised. He kept his mouth shut, though. It was Lord Ingtar's command. As friendly as he had been to Rand, he still would not appreciate a shepherd giving advice. Hurin rode a pace behind Ingtar, but it was the sniffer who led them south, pointing the way for Ingtar. The land was rolling, forested hills thick with fir and leatherleaf and oak, but the path Hurin said led almost straight as an arrow, never wavering except to go around a few of the taller hills where the way was clearly quicker around than over. The grey owl banner rippled in the wind. Rand tried to ride with Mat and Perrin, but when Rand let his horse drop back to them, Mat nudged Perrin, and Perrin reluctantly galloped to the head of the column with Mat. Telling himself there was no point riding at the back by himself, Rand rode back to the front. They fell to the rear again, Mat again urging Perrin. "Burn them. I only want to apologize." He felt alone. It did not help that he knew it was his own fault. Atop one hill, Uno dismounted to examine ground churned by hooves. He poked at some horse droppings and grunted. "Bloody well moving fast, my lord." He had a voice that sounded as if he was shouting when he was just speaking. "We've not made up an hour on them. Burn me. We may have lost a flaming hour. They'll kill their bloody horses the way they're going." He fingered a hoofed track. No horse, that. Bloody trolloc. Some flaming goat feet over there. "We will catch them," Ingtar said grimly. "Our horses, my lord. Does no good to ride them into the bloody ground before we do catch up, my lord. Even if they do kill their horses, bloody trollocs can keep going longer than horses. We will catch them. Mount, Uno." Uno looked at Rand with his one eye, then shrugged and climbed into his saddle. Ingtar took them down the far slope at a run, half sliding all the way to the bottom, and galloped up the next. Why did he look at me that way? Rand wondered. Uno was one of those who had never shown much friendliness toward him. It was not like Masema's open dislike. Uno was not friendly with anyone except a few veterans as grizzled as himself. Surely he doesn't believe that tale about me being a lord. Uno spent his time studying the country ahead, but when he caught Rand looking at him, he gave back stare for stare and never said a word. It did not mean much. He would stare Ingtar in the eye too. That was Uno's way. The path chosen by the Dark Friends. And what else, Rand wondered. Hurin kept muttering about something worse. Who had stolen the horn never came close to any village. Rand saw villages from one hilltop to another, with a mile or more of up and down country between, but there was never one close enough to make out the people in the streets. Or close enough for those people to make out a party heading south. There were farms too, with low-eaved houses and tall barns and smoking chimneys, on hilltops and on hillsides and in the bottoms, but never one close enough for the farmer to have seen their quarry. Eventually even Ingtar had to realize that the horses could not keep on as they were going. Rand heard muttered curses, and Ingtar pounded his thigh with a gauntleted fist, but finally he ordered everyone to dismount. They trotted, leading their horses uphill and down for a mile, then mounted and rode again. Then it was down again and trot. Trot a mile, then ride a mile. And trot, then ride. Rand was surprised to see Loyal grinning when they were down on the ground, toiling up a hill. The Ogier had been uneasy about riding and horses when they first met, preferring to trust to his own feet, but Rand thought he had long gotten over that. "Do you like to run, Rand?" Loyal laughed. "I do. I was the fastest in steadying Shanghai. I outran a horse once." Rand only shook his head. He did not want to waste breath on talk. He looked for Mat and Perrin, but they were still at the back, too many men between for Rand to make them out. He wondered how the Siuan could manage this in their armor. Not a one of them slowed or voiced a complaint. Uno did not even look as if he were breaking a sweat, and the bannerman never let the grey owl waver. It was a quick pace, but twilight began to close without any sight of those they hunted except their tracks. At last, reluctantly, Ingtar called a halt to make camp for the night in the forest. The Siuan went about getting fires started and setting picket lines for the horses with a smooth economy of effort born of long experience. Ingtar posted 6 guards in pairs for the first watch. Rand's first order of business was finding his bundle in the wicker panniers from the pack horses. It was not hard. There were few personal bundles among the supplies, but when he had it open, he let out a shout that brought every man in the camp erect with sword in hand. Ingtar came running. "What is it?" "Peace. Did someone get through?" "I did not hear the guards." "It's these coats," Rand growled, still staring at what he had unpacked. One coat was black, embroidered with silver thread, the other white, worked in gold. Both had herons on the collars, and both were at least as ornate as the scarlet coat he was wearing. The servants told me I had 2 good, serviceable coats in here. Look at them. Ingtar sheathed his sword over his shoulder. The other men began to settle back down. Well, they are serviceable. I can't wear these. I can't go around dressed like this all the time. You can wear them. A coat's a coat. I understand Amyrlin Seat herself saw to your packing. Maybe Aes Sedai do not exactly understand what a man wears in the field. Ingtar grinned. After we catch these Trollocs, perhaps we'll have a feast. You will be dressed for it, at least, even if the rest of us are not. He strolled back to where the cook fires were already burning. Rand had not moved since Ingtar mentioned Moiraine. He stared at the coats. What is she doing? Whatever it is, I will not be used. He bundled everything together again and stuffed the bundle back into the pannier. I can always go naked, he thought bitterly. She and Arons took turns at the cooking when they were in the field, and Mathema was stirring the kettle when Rand returned to the fires. The smell of a stew made from turnips, onions, and dried meat settled over the camp. Ingtar was served first, and then Uno, but everyone else stood in line however they happened to come. Mathema slopped a big ladle of stew on Rand's plate. Rand stepped back quickly to keep from getting the overflow on his coat and made room for the next man while sucking a burned thumb. Mathema stared at him with a fixed grin that never reached his eyes, until Uno stepped up and cuffed him. We didn't bloody bring enough for you to be spilling it on the flaming ground. The one-eyed man looked at Rand and left. Mathema rubbed his ear, but his glare followed Rand. Rand went to join Ingtar and Loyal, sitting on the ground under a spreading oak. Ingtar had his helmet off, on the ground beside him, but otherwise he was fully armored. Mat and Perrin were already there, eating hungrily. Mat gave a broad sneer at Rand's coat, but Perrin barely looked up, golden eyes shining in the half-light from the fires, before bending back to his plate. At least they didn't leave this time. He sat cross-legged on the other side of Ingtar from them. I wish I knew why Uno keeps looking at me. It's probably this bloody coat. Ingtar paused thoughtfully around a mouthful of stew. Finally he said, Uno no doubt wonders if you are worthy of a heron-marked blade. Mat snorted loudly, but Ingtar went on unperturbed. Do not let Uno upset you. He would treat Lord Agelmar like a raw recruit if he could. Well, perhaps not Agelmar, but anyone else. He has a tongue like a file, but he gives good advice. He should. He's been campaigning since before I was born. Listen to his advice, don't mind his tongue, and you will do all right with Uno. I thought he was like Mathema. Bran shoveled stew into his mouth. It was too hot, but he gulped it down. They had not eaten since leaving Fal Dara, and he had been too worried to eat that morning. His stomach rumbled, reminding him it was past time. He wondered if telling Mathema he liked the food would help. Mathema acts like he hates me, and I don't understand it. Mathema served 3 years in the Eastern Marches, Ingtar said, at Ankordale against the Aiel. He stirred his stew with his spoon, frowning. I ask no questions, mind. If Landai Shan and Moiraine Sedai want to say you are from Andor, from the 2 rivers, then you are. But Mathema can't get the look of the Aiel out of his head, and when he sees you... He shrugged. I asked no questions. Bran dropped his spoon in the plate with a sigh. Everybody thinks I'm somebody I am not. I am from the 2 rivers, Ingtar. I grew tabak with my father, and tended his sheep. That is what I am. A farmer and shepherd from the 2 rivers. He's from the 2 rivers, Mat said scornfully. I grew up with him, though you'd never know it now. You put this Aiel nonsense in his head on top of what's already there, and the light knows what we'll have. An Aiel lord, maybe? No, Loyal said. He has the look. You remember, Rand? I remarked on it once, though I thought it was just because I didn't know you humans well enough then. Remember? Till shade is gone, till water is gone, into the shadow with teeth bared, screaming defiance with the last breath, to spit in Sightblinder's eye on the last day. You remember, Rand? Rand stared at his plate. Oh. Wrap a shufa around your head, and you would be the image of an Isleman. That had been Goin, brother to Elaine, the daughter heir of Andor. Everybody thinks I'm somebody I'm not. What was that? Matt asked. About spitting in the Dark One's eye. That's how long the Aiel say they'll fight, Ingtar said, and I don't doubt they will. Except for peddlers and gleemen, Aiel divide the world in two, Isle and enemies. They changed that for Kerhian 500 years ago, for some reason no one but an Aiel could understand, but I do not think they will ever do so again. I suppose not, Loyal sighed. But they do let the Tuatha'an, the traveling people, cross the waste. And they don't see Ogier as enemies either, though I doubt any of us would want to go out into the waste. Aiel come to Stedding Shangtai, sometimes to trade for Sang wood. A hard people, though. Ingtar nodded. I wish I had some as hard. Half as hard. Is that a joke? Matt laughed. If I ran a mile wearing all the iron you're wearing, I would fall down and sleep a week. You've done it mile after mile all day. Aiel are hard, Ingtar said. Man and woman, hard. I fought them, and I know. They will run 50 miles and fight a battle at the end of it. They're death-walking with any weapon or none, except a sword. They will not touch a sword for some reason. Or ride a horse, not that they need to. If you have a sword, and the Isleman has his bare hands, it is an even fight. If you're good. They herd cattle and goats where you or I would die of thirst before the day was done. They dig their villages into huge rock spires out in the waste. They've been there since the breaking, near enough. Arthur Hawkwing tried to dig them out and was blooded, the only major defeats he ever suffered. By day, the air in the Isle waste shimmers with heat, and by night it freezes. And an Aiel will give you that blue-eyed stare and tell you there is no place on earth he would rather be. He won't be lying either. If they ever tried to come out, we would be hard-pressed to stop them. The Aiel War lasted 3 years, and that was only 4 out of 13 clans. Grey eyes from his mother doesn't make him an Aiel, Matt said. Ingtar shrugged. As I said, I asked no questions. When Rand finally settled down for the night, his head hummed with unwanted thoughts. Image of an Isleman. Maureen Sedai wants to say you're from the Two Rivers. Aiel ravaged all the way to Tar Valon, born on the slopes of Dragonmount, the dragon reborn. I will not be used, he muttered. But sleep was a long time coming. Ingtar broke camp before the sun was up in the morning. They had breakfasted and were riding south while the clouds in the east were still red with sunrise to come and dew still hung on the leaves. This time, Ingtar put out scouts, and though the pace was hard, it was no longer horse-killing. Rand thought maybe Ingtar had realized they were not going to do it all in a day. The trail still led south, Hurin said. Until, 2 hours after the sun rose, one of the scouts came galloping back. Abandoned camp ahead, my lord. Just on that hilltop there. Must have been at least 30 or 40 of them there last night, my lord. Ingtar put spurs to horse, as if he had been told the Dark Friends were still there, and Rand had to keep pace or be trampled by the Shianarans who galloped up the hill behind him. There was not much to see. The cold ashes of campfires, well hidden in the trees, with what looked like the remnants of a meal tossed in them. A refuse heap too near the fires and already buzzing with flies. Ingtar kept the others back and dismounted to walk through the campsite with Uno, examining the ground. Hurin rode the circumference of the site, sniffing. Rand sat his stallion with the other men. He had no desire for any closer look at a place where Trollocs and Dark Friends had camped. And a fade. And something worse. Matt scrambled up the hill afoot and stalked into the campsite. Is this what a Dark Friend camp looks like? Smells a bit, but I can't say it looks any different from anybody else's. He kicked at one of the ash heaps, knocking out a piece of burned bone, and stooped to pick it up. What do Dark Friends eat? Doesn't look like a sheep bone or a cow. There was murder done here, Hurin said mournfully. He scrubbed at his nose with a kerchief. Worse than murder. There were Trollocs here, Ingtar said, looking straight at Matt. I suppose they got hungry, and the Dark Friends were handy. Matt dropped the blackened bone. He looked as if he were going to be sick. "They are not going south any longer, my lord," Hurin said. That took everyone's attention. He pointed back to the northeast. Maybe they'd decided to break for the Blight after all. Go around us. Maybe they were just trying to put us off by coming south. He did not sound as if he believed it. He sounded puzzled. "Whatever they were trying," Ingtar snarled, "I'll have them now." Little more than an hour later, though, Hurin drew rein. "They changed again, my lord. Sod again. And they killed someone else here." There were no ashes there, in the gap between two hills, but a few minutes' search found the body. A man curled up and stuffed under some bushes. The back of his head was smashed in, and his eyes still bulged with the force of the blow. No one recognized him, though he was wearing Shienaran clothes. "We'll waste no time burying dark friends," Ingtar growled. "We ride south." He suited his own words almost before they were out of his mouth. The day was the same as the day before had been, though. Uno studied tracks and droppings and said they had gained a little ground on their quarry. Twilight came with no sight of Trollocs or dark friends, and the next morning there was another abandoned camp, and another murder done, so Hurin said, and another change of direction, this time to the northwest. Less than 2 hours on that track found another body, a man with his skull split open by an axe, and another change of direction. Sod again. Again gaining ground by Uno's reading of the tracks. Again seeing nothing but distant farms until nightfall. And the next day was the same, changes in direction, murders and all. And the next. Every day brought them a little closer behind their prey. But Ingtar fumed. He suggested cutting straight across when the trail changed direction of a morning. Surely they would come on the trail heading south again and gain more time. And before anyone could speak, he said it was a bad idea in case this once the men they hunted did not turn south. He urged everyone to greater speed, to start earlier and ride till full dark. He reminded them of the charge the Amyrlin Seat had given them, to recover the Horn of Valere, and let nothing bar their way. He spoke of the glory they would have, their names remembered in story and history, in gleemen's tales and bards' songs, the men who found the horn. He talked as if he could not stop, and he stared down the trail they followed as if his hope of the light lay at the end of it. Even Uno began to look at him askance. And so they came to the river Erenin. It could not properly be called a village at all, to Rand's mind. He sat his horse among the trees, peering up at half a dozen small houses with wood-shingled roofs and eaves almost to the ground, on a hilltop overlooking the river beneath the morning sun. Few people passed this way. It was only a few hours since they had broken camp, but past time for them to have found the remains of the Dark Friends' resting place if the pattern held. They had seen nothing of the sort, however. The river itself was not much like the mighty Erenin of story, here so far toward its source in the spine of the world. Perhaps 60 paces of swift water to the far bank, lined with trees, and a barge-like ferry on a thick rope spanning the distance. The ferry sat snubbed against the other side. For once the trail had led straight to human habitation, straight to the houses on the hill. No one moved on the single dirt street around which the dwellings clustered. "Ambush, my lord," Uno said softly. Ingtar gave the necessary orders, and the Shienarans unlimbered their lances, sweeping around to encircle the houses. At a hand signal from Ingtar, they galloped between the houses from 4 directions, thundering in with eyes searching, lances ready, dust rising under their hooves. Nothing moved but them. They drew rein, and the dust began to settle. Rand returned to his quiver, the arrow he had knocked, and slung his bow on his back again. Matt and Perrin did the same. Loyal and Hurin had just waited there where Ingtar had left them, watching uneasily. Ingtar waved, and Rand and the others rode up to join the Shienarans. "I don't like the smell of this place," Perrin muttered as they came among the houses. Hurin gave him a look, and he stared back until Hurin dropped his eyes. "It smells wrong." "Bloody dark friends and Trollocs went straight through, my lord," Uno said, pointing to a few tracks not chopped to pieces by the Shienarans. "Straight through to the goat-kissing ferry, which they bloody left on the other side. Blood and bloody ashes. We're flaming lucky they didn't cut it adrift." "Where are the people?" Loyal asked. Doors stood open. Curtains flapped at open windows, but no one had come out for all the thunder of hooves. "Search the houses," Ingtar commanded. Men dismounted and ran to comply, but they came back shaking their heads. "They're just gone, my lord," Uno said. "Just bloody gone, burn me." like they'd picked up and decided to flaming walk away in the middle of the bloody day. He stopped suddenly, pointing urgently to a house behind Ingtar. "There's a woman at that window. How I bloody missed her." He was running for the house before anyone else could move. "Don't frighten her," Ingtar shouted. "Oh no, we need information. The light blind you, Uno. Don't frighten her." The one-eyed man disappeared through the open door. Ingtar raised his voice again. "We will not harm you, good lady. We are Lord Agelmar's oathman from Fal Dara. Do not be afraid. We will not harm you." A window at the top of the house flew up, and Uno stuck his head out, staring around wildly. With an oath, he pulled back. Thumps and clatters marked his passage back, as if he were kicking things in frustration. Finally, he appeared from the doorway. "Gone, my lord." She was there. A woman in a white dress, at the window. I saw her. I even thought I saw her inside for a moment, but then she was gone, and... He took a deep breath. "The house is empty, my lord." It was a measure of his agitation that he did not curse. "Curtains," Matt muttered. "He's jumping at bloody curtains." Uno gave him a sharp look, then returned to his horse. "Where did they go?" Rand asked Loyal. "Do you think they ran off when the Dark Friends came?" "And Trollocs, and a Myrddraal, and Hurin's something worse. Smart people if they ran as hard as they could." "I fear the Dark Friends took them, Rand," Loyal said slowly. He grimaced, almost a snarl with his broad nose like a snout, for the Trollocs. Rand swallowed and wished he had not asked. It was never pleasant to think on how Trollocs fed. "Whatever was done here," Ingtar said, "our Dark Friends did it." "Hurin, was there violence here?" "Kigaling? Huri." The sniffer gave a start in his saddle and looked around wildly. He had been staring across the river. "Violence, my lord?" "No, or not exactly." He glanced sideways at Perrin. "I've never smelled anything exactly like it before, my lord. But there was hurting done. Is there any doubt they crossed over? Have they doubled back again?" "They crossed, my lord." Hurin looked uneasily at the far bank. They crossed. What they did on the other side, though? He shrugged. Ingtar nodded. "Oh no, I want that ferry back on this side, and I want the other side scouted before we cross. Just because there was no ambush here doesn't mean there will not be one when we are split by the river. That ferry does not look big enough to carry us all in one trip. See to it." Uno bowed, and in moments Rhaegan and Masema were helping each other out of their armor. Stripped down to breech clouts, with a dagger stuck behind in the small of the back, they trotted to the river on horsemen's bowed legs and waded in, beginning to work their way hand over hand along the thick rope along which the ferry ran. The cables sagged enough in the middle to put them in the river to their waists, and the current was strong, pulling them downstream, yet in less time than Rand expected they were hauling themselves over the slatted sides of the ferry. Drawing their daggers, they disappeared into the trees. After what seemed like forever, the two men reappeared and began pulling the ferry slowly across. The barge butted against the bank below the village, and Masema tied it off while Rhaegan trotted up to where Ingtar waited. His face was pale, the arrow scar on his cheek sharp, and he sounded shaken. In the far bank, "There is no ambush on the far bank, my lord, but..." He bowed deeply, still wet and shivering from his excursion. "My lord, you must see for yourself. The big stone oak, 50 paces south from the landing. I cannot say the words. You must see it yourself." Ingtar frowned, looking from Rhaegan to the other bank. Finally, he said, "You have done well, Rhaegan. Both of you have." His voice became more brisk. "Find these men something to dry themselves on from the houses, Uno, and see if anybody left water on for tea. Put something hot into them if you can. If you can. Then bring the second file and the pack animals over." He turned to Rand. "Well, are you ready to see the south bank of the Erenin?" He did not wait for an answer, but rode down to the ferry with Hurin and half the lancers. Rand hesitated only a moment before following. Loyal went with him. To his surprise, Perrin rode down ahead of them looking grim. Some of the lancers, making gruff jokes, dismounted to haul on the rope and walk the ferry over. Matt waited until the last minute when one of the Shianarans was untying the ferry before he kicked his horse and crowded aboard. "I have to come sooner or later, don't I?" he said, breathless, to no one in particular. "I have to find it." Rand shook his head. With Matt looking as healthy as he ever had, he had almost forgotten why he was along. To find the dagger. "Let Ingtar have the horn. I just want the dagger for Matt." "We will find it, Matt." Matt scowled at him with a sneering glance for his fine red coat and turned away. Gwawan sighed. "It will all come right, Rand," Loyal said quietly. "Somehow it will." The current took the ferry as it was hauled out from the bank, tugging it against the cable with a sharp creak. The Lancers were odd ferrymen, walking the deck in helmets and armor with swords on their backs, but they took the ferry out into the river well enough. "This is how we left home," Perrin said suddenly. At Torrent Ferry, the ferryman's boots clunking on the deck and the water gurgling around the ferry. "This is how we left. It will be worse this time." "How can it be worse?" Grand asked. Perrin did not answer. "Taha!" He searched the far bank, and his golden eyes almost seemed to shine, but not with eagerness. After a minute, Matt asked, "How can it be worse?" "It will be. I can smell it," was all Perrin would say. Huron eyed him nervously, but then Huron seemed to be eyeing everything nervously since they had left Fal Dara. The ferry bumped against the south bank with a hollow thud of stout planks against hard clay, almost under overhanging trees, and the Shianarans who had been hauling on the rope mounted their horses, except for 2 Ingtar told to take the ferry back over for the others. The rest followed Ingtar up the bank. 50 paces to a big stone oak," Ingtar said as they rode into the trees. He sounded too matter-of-fact. If Reagan could not speak of it. Some of the soldiers eased the swords on their backs and held their lances ready. At first, Rand thought the figures hanging by their arms from the thick grey limbs of the stone yoke were scarecrows, crimson scarecrows. Then he recognized the 2 faces, Changu, and the other man who had been on guard with him, Myrddraal, eyes staring, teeth bared in a rictus of pain. They had lived a long time after it began. Perrin made a sound in his throat, nearly a growl. "As bad as ever I've seen, my lord," Huron said faintly. "As bad as ever I've smelled, excepting the dungeon at Fal Dara that night." Frantically, Rand sought the void. The flames seemed to get in the way, the queasy light fluttering in time with his convulsive swallows, but he pushed on until he had wrapped himself in emptiness. The queasiness pulsed in the void with him, though. Not outside for once, but inside. No wonder, looking at this. The thought skittered across the void like a drop of water on a hot griddle. What happened to them? "Skinned alive," he heard someone behind him say, and the sounds of somebody else retching. He thought it was Matt, but it was all far away from him, inside the void. But that nauseous flickering was in there too. He thought he might throw up himself. "Cut them down," Ingtar said harshly. He hesitated a moment, then added, "Bury them. We cannot be sure they were dark friends. They could have been taken prisoner. They could have been. Let them know the last embrace of the mother, at least." Men rode forward gingerly with knives, even for battle-hardened Shianarans. It was no easy task, cutting down the flayed corpses of men they knew. "Are you all right, Rand?" Ingtar said. "I am not used to this either." "Aye. I'm all right, Ingtar." Rand let the void vanish. He felt less sick without it. His stomach still curdled, but it was better. Ingtar nodded and turned his horse so he could watch the men working. The burial was simple. 2 holes dug in the ground and the bodies laid in as the rest of the Shianarans watched in silence. The gravediggers began shoveling earth into the graves with no more ado. Rand was shocked, but Loyal explained softly. "Shianarans believe we all came from Earth and must return to Earth. They never use coffins or shrouds, and the bodies are never clothed. The Earth must hold the body. The last embrace of the mother, they call it. And there are never any words except, 'The light shine on you, and the Creator shelter you. The last embrace of the mother welcome you home.'" Loyal sighed and shook his huge head. "I do not think anyone will say them this time. No matter what Ingtar says, Rand, there cannot be much doubt the Changu and Myrddraal slew the guards at the Dog Gate and let the Dark Friends into the keep. It had to be they who were responsible for all of it. Then who shot the arrow at the Amyrlin? Gran swallowed. Who shot at me? Loyal said nothing. Uno arrived with the rest of the men and the pack horses as the last earth was being shoveled onto the graves. Someone told him what they had found, and the one-eyed man spat. Goat-kissing Trollocs do that along the Blight sometimes, when they want to shake your bloody nerve or flaming warn you not to follow. Burn me if it works here either. Before they rode away, Ingtar paused on his horse beside the unmarked graves, 2 mounds of bare earth that looked too small to hold men. After a moment he said, "The light shine on you, and the Creator shelter you. The last embrace of the Mother welcome you home." When he raised his head, he looked at each man in turn. There was no expression on any face, least of all on Ingtar's. "They saved Lord Egumar at Tarwin's Gap," he said. Several of the lancers nodded. Ingtar turned his horse. "Which way, Hurin?" "South, my lord." "Take the trail. We hunt." The forest soon gave way to gently rolling flatland, sometimes crossed by a shallow stream that had dug itself a high-banked channel, with never more than a low rise or a squat hill that barely deserved the name. Perfect country for the horses. Ingtar took advantage of it, setting a steady, ground-covering pace. Occasionally Rand saw what might have been a farmhouse in the distance, and once what he thought was a village, with smoke rising from chimneys a few miles off and something flashing white in the sun. But the land near them stayed empty of human life, long swaths of grass dotted with brush and occasional trees, with now and again a small thicket, never more than 100 paces across. Ingtar put out scouts, 2 men riding ahead, in sight only when they topped an occasional rise. He had a silver whistle hanging around his neck to call them back if Hurin said the trail had veered, but it did not. South, always south. "We will reach the field of Talidar in 3 or 4 days at this rate," Ingtar said as they rode. Arthur Hawkwing's greatest single victory, when the half-men led the Trollocs out of the Blight against him. 6 days and nights it lasted, and when it was done, the Trollocs fled back into the Blight and never dared challenge him again. He raised a monument there to his victory, a spire 100 spans high. He would not let them put his own name on it, but rather the names of every man who fell, and a golden sun at the top, symbol that there the light had triumphed over the shadow. "I would like to see that," Loyal said. "I have never heard of this monument." Ingtar was silent for a moment, and when he spoke his voice was quiet. "It is not there any longer, Builder. When Hawkwing died, the ones who fought over his empire could not bear to leave a monument to a victory of his, even if it did not mention his name. There's nothing left but the mound where it stood. In 3 or 4 days we can see that, at least." His tone did not allow much conversation afterwards. With the sun hanging golden overhead, they passed a structure, square and made of plastered brick, less than a mile from their path. It was not tall, no more than 2 stories, still standing anywhere he saw, but it covered a good hide of ground. An air of long abandonment hung about it, roofs gone except for a few stretches of dark tile clinging to bits of rafter, most of the once white plaster fallen to bare the dark, weathered brick beneath, walls fallen to show courtyards and decaying chambers inside. Brush and even trees grew in the cracks of what had once been courtyards. "A manor house," Ingtar explained. The little humor he had regained seemed to fade as he looked at the structure. "When Harad Dakar still stood, I expect the Manor-man farmed this land for a league around. Orchards, maybe. The Hardani loved their orchards." "Harad Dakar," Rand said, and Ingtar snorted. "Does no one learn history any longer? Harad Dakar, the capital city of Hardan, which nation this once was that we are riding across." "I've seen an old map," Rand replied in a tight voice. "I know about the nations that aren't there anymore. Maredo and Goaban and Karalan. But there wasn't any Harden on it. There were once others that are gone now too," Loyal said. "Mar Haddon, which is now Haddon Merk, and Olmoth, Kintara. The War of the 100 Years cut Arthur Hawkwing's empire into many nations, large and small. The small were gobbled up by the large, or else united, like Otara and Morandi. Forced together would be a better word than united, I suppose." "So what happened to them?" Kimat demanded. Rand had not noticed Perrin and Matt ride up to join them. They had been at the rear, as far from Randall Thor as they could get, the last he had seen. They could not hold together, the Ogier replied. Crops failed, or trade failed. People failed. Something failed in each case, and the nation dwindled. Often neighboring countries absorbed the land when the nations were gone, but they never lasted, those annexations. In time, the land truly was abandoned. Some villages hang on here and there, but mostly they have all gone to wilderness. It is nearly 300 years since Dara was finally abandoned. But even before that, it was a shell with a king who could not control what happened inside the city walls. Dara itself is completely gone now, I understand. All the towns and cities of Harden are gone, the stone carted away by farmers and villagers for their own use. Most of the farms and villages made with it are gone too. So I read, and I've seen nothing to change it. It was quite a quarry, Dara, for almost 100 years, Ingtar said bitterly. The people left, finally, and then the city was hauled away stone by stone. All faded away, and what has not gone is fading. Everything, everywhere, fading. There is hardly a nation that truly controls the land it claims on a map, and there is hardly a land that claims today on a map what it did even 100 years ago. When the War of the 100 Years ended, a man rode from one nation into another without end, from the Blight to the Sea of Storms. Now we can ride through wilderness claimed by no nation for almost the whole of the land. We in the Borderlands have our battle with the Blight to keep us strong and whole. Perhaps they did not have what they needed to keep them strong. You say they failed, Builder? Yes, they failed. And what nation standing whole today will fail tomorrow? We are being swept away, humankind. Swept away like flotsam on a flood. How long until there is nothing left but the Borderlands? How long before we too go under, and there is nothing left but Trollocs and Myrddraal all the way to the Sea of Storms? There was a shocked silence. Not even Matt broke it. Ingtar rode lost in his own dark thoughts. After a time, the scouts came galloping back, straight in the saddles, lances erect against the sky. A village ahead, my lord. We were not seen, but it lies directly in our line of march. Ingtar shook himself out of his brown study, but did not speak until they had reached the crest of a low ridge looking down on the village, and then it was only to command a halt while he dug a looking-glass from his saddlebags and raised it to peer at the village. Rand studied the village with interest. It was as big as Emon's Field, though that was not very big compared to some of the towns he had seen since leaving the two rivers, much less the cities. The houses were all low and plastered with white clay, and they appeared to have grass growing on sloping roofs. A dozen windmills, scattered through the village, turned lazily, their long, cloth-covered arms flashing white in the sun. A low wall encircled the village, grassy dirt and chest high, and outside that was a wide ditch with sharpened stakes thick in the bottom. There was no gate in the one opening he could see in the wall, but he supposed it could be blocked easily enough with a cart or wagon. He could not see any people, not even a dog in sight, Ingtar said, returning the looking-glass to his saddlebags. Are you sure they did not see you? He asked the scouts. Not unless they have the Dark One's own luck, my lord, one of the men replied. We never crested the rise. We didn't see anyone moving then either, my lord. Ingtar nodded. The trail, Hurin? Hurin drew a deep breath. Toward the village, my lord. Straight to it, as near as I can tell from here. Watch sharp, Ingtar commanded, gathering his reins. And do not believe that they're friendly just because they smile. If there is anyone there. He led them down toward the village at a slow walk and reached up to loosen his sword in its scabbard. Rand heard the sounds of others behind him doing the same. After a moment, he eased his too. Trying to stay alive was not the same as trying to be a hero, he decided. You think these people would help Dart friends? Perrin asked Ingtar. The Shianaran was slow in answering. They have no great love for Shianarans, he said finally. They think we should protect them. Us, or the Kerhinen. Kerhin did claim this land once the last king of Harden died. All the way to the Erinin, they claimed it. They could not hold it, though. They gave up the claim nearly 100 years ago. The few people who still live here don't have to worry about Trollocs this far south, but there are plenty of human brigands. That's why they have the wall. And the ditch. All their villages do. Their fields will be hidden in hollows around here, but no one will live outside the wall. They would swear fealty to any king who would give them his protection. But we have all we can do against the Trollocs. They do not love us for it, though. As they reached the opening in the low wall, he added again, "Watch sharp!" All the streets led toward a village square, but there was no one in the streets, no one peering from a window. Not even a dog moved, not so much as a chicken, nothing living. Open doors swung, creaking in the wind, counterpoint to the rhythmic squeak of the windmills. The horses' hooves sounded loud on the packed dirt of the street. "Like at the ferry," Hurim muttered, "but different." He rode, hunched in his saddle, head down as if he were trying to hide behind his own shoulders. Violence done, but I don't know. It was bad here. It smells bad. "Uno," Ingtar said. "Take one file and search the houses. If you find anyone, bring them to me in the square. Do not frighten them this time, though. I want answers, not people running for their lives." He led the other soldiers toward the center of the village as Uno got his 10 dismounted. Rand hesitated, looking around. The creaking doors, the squealing windmills, the horses' hooves, all made too much noise, as if there were not another sound in the world. He scanned the houses. The curtains in an open window beat against the outside of the house. They all seemed lifeless. With a sigh, he got down and walked to the nearest house, then stopped, staring at the door. "It's just a door. What are you afraid of?" He wished he did not feel as if there was something waiting on the other side. He pushed it open. He pushed it open. Inside was a tidy room, or had been. The table was set for a meal. Ladder-back chairs gathered around, some plates already served. A few flies buzzed above bowls of turnips and peas, and more crawled on a cold roast sitting in its own congealed grease. There was a slice half-carved from the roast, the fork still standing stuck in the meat, and the carving knife lying partway in the platter as if dropped. Bran stepped inside. Blink. A smiling, bald-headed man in rough clothes laid a slice of meat on a plate held by a woman with a worn face. She was smiling too, though. She added peas and turnips to the plate and passed it to one of the children lining the table. There were half a dozen children, boys and girls, from nearly grown down to barely tall enough to look over the table. The woman said something, and the girl taking the plate from her laughed. The man started to cut another slice. Suddenly another girl screamed, pointing at the door to the street. The man dropped the carving knife and whirled. Then he screamed too, face tight with horror, and snatched up a child. The woman grabbed another and motioned desperately to the others, her mouth working frantically, silently. They all scrabbled toward a door in the back of the room. That door burst open and... blink. Clant could not move. The flies buzzing over the table sounded louder. His breath made a cloud in front of his mouth. Blink. A smiling, bald-headed man in rough clothes laid a slice of meat on a plate held by a woman with a worn face. She was smiling too, though. She added peas and turnips to the plate and passed it to one of the children lining the table. There were half a dozen children, boys and girls, from nearly grown down to barely tall enough to look over the table. The woman said something, and the girl taking the plate from her laughed. The man started to cut another slice. Suddenly another girl screamed, pointing at the door to the street. The man dropped the carving knife and whirled. Then he screamed too, face tight with horror, and snatched up a child. The woman grabbed another and motioned desperately to the others, her mouth working frantically, silently. They all scrabbled toward the door in the back of the room. That door burst open and... blink. Rand struggled, but his muscles seemed frozen. The room was colder. He wanted to shiver, but he could not move even that much. Flies crawled all over the table. He groped for the void. The sour light was there, but he did not care. He had to blink. A smiling, bald-headed man in rough clothes laid a slice of meat on a plate held by a woman with a worn face. She was smiling too, though. She added peas and turnips to the plate and passed it to one of the children lining the table. There were half a dozen children, boys and girls, from nearly grown down to barely tall enough to look over the table. The woman said something, and the girl taking the plate from her laughed. The man started to cut another slice. Suddenly another girl screamed, pointing at the door to the street. The man dropped the carving knife and whirled. Then he screamed too, face tight with horror, and snatched up a child. The woman grabbed another and motioned desperately to the others, her mouth working frantically, silently. They all scrabbled toward a door in the back of the room. That door burst open and... blink. The room was freezing. So cold. Flies blackened the table. The walls were a shifting mass of flies, the floor, the ceiling, all black with them. They crawled on Rand, covering him, crawled over his face, his eyes into his nose, his mouth. Light, help me. Cold. The flies buzzed like thunder. Cold. It penetrated the void, mocking the emptiness, encasing him in ice. Desperately, he reached for the flickering light. His stomach twisted, but the light was warm. The warm hot. It was hot. Suddenly, he was tearing at Nye. Something. He did not know what or how. Cobwebs made of steel. Moonbeams carved from stone. They crumbled at his touch, but he knew he had not touched anything. They shriveled and melted with the heat that surged through him. Heat like a forge fire. Heat like the world burning. Heat like... It was gone. Panting, he looked around with wide eyes. A few flies lay on the half-carved roast in the platter. Dead flies. 6 flies. Only 6. There were more in the bowls, half a dozen tiny black specks among the cold vegetables. He staggered out into the street. Matt was just coming out of a house across the street, shaking his head. Nobody there, he told Perrin, still on his horse. It looks like they just got up in the middle of supper and walked away. A shout came from the square. They've found something, Perrin said, digging his heels into his horse's flanks. Matt scrambled into his saddle and galloped after him. Rand mounted Red more slowly. The stallion shied as if feeling his unease. He glanced at the houses as he rode slowly toward the square, but he could not make himself look at them for long. Matt went in one, and nothing happened to him. He resolved not to set foot inside another house in that village, no matter what. Booting Red, he quickened his pace. Everyone was standing like statues in front of a large building with wide double doors. Rand did not think it could be an inn. There was no sign, for one thing. Perhaps a village meeting place. He joined the silent circle and stared along with the rest. There was a man spread-eagled across the doors with thick spikes through wrists and shoulders. More spikes had been driven into his eyes to hold his head up. Dark, dried blood made fans down his cheeks. Scuff marks on the wood behind his boots showed that he had been alive when it was done. When it began, anyway. Rand's breath caught. Not a man. Those black clothes, blacker than black, had never been worn by any human. The wind flapped, an end of the cloak caught behind the body, which it did not always, he knew too well. The wind did not always touch those clothes. But there had never been any eyes in that pale, bloodless face. Myrddraal. He breathed, and it was as if his speaking released all the others. They began to move again, and breathe. Who? Matt began, and had to stop to swallow. Who could do this to a Fade? His voice squeaked at the end. I don't know, Ingtar said. I do not know. He looked around, examining faces, or perhaps counting to be sure everyone was there. And I do not think we will learn anything here. We ride. Inwand. Urin, find the trail out of this place. Yes, my lord. With pleasure. That way, my lord. They're still heading south. They rode away, leaving the dead Myrddraal where it hung, the wind stirring its black cloak. Hurin was first beyond the wall, not waiting on Ingtar for a change, but Rand came close behind him. For once, Ingtar called a halt to the day's march, with the sun still golden above the horizon. The toughened Shianarans were feeling the effects of what they had seen in the village. Ingtar had not stopped so early before, and the campsite he chose had the look of a place that could be defended. It was a deep hollow, almost round, and big enough to hold all the men and horses comfortably. A sparse thicket of scrub oak and leatherleaf covered the outer slopes. The rim itself stood more than high enough to hide anyone in the campsite, even without the trees. The height nearly passed for a hill in that country. All I'm bloody saying, he heard Uno tell Regan as they dismounted, is that I bloody saw her burn you, just before we found the goat-kissing halfman. The same flaming woman as at the flaming ferry. She was there, and then she bloody wasn't. You say what you bloody want to, but you watch how you flaming say it, or I'll bloody skin you myself and burn the goat-kissing hide, you sheep-gutted milk drinker. Rand paused with one foot on the ground and the other still in the stirrup. The same woman? But there wasn't any woman at the ferry, just some curtains blowing in the wind. And she couldn't have gotten to that village ahead of us if there had been. The village. He shied away from the thought. Even more than the fade nailed to the door, he wanted to forget that room, and the flies, and the people who were there and not there. The half-man had been real. Everybody had seen that, but the room... Maybe I'm finally going mad. He wished Moiraine was there to talk to. Wishing for an Aes Sedai. You are a fool. You're well out of that, now stay out. But am I out? What happened there? Pack horses and supplies in the middle, Ingtar commanded, as the lancers went about setting up camp. Rub the horses down, then saddle them again in case we must move quickly. Every man sleeps by his mount, and there'll be no fires tonight. Watch changes every 2 hours. Uno, I want scouts out, as far as they can ride and return before dark. I want to know what is out there. He's feeling it, Rand thought. It isn't just some dart friends and a few Trollocs and maybe a fade anymore. Just some dart friends and a few Trollocs and maybe a fade. Even a few days before, there would not have been any just about it. Even in the Borderlands, even with the Blight less than a day's ride, dark friends and Trollocs and Myrddraal had been bad enough for a nightmare then. Before he had seen a Myrddraal nailed to a door. What in the light could have done that? What not in the light? Before he had walked into a room where a family had had their supper and their laughter cut off. I must have imagined it. I must have. Even in his own head he did not sound very convincing. He had not imagined the wind on the tower top or the Amyrlin saying, "Rand?" He jumped as Ingtar spoke at his shoulder. "Are you going to stay all night with one foot in the stirrup?" Rand put his other foot on the ground. "Ingtar, what happened back at that village?" Trollocs took them. The same as the people at the ferry. That is what happened. They fade. Ingtar shrugged and stared down at a flat, canvas-wrapped bundle, large and square, in his arms. He stared at it as if he saw hidden secrets he would rather not know. The Trollocs took them for food. They do it in villages and farms near the Blight too sometimes, if a raid gets past the border towers in the night. Sometimes we get the people back, and sometimes not. Sometimes we get them back and almost wish we hadn't. Trollocs don't always kill before they start butchering. And half-men like to have their fun. That's worse than what the Trollocs do. His voice was as steady as if he were talking of every day, and perhaps he was for a Siuan soldier. Rand took a deep breath to steady his stomach. The fade back there didn't have any fun, Ingtar. What could nail a Myrddraal to a door, alive? Ingtar hesitated, shaking his head, then pushed the big bundle at Rand. "Clear. Moiraine Sedai told me to give you this at the first camp south of the Erenin. I don't know what is in it, but she said you would need it. She said to tell you to take care of it, your life may depend on it." Rand took it reluctantly. His skin prickled at the touch of the canvas. There was something soft inside. Cloth, maybe. He held it gingerly. He doesn't want to think about the Myrddraal either. What happened in that room? He realized suddenly that for him, the Fade, or even that room, was preferable to thinking about what Moiraine might have sent him. "I was told to tell you at the same time that if anything happens to me, the Lancers will follow you." "Oh." Rand gasped, forgetting the bundle and everything else. Ingtar met his incredulous stare with a calm nod. "That's crazy. I've never led anything but a flock of sheep, Ingtar. They would not follow me anyway. Besides, Moiraine can't tell you who your second is." "I don't know. Uno and I were called to Lord Agelmar the morning we left. Moiraine Sedai was there, but it was Lord Agelmar who told me. You are second, Rand. But why, Ingtar? Why?" Moraine's hand was bright and clear in it, hers and the Amyrlin's, pushing him along the path they had chosen, but he had to ask. The Siuan looked as if he did not understand it either, but he was a soldier, used to odd commands in the endless war along the Blight. "I heard rumors from the women's apartments that you were really a..." He spread gauntleted hands. "No matter. I know you deny it, just as you deny the look of your own face. Moiraine Sedai says you're a shepherd, but I never saw a shepherd with a heron-marked blade. No matter. I'll not claim I would have chosen you myself, but I think you have it in you to do what is needed. You will do your duty if it comes to it. Rand wanted to say it was no duty of his, but instead he said, Uno knows about this. Who else, Ingtar? All the lances. When we Shienarans ride, every man knows who is next in line if the man in command falls. A chain unbroken right down to the last man left, even if he's nothing but a horse holder. That way, you see, even if he is the last man, he is not just a straggler running and trying to stay alive. He has the command, and duty calls him to do what must be done. If I go to the last embrace of the mother, the duty is yours. You will find the horn, and you will take it where it belongs. You will. There was a peculiar emphasis in Ingtar's last words. The bundle in Rand's arm seemed to weigh 10 stone. Light, she could be 100 leagues off, and she still reaches out and tugs the leash. This way, Rand. That way. You're the dragon reborn, Rand. I don't want the duty, Ingtar. I will not take it. Light, I'm just a shepherd. Why won't anybody believe that? You will do your duty, Rand. When the man at the top of the chain fails, everything below him falls apart. Too much is falling apart. Too much already. Peace favor your sword, Randall Thor. Ingtar, But Ingtar was walking away, calling to see if Uno had the scouts out yet. Rand stared at the bundle in his arms and licked his lips. He was afraid he knew what was in it. He wanted to look, yet he wanted to throw it in a fire without opening it. He thought he might, if he could be sure it would burn without anyone seeing what was inside. If he could be sure what was inside would burn at all. But he could not look there, where other eyes than his might see. He glanced around the camp. The Shienarans were unloading the pack animals, some already handing out a cold supper of dried meat and flatbread. Matt and Perrin tended their horses, and Loyal sat on a stone reading a book, with his long-stemmed pipe clenched between his teeth and a wisp of smoke curling above his head. Gripping the bundle as if afraid he might drop it, Rand sneaked into the trees. He knelt in a small clearing sheltered by thick foliage branches and set the bundle on the ground. For a time, he just stared at it. She wouldn't have. She couldn't. A small voice answered, oh yes, she could. She could and would. Finally, he set about untying the small knots in the cords that bound it. Neat knots, tied with a precision that spoke loudly of Moraine's own hand. No servant had done this for her. She would not have dared let any servant see. When he had the last cord unfastened, he opened out what was folded inside with hands that felt numb, then stared at it, his mouth full of dust. It was all of one piece, neither woven nor dyed nor painted. A banner, white as snow, big enough to be seen the length of a field of battle. And across it marched a rippling figure like a serpent scaled in gold and crimson, but a serpent with 4 scaled legs, each tipped with 5 golden claws, a serpent with eyes like the sun, and a golden lion's mane. He had seen it once before, and Moraine had told him what it was. The banner of Luz. He's God now. Matt burst into the clearing. Perrin came after him more slowly. First fancy coats, Matt snarled, and now a banner. We'll hear no end of lording it now with... Matt got close enough to see the banner clearly and his jaw dropped. The light. He stumbled back a step. Blummy. He had been there too when Moraine named the banner. So had Perrin. Anger boiled up in Rand, anger at Moraine and the Amyrlin Seat, pushing him, pulling him. He snatched up the banner in both hands and shook it at Matt, words boiling out uncontrollably. That's right. That's right. The dragon's banner. Matt took another step back. Moraine wants me to be a puppet on Ta Valon's strings, a false dragon for the Aes Sedai. She's going to push it down my throat whatever I want. But I will not be used. Matt had backed up against a tree trunk. A false dragon? He swallowed. You? That. That's crazy. That's crazy. Perrin had not retreated. He squatted down with his thick arms on his knees and studied Rand with those bright golden eyes. In the evening shadows they seemed to shine. If the Aes Sedai want you for a false dragon, he paused, frowning, thinking things through. Finally, he said quietly, Rand, can you channel? Matt gave a strangled gasp. Rand let the banner drop. He hesitated only a moment before nodding wearily. I did not ask for it. I don't want it. But, but I do not think I know how to stop it. The room with the flies came back unbidden to his mind. I don't think they'll let me stop. Blum me. Juansa, Matt breathed. Blood and bloody ashes. They'll kill us, you know. All of us. Perrin and me as well as you. If Ingtar and the others find out, they will cut our bloody throats for dark friends. Light. They'll probably think we were part of stealing the horn and killing those people in Fal Dara. Shut up, Matt, Perrin said calmly. Don't tell me to shut up. If Ingtar doesn't kill us, Rand will go mad and do it for him. Burn me. Burn me. Matt slid down the tree to sit on the ground. Why didn't they gentle you? If the Aes Sedai know, why didn't they gentle you? I never heard of them letting a man who can wield the power just walk away. They don't all know, Rand sighed. The Amyrlin Seat. She knows. Light. No wonder she looked at me so strange. And Moraine told me I'm the Dragon Reborn, and then they said I could go wherever I wanted. Don't you see, Matt? They are trying to use me. Doesn't change you being able to channel, Matt muttered. If I were you, I'd be halfway to the Aerith Ocean by now, and I would not stop until I found some place where there were no Aes Sedai, and never likely to be any. And no people, Shut up, Matt, Perrin said. Why are you here, Rand? The longer you stay around people, the more likely it is. Somebody will find out and send for Aes Sedai. Aes Sedai who won't tell you to go on about your business. He paused, scratching his head over that. And Matt's right about Ingtar. I don't doubt he would name you Dark Friend and kill you. Kill all of us, maybe. He seems to like you, but he'd still do it, I think. A false dragon? So would the others. Masema wouldn't need that much excuse for you. So why aren't you gone? Renan shrugged. I was going, but first the Amyrlin came, and then the horn was stolen, and the dagger, and Moraine said Matt was dying, and... Light. I thought I could stay with you until we found the dagger, at least. I thought I could help with that. Maybe I was wrong. You came because of the dagger, Matt said quietly. He rubbed his nose and grimaced. I never thought of that. I never thought you wanted to. Are you feeling all right? I mean, you aren't going mad already, are you? Rand dug a pebble out of the ground and threw it at him. Ouch. Matt rubbed his arm. I was just asking. I mean, all those fancy clothes and all that talk about being a lord. Well, that isn't exactly right in the head. I was trying to get rid of you, fool. I was afraid I'd go mad and hurt you. His eyes dropped to the banner, and his voice lowered. I will, eventually, if I don't stop it. Light, I don't know how to stop it. That is what I'm afraid of, Matt said, standing. No offense, Rand, but I think I will just sleep as far away from you as I can, if you don't mind. That's if you are staying. I heard about a fellow who could channel once. A merchant's guard told me. Before the Red Ajah found him, he woke one morning, and his whole village was smashed flat. All the houses, all the people, everything but the bed he was sleeping in, like a mountain had rolled over them. Perrin said, in that case, Matt, you should sleep cheek by jowl with him. I may be a fool, but I intend to be a live fool. Matt hesitated, looking sideways at Rand. Look, I know you came along to help me, and I am grateful. I really am. But you just are not the same anymore. You understand that, don't you? He waited, as if he expected an answer. None came. Finally, he vanished into the trees, back toward the camp. What about you? Rand asked. Perrin shook his head, shaggy curls swinging. I don't know, Rand. You are the same, but then again, you aren't. A man channeling. My mother used to frighten me with that when I was little. I just do not know. He stretched out his hand and touched a corner of the banner. I think I would burn this, or bury it if I were you. Then I'd run so far, so fast, no Aes Sedai would ever find me. Matt was right about that. He stood up, squinting at the western sky, beginning to turn red with the sinking sun. Time to get back to the camp. To the camp. You think on what I said, Rand. I'd run, but maybe you can't run. Think of that too. His yellow eyes seemed to look inward, and he sounded tired. Sometimes you can't run. Then he was gone too. Rand knelt there, staring at the banner spread out on the ground. Well, sometimes you can run, he muttered. Only maybe she gave me this to make me run. Maybe she has something waiting for me if I run. I won't do what she wants. I won't. I'll bury it right here. But she said, my life may depend on it, and Aes Sedai never lie, so you can see it. Suddenly his shoulders shook with silent laughter. Now I'm talking to myself. Maybe I am going mad already. When he returned to the camp, he carried the banner wrapped in the canvas once more, tied with knots less neat than Moiraine's had been. The light had begun to fail, and the shadow of the rim covered half the hollow. The soldiers were settling in, all with their horses by their sides, lances propped to hand. Matt and Perrin were bedding down alongside their horses. Rand gave them a sad look, then fetched Red, standing where he had been left with his reins dangling, and went to the other side of the hollow, where Hurin had joined Loyal. The Ogier had given over reading and was examining the half-buried stone on which he had been sitting, tracing something on the stone with the long stem of his pipe. Hurin stood and gave Rand something just short of a bow. Hope you don't mind me making my bed here, Lord. Rand? I was just listening to the builder here. There you are, Rand, Loyal said. You know, I think this stone was worked once. See? It's weathered, but it looks as if it was a column of some kind. And there are markings also. I can't quite make them out, but they look familiar somehow. Maybe you'll be able to see them better in the morning, Rand said. He pulled the saddlebags from Red. I'll be glad of your company, Hurin. I'm glad of anybody's company who isn't afraid of me. How much longer can I have it, though? He shifted everything into one side of the saddlebags, spare shirts and breeches and woolen stockings, sewing kit, tinder box, tin plate and cup, a greenwood box with knife and fork and spoon, a packet of dried meat and flatbread for emergency rations, and all the other travelers' necessaries, then stuffed the canvas-wrapped banner into the empty pocket. It bulged, the straps barely reaching the buckles, but then the other side bulged now, too. It would do. Loyal and Hurin seemed to sense his mood, leaving him in silence while he stripped saddle and bridle from Red, rubbed the big bay down with tufts of grass torn from the ground, then resaddled him. Rand refused their offer of food. He did not think he could have stomached the best meal he had ever seen just then. All three of them made their beds there beside the stone, a simple matter of a blanket folded for a pillow and cloak to cover. The camp was silent now, but Rand lay awake past the fall of full dark. His mind darted back and forth. Homa, what is she trying to make me do? The village. What could kill a fate like that? Worst of all, the house in the village. Did it really happen? Am I going mad already? Do I run, or do I stay? I have to stay. I have to help Matt find the dagger. An exhausted sleep finally came, and with sleep, unbidden, the void surrounded him, flickering with an uneasy glow that disturbed his dreams. Padan Fain stared northward out into the night, past the only fire in his camp, smiling a fixed smile that never touched his eyes. He still thought of himself as Padan Fain. Padan Fain was the core of him. But he had been changed, and he knew it. He knew many things now, more than any of his old masters could suspect. He had been a dark friend long years before. Ba'alzamon summoned him and set him on the track of the three young men from Emon's field, distilling what he knew of them, distilling him and feeding the essence back so that he could feel them, smell where they had been, follow wherever they ran. Yes, especially the one. A part of him still cringed, remembering what Ba'alzamon had done to him, but it was a small part, hidden, suppressed. He was changed. Following the three had led him into Shadar Logoth. He had not wanted to go, but he had had to obey. Then, and in Shadar Logoth, Fain drew a deep breath and fingered the ruby-hilted dagger at his belt. That had come from Shadar Logoth, too. It was the only weapon he carried, the only one he needed. It felt like a part of him. He was whole within himself now. That was all that mattered. He cast a glance to either side of his fire. The 12 dark friends who were left, their once fine clothes now rumpled and dirty, huddled in the darkness to one side, staring not at the fire, but at him. On the other squatted his Trollocs, 20 in number, the all-too-human eyes in those animal-twisted men's faces following his every move like mice watching a cat. It had been a struggle at first, waking each morning to find himself not completely whole, to find the Myrddraal back in command, raging and demanding they go north, to the Blight, to Sheol Ghul. But bit by bit, those mornings of weakness grew shorter, until he remembered the feel of the hammer in his hand, driving the spikes in, and he smiled. This time it did touch his eyes, with the joy of sweet memory. Weeping from the dark caught his ear, and his smile faded. I should never have let the Trollocs take so many. An entire village to slow them down. If those few houses at the ferry had not been deserted, perhaps. But Trollocs were greedy by nature, and in the euphoria of watching the Myrddraal die, he had not paid attention as he should. He glanced at the Trollocs. Any one of them was nearly twice as tall as he, strong enough to break him to flinders with one hand, yet they edged back, still crouching. Look at them. You may feed, but then make a pile of everything that remains, for our friends to find. Put the heads on top. Neatly now. He laughed and cut it off short. No. The Trollocs scrambled away, drawing scythe-like swords and raising spiked axes. In moments, shrieks and bellows rose from where the villagers were bound, pleas for mercy, and children's screams were cut off by solid thuds and unpleasant squishing noises like melons being broken. Fain turned his back on the cacophony to look at his dark friends. They were his too, body and soul, such souls as they had left. Every one of them was mired as deeply as he had been before he found his way out. Everyone with nowhere to go except to follow him. Their eyes clung to fearful, pleading. You think they will grow hungry again before we find another village or a farm? They may. You think I will be letting them have some more of you? Well, perhaps one or two. There aren't any more horses to spare. The others were only commoners, one woman managed in an unsteady voice. Dirt streaked her face above a finely cut dress that marked her as a merchant and wealthy. Smears stained the good grey cloth, and a long tear marred her skirt. They were peasants. We have served. I have served. Fain cut her off, his easy tone making his words all the harder. What are you to me? Less than peasants. Herd cattle for the Trollocs, perhaps? If you want to live, cattle, you must be useful. The woman's face broke. She sobbed. And suddenly all the rest were babbling, telling him how useful they were. Men and women who had had influence and position before they were called to fulfill their oaths at Fal Dara. They spilled out the names of important, powerful people whom they knew in the Borderlands, in Kerhen, and other lands. They babbled of the knowledge they alone had of this land or that, of political situations, alliances, intrigues, all the things they could tell him if he let them serve him. The noise of them blended with the sounds of the Trollocs' slaughter and fit right in. Fain ignored all of it. He had no fear of turning his back on them, not since they had seen the Fade dealt with, and went to his prize. Kneeling, he ran his hands over the ornate golden chest, feeling the power locked inside. He had to have a Trolloc carry it. He did not trust the humans enough to load it on a horse and pack saddle. Some dreams of power might be strong enough to overcome even fear of him. But Trollocs never dreamed of anything except killing. And he had not yet puzzled out how to open it. But that would come. Everything would come. Everything. Unsheathing the dagger, he laid it atop the chest before settling himself down beside the fire. That blade was a better guard than Trolloc or human. They had all seen what happened when he used it once. None would come within a span of that bared blade without his command, and then, reluctantly, lying there in his blankets, he stared northward. He could not feel Thor now. The distance between them was too great. Or perhaps Thor was doing his vanishing trick. Sometimes, in the keep, the boy had suddenly vanished from Fain's senses. He did not know how, but always Thor came back, just as suddenly as he had gone. He would come back this time too. This time you come to me, Randall Thor. Before, I followed you like a dog driven on the trail, but now you follow me. His laughter was a cackle that even he knew was mad, but he did not care. Madness was a part of him too. Come to me, all Thor. The dance has not even begun yet. We'll dance on Toman Head, and I'll be free of you. I'll see you dead at last. Egwene hurried after Nynaeve toward the knot of Aes Sedai, around the Amyrlin Seat's horse-borne palanquin. Her desire to know what had caused the turmoil in Fal Dara kept outweighing even her worry over Rand. He was beyond her reach for the moment. Bella, her shaggy mare, was with the Aes Sedai's horses, and Nynaeve's mount too. The warders, hands on sword hilts and eyes searching everywhere, made a steel circle around the Aes Sedai and the palanquin. They were an island of relative calm in the courtyard, where Shienaran soldiers still ran amid the keep's horrified inhabitants. Egwene pushed in beside Nynaeve. The two of them all but ignored after a single sharp glance from the warders. All knew they would be leaving with the Amyrlin, and caught enough in the crowd's murmurs to learn of an arrow that had flashed seemingly from nowhere and a bowman yet uncaught. Egwene stopped, wide-eyed, too shocked even to think that she was surrounded by Aes Sedai, an attempt on the life of the Amyrlin Seat. It went beyond thinking of. The Amyrlin sat in her palanquin with the curtains drawn back, the blood-stained rip in her sleeve drawing all eyes, and faced down Lord Egelmar. You will find the bowman or you will not, my son. Either way, my business in Tar Valon is as urgent as that of Ingtar on his quest. I leave now. But mother, Egelmar protested, this attempt on your life changes everything. We still do not know who sent the man, or why. An hour more, and I will have the bowman and the answers for you. The Amyrlin barked a laugh with no amusement in it. You'll need slyer bait or finer nets to catch this fish, my son. By the time you have the man, it will be too late in the day for leaving. There are too many who would cheer to see me dead for me, to worry overmuch about this one. You may send me news of what you find, if you find anything at all. Her eyes traveled around the towers overlooking the courtyard, and the ramparts and archers' balconies, still jammed with people, though silent now. The arrow had to have come from one of those places. I think this bowman is already fled from Fal Dara. But, mother! The woman in the palanquin cut him off with a sharp gesture of finality. Not even the Lord of Fal Dara could press the Amyrlin Seat too far. Her eyes came to rest on Egwene and Nynaeve, piercing eyes that seemed to Egwene to be seeing everything about herself that she wanted to keep secret. Egwene took a step back, then caught herself and dropped a curtsy, wondering if that were proper. No one had ever explained to her the protocol of meeting the Amyrlin Seat. Nynaeve kept her back straight and returned the Amyrlin's stare, but she fumbled for Egwene's hand and gripped as hard as Egwene did. So these are your two, Moraine, the Amyrlin said. Moraine gave the barest nod, and the other Aes Sedai turned to stare at the two women from Aemon's field. Egwene swallowed. They all looked as if they knew things other people did not, and it was no help at all to know that they truly did. Yes, I sense a fine spark in each of them, but what will kindle from it? That's the question, isn't it? Egwene's mouth felt dry as dust. She had seen Master Padwin, the carpenter back home, look at his tools much the same way as the Amyrlin was looking at the two of them. This one for this purpose, that one for that. The Amyrlin said abruptly, "It is time we were gone." Horse. Lord Egelmar and I can say what needs be said without you all gawking like novices on a free day. Too horse. At her command, the warders scattered to their mounts, still wary, and the Aes Sedai, all but Liane, glided away from the palanquin to their own horses. As Egwene and Nynaeve turned to obey, a servant appeared at Lord Egelmar's shoulder with a silver chalice. Egelmar took it with a dissatisfied twist to his mouth. "With this cup from my hand, mother, take my wish that you fare well on this day, and every." Whatever else they said was lost to Egwene as she scrambled onto Bella. By the time she had given the shaggy mare a pat and arranged her skirts, the palanquin was already moving toward the open gates, its horses stepping without rein or lead. Lean rode beside the palanquin, her staff propped at her stirrup. Egwene and Nynaeve brought their horses along behind with the rest of the Aes Sedai. Roars and cheers from the crowds lining the town streets greeted the procession, all but drowning the thunder of the drummers and the blare of the trumpeters. Warders led the column, with the banner bearing the white flame waving in ripples, and rode guard around the Aes Sedai, keeping the mass of people back. Archers and pikemen, the flame blazoned on their chests, followed behind in precise ranks. The trumpets fell silent as the column wound its way out of the town and turned southward, yet the sounds of cheering from within the town followed still. Egwene glanced back often, until trees and hills hid Fal Dara's walls and towers. Nynaeve, riding alongside, shook her head. Rand will be all right. He has Lord Ingtar and 20 lances with him. In any case, there is nothing you can do about it. Nothing either of us can do. She glanced toward Moiraine. The Aes Sedai's trim white mare and Lan's tall black stallion made an odd pair off to one side by themselves. Not yet. The column angled westward as it traveled, and it did not cover the ground quickly. Even footmen in half armor could not move fast through the Shienaran hills, and maintain the pace for long. Still, they pushed as hard as they could. Camps came late each night, the Amyrlin allowing no stop until barely enough light remained to pitch the tents, flattened white domes just tall enough to stand in. Each pair of Aes Sedai from the same Ajah had one, while the Amyrlin and the Keeper had tents to themselves. Moiraine shared the tent of her two sisters of the Blue. The soldiers slept on the ground in their own encampment, and the warders wrapped themselves in their cloaks near the tents of the Aes Sedai, to whom they were bonded. The tent shared by the Red Sisters looked oddly lonely without any warders, while that of the Green seemed almost festive, the two Aes Sedai often sitting outside long past dark to talk with the 4 warders they had brought between them. Lan came once to the tent Egwene shared with Nynaeve, taking the wisdom into the night a little distance away. Egwene peered around the tent flap to watch. She could not hear what they said, except that Nynaeve eventually erupted in anger and came stalking back to wrap herself in her blankets and refused to talk at all. Egwene thought her cheeks were wet, though she hid her face with a corner of her blanket. Lan stood watching the tent from the darkness for a long time before he went away. After that, he did not come again. Moiraine did not come near them, giving them only a nod in passing. She seemed to spend her waking hours speaking with the other Aes Sedai, all but the Red Sisters, drawing them aside one by one as they rode. The Amyrlin allowed few stops for rest, and those short. "Maybe she doesn't have time for us anymore," Egwene observed sadly. Moiraine was the one Aes Sedai she knew. Perhaps, though she did not like to admit it, the only one she was sure she could trust. She found us, and we are on our way to Tar Valon. I suppose she has other things to concern her now. Nynaeve snorted softly. I believe she is done with us when she's dead, or we are. She is sly, that one. Other Aes Sedai came to their tent. Egwene almost jumped out of her skin that first night out of Fal Dara, when the tent flap was pushed aside and a plump, square-faced Aes Sedai with graying hair and a vaguely distracted look in her dark eyes ducked into their tent. She glanced at the lantern hanging at the highest point of the tent, and the flame rose a little higher. Egwene thought she felt something, thought she almost saw something about the Aes Sedai when the flame grew brighter. Moiraine had told her that one day, when she had more training, she would be able to see when another woman channeled, and to tell a woman who could channel even if she did nothing. "I am Verchen Mathwin," the woman said with a smile, "and you are Egwene Olver and Nynaeve Almaera, from the Two Rivers, which was once Manetherin, flung blood that it sings." Egwene exchanged glances with Nynaeve as they got to their feet. "Is this a summons to the Amyrlin Seat?" Egwene asked. Verchen laughed. The Aes Sedai had a smudge of ink on her nose. "Oh my, no. The Amyrlin has more important things to deal with than 2 young women who are not even novices yet. Although, you never can tell. You both have considerable potential, especially you, Nynaeve. One day..." She paused, rubbing a finger thoughtfully right atop the ink smudge. "But this is not one day. I am here to give you a lesson, Egwene. You have been poking in ahead of yourself, I fear." Nervously, Egwene looked at Nynaeve. "What have I done?" "Nothing that I'm aware of." "Oh, nothing wrong?" "Not exactly. Somewhat dangerous, perhaps, but not exactly wrong." Verin lowered herself to the canvas floor, folding her legs under her. "Sit, both of you." "Sit. I don't mean to crane my neck." She shifted around until she had a comfortable position. "Clement." Egwene settled cross-legged across from the Aes Sedai and did her best not to look at Nynaeve. No need to look guilty until I know if I am. So maybe not then. What is it I've done that's dangerous but not exactly wrong? Why, you've been channeling the power, child. Egwene could only gape. Nynaeve burst out. That is ridiculous. Why are we going to Tar Valon if not for that? Moiraine has... Moiraine Sedai has been giving me lessons, Egwene managed. Verin held up her hands for quiet, and they fell silent. She might seem vague, but she was Aes Sedai after all. Child, do you think Aes Sedai immediately teach every girl who says she wants to be one of us how to channel? Well, I suppose you are not exactly every girl, but just the same. She shook her head gravely. Then why did she? Nynaeve demanded. Oh! There had been no lessons for her, and Egwene was still not sure if it rankled Nynaeve or not. Because Egwene had already channeled, Verin said patiently. So? So have I. Nynaeve did not sound happy about it. Your circumstances are different, child. That you are still alive shows you weathered the various crises and did it on your own. I think you know how lucky you are. Of every 4 women forced to do what you did, only 1 survives. Of course, Wilders, Verin grimaced. Forgive me, but I'm afraid that is what we in the White Tower often call women who, without any training, have managed some rough control. Random and barely enough to be called control, usually, like you, but still control of a sort. Wilders have difficulties, it is true. Almost always they have built up walls to keep themselves from knowing what it was they were doing, and those walls interfere with conscious control. The longer those walls have to build, the harder it is to tear them down. But if they can be demolished, well, some of the most adept sisters ever have been Wilders. Nynaeve shifted irritably and looked at the entrance as if thinking of leaving. I don't see what any of that has to do with me, Egwene said. Verin blinked at her, almost as if wondering where she had come from. With you? Why, nothing. Your problem is quite different. Most girls who want to become Aes Sedai, even most girls with the seed inside them, like you, are afraid of it too. Even after they reach the tower, even after they've learned what to do and how, for months they need to be led, step by a sister or by one of the accepted. But not you. From what Moiraine tells me, you leaped into it as soon as you knew you could, fumbling your way through the dark with never a thought of whether there was a bottomless pit under your next step. Oh, there have been others like you. You are not unique. Moiraine was one herself. Once she knew what you had done, there was nothing for it but for her to begin teaching you. Did Moiraine never explain any of this to you? Never. Egwene wished her voice was not so breathless. She had. Other matters to deal with. Nynaeve snorted softly. Well, Moiraine has never believed in telling anyone anything they did not need to know. Knowing serves no real purpose, but then neither does not knowing. Myself, I always prefer knowing to not. Oh, is there one? A pit, I mean? Obviously not so far, Verin said, tilting her head. But the next step. He shrugged. You see, child, the more you try to touch the true source, the more you try to channel the one power, the easier it becomes to actually do it. Yes, in the beginning, you stretch out to the source, and more often than not, it is like grasping at air. Or you actually touch Sedar, but even when you feel the one power flowing through you, you find you can do nothing with it. Or you do something, and it isn't what you intended at all. That is the danger. Usually, with guidance and training, and the girl's own fear slowing her down, the ability to touch the source and the ability to channel the power come together with the ability to control what she is doing. But you began trying to channel without anyone there to teach you any control at all of what you do. I know you don't think you're very far along, and you are not, but you are like someone who has taught herself to run up hills, sometimes at least, without ever learning how to run down the other side or to walk. Sooner or later you are going to fall if you don't learn the rest of it. No, I am not talking about anything like what happens when one of those poor men begins channeling. You will not go mad, you won't die, not with sisters to teach and guide you, but what might you do entirely by accident, never meaning to? For an instant, the vagueness had dropped from Varen's eyes. For an instant, it seemed, the Aes Sedai's gaze had flicked from Egwene to Nynaeve as sharply as the Amyrlin's had. Your innate abilities are strong, child, and they will grow stronger. You must learn to control them before you harm yourself, or someone else, or a great many people. That is what Moiraine was trying to teach you. That is what I will try to help you with tonight, and what a sister will help you with every night, until we put you into Sheriam's most capable hands. She is mistress of novices. Egwene thought, can she know about Rand? It isn't possible. She'd never have let him leave Fal Dara if she even suspected. But she was sure she had not imagined what she saw. Thank you, Vereen Sedai. I will try. Nynaeve rose smoothly to her feet. I will go sit by the fire and leave you two alone. You should stay, Vereen said. You could profit by it. From what Moiraine has told me, it should take only a little training for you to be raised to the accepted. Nynaeve hesitated only a moment before shaking her head firmly. I thank you for the offer, but I can wait until we reach Tar Valon. Egwene, if you need me, I will be. By any gauge, Veran cut in, you are a woman grown, Nynaeve. Usually, the younger a novice, the better she does. Not with the training, necessarily, but because a novice is expected to do as she is told, when she is told, and without question. It is really only of use once the actual training has reached a certain point. A hesitation in the wrong place, then, or a doubt of what you have been told to do, can have tragic consequences. But it is better to follow the discipline all the time. The accepted, on the other hand, are expected to question things, as it is felt they know enough to know what questions to ask and when. Which do you think you would prefer? Nynaeve's hands tightened on her skirt, and she looked at the tent flap again, frowning. Finally, she gave a short nod and settled back down on the floor. I suppose I might as well, she said. Good, Verine said. Now, you already know this part, Egwene, but for Nynaeve's sake I will take you through it step by step. In time, it will become second nature. You will do it all faster than you can think of it. But now, it is best to go slowly. Close your eyes, please. It goes better in the beginning if you have no distractions at all. Egwene closed her eyes. There was a pause. Nynaeve, Verine said, please close your eyes. It will really go better. Another pause. Thank you, child. Now, you must empty yourself. Empty your thoughts. There is only one thing in your mind. The bud of a flower. Only that. Only the bud. You can see it in every detail. You can smell it. You can feel it. Every vein of every leaf, every curve of every petal. You can feel the sap pulsing. Feel it. Know it. Be it. You and the bud are the same. You are one. You are the bud. Her voice droned on hypnotically, but Egwene no longer really heard. She had done this exercise before with Moiraine. It was slow, but Moiraine had said it would come more quickly with practice. Inside herself, she was a rosebud, red petals curled tightly. Yet suddenly there was something else. Light pressing on the petals. Slowly, the petals unfolded, turning toward the light, absorbing the light. The rose and the light were one. Egwene and the light were one. She could feel the merest trickle of it seeping through her. She stretched for more, strained for more. In an instant, it was all gone, rose and light. Moiraine had also said it could not be forced. With a sigh, she opened her eyes. Nynaeve had a grim look on her face. Veryn was as calm as ever. You cannot make it happen, the Aes Sedai was saying. You must let it happen. You must surrender to the power before you can control it. This is complete foolishness, Nynaeve muttered. I don't feel like a flower. If anything, I feel like a blackthorn bush. I think I will wait by the fire after all. As you wish, Veryn said. Did I mention that novices do chores? They wash dishes, scrub floors, do laundry, serve at table, all sorts of things. I myself think the servants do a better job of it by far, but it is generally felt that such labor builds character. Oh, you are staying. Good. Well, child, remember that even a blackthorn bush has flowers sometimes, beautiful and white among the thorns. We will try it one at a time. Now, from the beginning, Egwene, close your eyes. Several times before Vereen left, Egwene felt the flow of the power through her, but it was never very strong, and the most she managed with it was to produce a stir in the air that made the tent flap stir slightly. She was sure a sneeze could have done as much. She had done better with Moiraine sometimes, at least. She wished it was Moiraine doing the teaching. Nynaeve never even felt a glimmer, or so she said. By the end, her eyes were set and her mouth so tight that Egwene was afraid she was about to begin berating Vereen as if the Aes Sedai were a village woman intruding on her privacy. But Vereen simply told her to close her eyes once again, this time without Egwene. Egwene was sitting, watching the other two between her yawns. The night had grown late, well past the time she would usually be asleep. Nynaeve wore a face like week-old death, her eyes clamped shut as if she never meant to open them and her hands white-knuckled fists in her lap. Egwene hoped the wisdom's temper did not break loose, not after she had held it this long. "Feel the flow through you," Vereen was saying. Her voice did not change, but suddenly there was a gleam in her eyes. "Feel the flow. Flow of the power. Flow like a breeze, a gentle stirring in the air." Egwene sat up straight. This was how Vereen had guided her each time she had actually had the power flowing through her. A soft breeze, the slightest movement of air, soft. Abruptly, the stacked blankets burst into flame like fatwood. Nynaeve opened her eyes with a yell. Egwene was not sure if she screamed or not. All Egwene knew was that she was on her feet, trying to kick the burning blankets outside before they set the tent on fire. Before she managed a second kick, the flames vanished, leaving wispy smoke rising from a charred mass and the smell of burned wool. "Well," Vereen said, "well, I did not expect to have to douse a fire. Don't faint on me, child. It's all right now. I took care of it. I was angry." Nynaeve spoke through trembling lips in a bloodless face. "I heard you talking about a breeze telling me what to do, and fire just popped into my head. I didn't mean to burn anything. It was just a small fire in my head." She shuddered. "I suppose it was a small fire at that." Vereen barked a laugh that was gone with another look at Nynaeve's face. "Are you all right, child? If you feel ill, I can." Nynaeve shook her head, and Vereen nodded. "Rest is what you need. Both of you. I've worked you too hard. You must rest. The Amyrlin will have us all up and away before first light." Standing, she towed the charred blankets. "I will have some more blankets brought to you. I hope this shows both of you how important control is. You must learn to do what you mean to do, and nothing more. Aside from harming someone else, if you draw more of the power than you can safely handle, and you cannot handle much, yet, but it will grow. If you draw too much, you can destroy yourself. You can die, or you can burn yourself out, destroy what ability you have." As if she had not told them they were walking a knife edge, she added a cheerful, "Sleep well." With that, she was gone. Egwene put her arms around Nynaeve and hugged her tight. "It is all right, Nynaeve. There is no need to be frightened. Once you learn to control." Nynaeve gave a croaking laugh. "I am not frightened." She glanced sideways at the smoking blankets and twitched her eyes away. "It takes more than a little fire to frighten me." But she did not look at the blankets again, even when a warder came to take them away and leave new. Vereen did not come again, as she had said she would not. Indeed, as they journeyed on, south and west, day by day, as fast as the footman could move, Vereen paid the two women from Emon's field no more mind than Moiraine did, than did any of the Aes Sedai. They were not precisely unfriendly, the Aes Sedai, but rather distant and aloof, as if preoccupied. Their coolness heightened Egwene's unease, and brought back all the tales she had heard as a child. Her mother had always told her the tales about Aes Sedai were a lot of foolmen's nonsense, but neither her mother nor any other woman in Emon's field had ever met an Aes Sedai before Moiraine came there. She herself had spent a good deal of time with Moiraine, and Moiraine was proof to her that not all Aes Sedai were like the tales. Cold manipulators and merciless destroyers. Breakers of the world. She knew now that those, at least, the breakers of the world, had been male Aes Sedai, when there were such in the Age of Legends, but it did not help a great deal. Not all Aes Sedai were like the tales, but how many, and which? The Aes Sedai who came to the tent each night were so mixed that they did not help at all in clearing her thoughts. Alviarin was as cool and businesslike as a merchant come to buy wool and tabach, surprised that Nynaeve was part of the lesson, but accepting, sharp in her criticisms, but always ready to try again. Alana Mosvani laughed and spent as much time talking about the world and men as she did teaching. Alana showed too much interest in Rand and Perrin and Mat for Egwene's comfort, though. Especially Rand. Worst of all was Liandrin, the only one who wore her shawl. The others had all packed them away before leaving Fal Dara. Liandrin sat fingering her red fringe and taught little, and reluctantly at that. She questioned Egwene and Nynaeve as if they had been accused of a crime, and her questions were all about the three boys. She kept it up until Nynaeve threw her out. Egwene was not sure why Nynaeve did so, and then she left with a warning. "Watch yourselves, my daughters. You are in your village no longer. Now you dabble your toes where there are things to bite you." Finally, the column reached the village of Meadow, on the banks of the Mora, which ran along the border between Shianar and Arafel, and so into the river Erinine. Egwene was sure it was the Aes Sedai's questions about Rand that had made her start dreaming of him. That, and worrying about him, about whether he and the others had to follow the Horn of Valere into the Blight. The dreams were always bad, but at first they were just the ordinary sort of nightmare. By the night they reached Meadow, the dreams had changed, though. "Pardon, Aes Sedai," Egwene asked diffidently, "but have you seen Moiraine Sedai?" The slender Aes Sedai waved her away and hurried on down the crowded, torch-lit village street, calling for someone to be careful with her horse. The woman was of the Yellow Ajah, though not wearing her shawl now. Egwene knew no more of her than that, not even her name. Meadow was a small village, though Egwene was shocked to realize that what she now thought of as a small village was as big as Emond's Field, and it was overwhelmed now with many more outsiders than there were inhabitants. Horses and people filled the narrow streets, jostling to the docks past villagers who knelt whenever an unseeing Aes Sedai sped by. Harsh torchlight lit everything. The two docks jutted out into the river Mora like stone fingers, and each hosted a pair of small, two-masted ships. There, horses were being hoisted on board by booms and cables and canvas cradles under their bellies. More of the ships, high-sided and stout, with lanterns topping their masts, crowded the moon-streaked river, already loaded or waiting their turn. Rowboats ferried out archers and pikemen, the raised pikes making the boats look like gigantic pricklebacks swimming on the surface. On the left-hand dock, Egwene found Anaya, watching the loading and chivying those who were not moving fast enough. Though she had never said more than 2 words to Egwene, Anaya seemed different from the others, more like a woman from home. Egwene could picture her baking in her kitchen. She could not see any of the others so. "Anaya Sedai, have you seen Moiraine Sedai? I need to talk to her." The Aes Sedai looked around with an absent frown. "What? Oh, it's you, child. Moiraine is gone, and your friend, Nynaeve, is already out on the River Queen. I had to bundle her onto a boat myself, shouting that she would not go without you. Light, what a scramble. You should be aboard, yourself. Find a boat going out to the River Queen. You two will be traveling with the Amyrlin Seat, so mind yourself once you're on board. No scenes or tantrums. Which ship is Moiraine Sedai's?" "Moiraine isn't on a ship, girl. She's gone, 2 days gone, and the Amyrlin is in a taking over it." Anaya grimaced and shook her head, though most of her attention was still on the workers. First Moiraine vanishes with Lan, then Liandrin right on Moraine's heels, and then Varen, none of them with so much as a word for anyone. Varen did not even take her water. Thomas is chewing nails with worry over her. The Aes Sedai glanced at the sky. The waxing moon shone without the hindrance of clouds. "We will have to call the wind again, and the Amyrlin will not be pleased with that either. She says she wants us on our way to Tar Valon within an hour, and she will brook no delays. I would not want to be Moiraine or Liandrin or Varen when she sees them next. They'll wish they were novices again." "Why, child, what's the matter?" Egwene drew a deep breath. "Moiraine gone? She can't be. I have to tell somebody who won't laugh at me." She imagined Anaya back in Imon's Field, listening to her daughter's problems. The woman fit the picture. "Anaya Sedai, Rand is in trouble." Anaya gave her a considering look. "That tall boy from your village? Missing him already, are you?" Well, I shouldn't be surprised if he's in trouble. Young men his age usually are, though it was the other one. Matt, who had the look of trouble. Very well, child. I don't mean to mock you or make light. What kind of trouble, and how do you know? He and Lord Ingtar must have the horn and be back in Fal Dara by now, or else they've had to follow it into the Blight, and there's nothing to do about that. I don't think they're in the Blight, or back in Fal Dara. I had a dream. She said it half defiantly. It sounded silly when she said it, but it had seemed so real. A nightmare for true, but real. First, there had been a man with a mask over his face, and fire in place of his eyes. Despite the mask, she had thought he was surprised to see her. His look had frightened her till she thought her bones would break from shivering, but suddenly he vanished, and she saw Rand sleeping on the ground, wrapped in a cloak. A woman had been standing over him, looking down. Her face was in shadow, but her eyes seemed to shine like the moon, and Egwene had known she was evil. Then there was a flash of light, and they were gone. Both of them, and behind it all, almost like another thing altogether, was the feel of danger, as if a trap was just beginning to snap shut on an unsuspecting lamb, a trap with many jaws. As though time had slowed, and she could watch the iron jaws creep closer together. The dream had not faded with waking, the way dreams did, and the danger felt so strong she still wanted to look over her shoulder. Only somehow she knew that it was aimed at Rand, not at her. She wondered if the woman had been Moraine, and upbraided herself for the thought. Liandrin fit that part better. Or perhaps Alanna, she had been interested in Rand too. She could not bring herself to tell Anaya. Formally, she said, Anaya Sedai, I know it sounds foolish, but he is in danger. In great danger. I know it. I could feel it, and I still can. Anaya wore a thoughtful look. Well now, she said softly, that's a possibility I'll wager no one has considered. You may be a dreamer. It is a small chance, child, but... We haven't had one of those in, 400 or 500 years. And dreaming is close linked to foretelling. If you really can dream, it may be that you can foretell as well. That would be a finger in the red's eye. Of course, it could be just an ordinary nightmare, brought on by a late night and cold food, and us traveling so hard since we left Fal Dara. And you missing your young man? Much more likely. Yes, child, I know. You are worried about him. Did your dream indicate what kind of danger? Egwene shook her head. He just vanished, and I felt danger. And evil. I felt it even before he vanished. She shivered and rubbed her hands together. I can still feel it. Well, we will talk about it more on the River Queen. If you are a dreamer, I will see you have the training. Moraine should be here too. You there. The Aes Sedai barked suddenly, and Egwene jumped. A tall man, who had just sat down on a cask of wine, jumped too. Several others quickened their step. That's for loading aboard, not resting on. We will talk on the boat, child. Oh no, you fool. You can't carry it by yourself. Do you want to hurt yourself? Anna-yi went striding off down the dock, giving the unfortunate villagers a rougher side of her tongue than Egwene would have suspected she had. Egwene peered into the dark toward the south. He was out there, somewhere. Not in Fal Dara, not in the Blight. She was sure of it. Hold on, you wool-headed idiot. If you get yourself killed before I can get you out of this, I will skin you alive. It did not occur to her to ask how she was going to get him out of anything, going to Tar Valon as she was. Snugging her cloak around her, she set out to find a boat to the River Queen. The light of the rising sun woke Rand, and he wondered if he were dreaming. He sat up slowly, staring. Everything had changed, or almost everything. The sun and the sky were as he expected to see, if pallid and all but cloudless. Loyal and Hurin still lay on either side of him, wrapped in their cloaks asleep, and their horses still stood hobbled a pace away, but everyone else was gone. Soldiers, horses, his friends, everyone and everything gone. The hollow itself had changed too, and they were in the middle of it now, no longer on the edge. At Rand's head rose a grey stone cylinder, every bit of 3 spans high and a full pace thick, covered with hundreds, perhaps thousands, of deeply incised diagrams and markings in some language he did not recognize. White stone paved the bottom of the hollow, as level as a floor, polished so smooth it almost glistened. Broad, high steps rose to the rim in concentric rings of different colored stone. And about the rim the trees stood blackened and twisted, as if a firestorm had roared through them. Everything seemed paler than it should be, just like the sun, more subdued, as if seen through mist. Only there was no mist. Just the 3 of them and the horses appeared truly solid. But when he touched the stone under him, it felt solid enough. He reached out and shook Loyal and Hurin. Wake up and tell me I'm dreaming. Please wake up. Is it morning already? Loyal began sitting up, then his mouth fell open, and his big, round eyes grew wider and wider. Hurin woke with a start, then leaped to his feet, jumping like a flea on a hot rock to look this way, then that. So where are we? What's happened? Where is everybody? Where are we, Lord Rand? He sank to his knees, wringing his hands, but his eyes still darted. What's happened? I don't know, Rand said slowly. I was hoping it was a dream, but... Maybe it is a dream. He had had experience of dreams that were not dreams, experience he wanted neither to repeat nor to remember. He stood up carefully. Everything stayed as it was. I do not think so, Loyal said. He was studying the column, and he did not appear happy. His long eyebrows sagged across his cheeks, and his tufted ears seemed to have wilted. I think this is the same stone we went to sleep beside last night. I think I know what it is now. For once, he sounded miserable about knowing. That being the same stone was no more crazy than what he could see around him. Mat and Perrin and the Shianarans gone, and everything changed. I thought I'd escaped, but it started again, and there's no such thing as crazy anymore. Unless I am. He looked at Loyal and Hurin. They were not acting as if he were mad. They saw it too. Something about the steps caught his eye, the different colors, 7 rising from blue to red. One for each Ajah, he said. No, Lord Rand, Hurin moaned. Aes Sedai would not do this to us. They wouldn't. I walk in the light. We all do, Hurin, Rand said. The Aes Sedai won't hurt you, unless you get in the way. Could this be Moiraine's doing somehow? Loyal, you said you know what the stone is. What is it? I said I think I know, Rand. There was a piece of an old book, just a few pages, but one of them had a drawing of this stone. This stone. There was a distinct difference in the way he said it that marked importance, or one very like it. And underneath it said, from stone to stone run the lines of if, between the worlds that might be. What does that mean, Loyal? It doesn't make any sense. The Ogier shook his massive head sadly. It was only a few pages. Part of it said Aes Sedai in the Age of Legends. Some of those who could travel, the most powerful of them, could use these stones. It did not say how, but I think, from what I could puzzle out, that perhaps those Aes Sedai used the stones somehow to journey to those worlds. He glanced up at the seared trees and pulled his eyes down again quickly, as he did not want to think about what lay beyond the rim. Yet even if Aes Sedai can use them, or could, we had no Aes Sedai with us to channel the power, so I don't see how it can be. Rand's skin prickled. Aes Sedai used them. In the Age of Legends, when there were male Aes Sedai. He had a vague memory of the void closing round him as he fell asleep, filled with that uneasy glow. And he remembered the room in the village and the light he had reached for to escape. If that was the male half of true source. No, it can't be. But what if it is? Light. I was wondering whether to run or not, and all the time it's right inside my head. Maybe I brought us here. He did not want to think about it. Worlds that might be? I don't understand, Loyal. The Ogier shrugged massively and uneasily. Neither do I, Rand. Most of it sounded like this. If a woman go left or right, does time's flow divide? Does the wheel then weave 2 patterns? 1,000 for each of her turnings, as many as the stars. Is one real, the others merely shadows and reflections? You see, it was not very clear. Mainly questions, most of which seemed to contradict each other. And there just wasn't much of it. He went back to staring at the column, but he looked as if he wished it would go away. There are supposed to be a good many of these stones scattered all over the world, or there were once, but I never heard of anyone finding one. I never heard of anyone finding anything like this at all, replied Lord Rand. Now on his feet, Hurin seemed calmer, but he clutched his coat at the waist with both hands, his face urgent. My Lord Rand, you'll get us back, won't you? Back where we belong. I've a wife, my lord, and children. Melia'd take it bad enough, me dying, but if she doesn't even have my body to give to the mother's embrace, she'll grieve to the end of her days. You understand, my lord. I can't leave her not knowing. You'll get us back. And if I die, if you can't take her my body, you'll let her know. So she has that, at least. He was no longer questioning at the end. A note of confidence had crept into his voice. Rand opened his mouth to say again he was not a lord, then shut it without speaking. That was hardly important enough to mention now. You got him into this. He wanted to deny it. But he knew what he was, knew he could channel, even if it always seemed to happen all by itself. Loyal said, Aes Sedai used the stones, and that meant the one power. What Lyle said he knew, you could be sure of. The Ogier never claimed to know if he did not. And there was no one else nearby who could wield the power. You got him into it, you have to get him out. You have to try. I will do my best, Hurin. And because Hurin was Shianaran, he added, buy my house and honor. A shepherd's house and a shepherd's honor, but I'll make them do as well as a lord's. Hurin loosed his hold on his coat. The confidence reached his eyes too. He bowed deeply. Honor to serve, my lord. Guilt rippled through Rand. He thinks you'll see him home now, because Shianaran lords always keep their word. What are you going to do, Lord Rand? None of that, Hurin. There'll be no bowing. I'm not. Suddenly, he knew he could not tell the man again that he was not a lord. All that was holding the sniffer together was his belief in a lord, and he could not take that away. Not now. It's not here. No bowing, he finished awkwardly. As you say, Lord Rand. Hurin's grin was almost as wide as when Rand first met him. Rand cleared his throat. Yes. Well, that's what I say. They were both watching him. Loyal, curious, Hurin confident, both waiting to see what he would do. I brought them here. I must have, so I have to get them back. And that means, drawing a deep breath, he walked across the white paving stones to the symbol-covered cylinder. Small lines of some language he did not know surrounded each symbol. Odd letters that flowed in curves and spirals, suddenly turned to jagged hooks and angles, then flowed on. At least it was not Trolloc script. Reluctantly, he put his hands on the column. It looked like any dry, polished stone, but it felt curiously slick, like oiled metal. He closed his eyes and formed the flame. The void came slowly, hesitantly. He knew his own fear was holding it back, fear of what he was trying. As fast as he fed fear into the flame, more came. I can't do it. Channel the power. I don't want to. Light. There has to be another way. Grimly, he forced the thoughts to stillness. He could feel sweat beading on his face. Determinedly, he kept on, pushing his fears into the consuming flame, making it grow and grow. And the void was there. The core of him floated in emptiness. He could see the light set in. Even with his eyes closed, feel the warmth of it, surrounding him, surrounding everything, suffusing everything. It wavered like a candle flame seen through oiled paper. It's the rancid oil. While he reached for it. He was not sure how he reached, but it was something, a movement, a stretching toward the light, toward Sedin, and caught nothing, as if running his hands through water. It felt like a slimy pond, scum floating atop clean water below, but he could not scoop up any of the water. Time and again it trickled through his fingers, not even droplets of the water remaining, only the slick scum, making his skin crawl. Desperately, he tried to form an image of the hollow as it had been, with Ingtar and the Lances sleeping by their horses, with Mat and Perrin and the stone lying buried except for one end. Outside the void, he formed it, clinging to the shell of emptiness that enclosed him. He tried to link the image with the light, tried to force them together. The hollow as it had been, and he and Loyal and Hurin there together. His head hurt. Together, with Mat and Perrin and the Shianarans, burning in his head. Together. The void shattered into 1,000 razor shards, slicing his mind. Shuddering, he staggered back, wide-eyed. Wide-eyed. His hands hurt from pressing the stone, and his arms and shoulders quivered with aching. His stomach lurched from the feel of filth covering him, and his head. Goit? 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 He tried to steady his breathing. That had never happened before. When the void went, it went like a pricked bubble, just gone in a twinkling. Never broken like glass. His head felt numb, as if the 1,000 slashes had happened so quickly, the pain had not yet come. But every cut had felt as real as if done with a knife. He touched his temple, and was surprised not to see blood on his fingers. Hurin still stood there watching him, still confident. If anything, the sniffer seemed more sure by the minute. Lord Rand was doing something. That was what lords were for. They protected the land and the people with their bodies and their lives. And when something was wrong, they set it aright and saw fairness and justice done. As long as Rand was doing something, anything, Hurin would have confidence that it would all come right in the end. That was what lords did. Loyal had a different look, a slightly puzzled frown, but his eyes were on Rand too. Rand wondered what he was thinking. It was worth a try, he told them. The rancid oil feel inside his head. Light! It's inside me! I don't want it inside me. Was fading slowly, but he still thought he might vomit. I will try again in a few minutes. He hoped he sounded confident. He had no idea how the stones worked, if what he was doing had any chance of success. Maybe there are rules for working them. Maybe you have to do something special. Light, maybe you can't use the same stone twice, or... Goit? 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 He cut off that line of thought. There was no good in thinking like that. He had to do it. Looking at Loyal and Hurin, he thought he knew what Lan had meant about duty pressing down like a mountain. My lord, I think. Goit? Goit? Hurin let his words trail off, looking abashed for a moment. My lord, maybe if we find the Dark Friends, we can make one of them tell us how to get back. I would ask a Dark Friend or the Dark One himself if I thought I'd get a true answer back, Rand said. But we're all there is. Just us three. Just me. I'm the one who has to do it. We could follow their trail, my lord. If we catch them. Goit? Goit? Rand stared at the sniffer. You can still smell them? I can, my lord. Hurin frowned. It's faint. Pale-like everything else here, but I can smell the trail. Right up there. He pointed to the rim of the hollow. I don't understand it, my lord, but last night I could have sworn the trail went right on by the hollow back where we were. Well, it's in the same place now, only here, and fainter, like I said. Not old, not faint like that, but... Goit? 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 I don't know, Lord Rand, except that it's there, Rand considered. If Fain and the Dark Friends were here, wherever here was, they might know how to get back. They had to, if they had reached here in the first place. And they had the horn and the dagger. Mat had to have that dagger. For that, if for nothing else, he had to find them. What finally decided him, he was ashamed to realize, was that he was afraid to try again. Afraid to try channeling the power. He was less afraid of confronting Dark Friends and Trollocs with only Hurin and Loyal than he was of that. Then we will go after the Dark Friends. He tried to sound sure, the way Lan would, or Ingtar. The horn must be recovered. If we can't puzzle out a way to take it from them, at least we will know where they are when we find Ingtar again. If only they don't ask how we're going to find him again. Hurin made sure it really is the trail we're after. The sniffer leaped into his saddle, eager to be doing something himself, perhaps eager to be away from the hollow, and scrambled his horse up the broad, colored steps. The animal's hooves rang loudly on the stone. but they made not a mark. Rand stowed Red's hobbles in his saddlebags. The banner was still there. He would not have minded if that had been left behind. Then gathered his bow and quiver and climbed to the stallion's back. The bundle of Tom Merrilin's cloak made a mound behind his saddle. Loyal led his big mount over to him, with the Ogier standing on the ground. Loyal's head came almost to Rand's shoulder, and him in his saddle. Loyal still looked puzzled. "You think we should stay here?" Grant said. "Try again to use the stone. If the Dark Friends are here, in place, we have to find them. We can't leave the Horn of Valere in Dark Friend hands, you heard the Amyrlin. And we have to get that dagger back. Matt will die without it." Lyle nodded. "Yes, Rand, we do. But, Rand, the stones. Got it? We will find another. You said they were scattered all over, and if they're all like this, all this stonework around them, it should not be too hard to find one." "Rand, that fragment said the stones came from an older age than the Age of Legends, and even the Aes Sedai then did not understand them, though they used them. Some of the truly powerful did. They used them with the one power, Rand. How did you think to use this stone to take us back, or any other stone we find?" For a moment, Rand could only stare at the Ogier, thinking faster than he ever had in his life. If they are older than the Age of Legends, maybe the people who built them didn't use the power. There must be another way. The Dark Friends got here, and they certainly couldn't use the power. Whatever this other way is, I will find it out. I will get us back, Loyal. He looked at the tall stone column with its odd markings and felt a prickle of fear. Light, if only I don't have to use the power to do it. I will, Loyal, I promise. One way or another. The Ogier gave a doubtful nod. He swung up onto his huge horse and followed Rand up the steps to join Hurin among the blackened trees. The land stretched out, low and rolling, sparsely forested here and there with grassland between, crossed by more than one stream. In the middle distance, Rand thought he could see another burned patch. It was all pale, the colors washed. There was no sign of anything made by men except the stone circle behind them. The sky was empty. No chimney smoke, no birds, only a few clouds and the pale yellow sun. Worst of all, though, the land seemed to twist the eye. What was close at hand looked all right, and what was seen straight ahead in the distance. But whenever Rand turned his head, things that appeared distant when seen from the corner of his eye seemed to rush toward him, to be nearer when he stared straight at them. It made for dizziness. Even the horses whickered nervously and rolled their eyes. He tried moving his head slowly. The apparent movement of things that should have been fixed was still there, but it seemed to help a little. "Did your piece of a book say anything about this?" Rand asked. Loyal shook his head, then swallowed hard, as if he wished he had kept it still. "Loyal, I suppose there's nothing to do for it." "Which way, Hurin?" "South, Lord Rand." The sniffer kept his eyes on the ground. "South, then. There has to be a way back, besides using the power." Rand healed Red's flanks. He tried to make his voice light-hearted, as if he saw no difficulty at all in what they were about. What was it Ingtar said? 3 or 4 days to that monument to Artur Hawkwing. I wonder if that exists here too, the way the stones do. If this is a world that could be, maybe it's still standing. Wouldn't that be something to see, Loyal? It rode south. Clon, Ingtar demanded of the air, and my guard saw nothing. They cannot just be gone. Listening, Perrin hunched his shoulders and looked at Matt, who stood a little way off, frowning and muttering to himself. Arguing with himself was how Perrin saw it. The sun was peeking over the horizon, past time for them to have been riding. Shadows lay long across the hollow, stretched out and thinned, but still like the trees that made them. The pack horses, loaded and on their lead line, stamped impatiently, but everyone stood by his mount and waited. Uno came striding up. "Not a goat-kissing track, my lord." He sounded offended. Failure touched on his skill. Burn me. Not so much as a flaming hoof scrape. They just bloody vanished. 3 men and 3 horses do not just vanish, Ingtar growled. Go over the ground again, Uno. If anyone can find where they went, it's you. Maybe they just ran away, Matt said. Uno stopped and glared at him, like he'd cursed an Aes Sedai, Perrin thought wonderingly. Why would they run away? Ingtar's voice was dangerously soft. Rand, the builder, my sniffer. Why would any of them run, much less all three? Matt shrugged. I don't know, Rand was. Got. Perrin wanted to throw something at him, hit him, anything to stop him, but Ingtar and Uno were watching. He felt a flood of relief when Matt hesitated, then spread his hands and muttered, I don't know why. I just thought maybe they had. Ingtar grimaced. Ran away, he growled, as if he did not believe it for an instant. The builder can go as he will, but Hurin would not run away. And neither would Rand or Thor. He would not. He knows his duty now. To go on, Uno. Search the ground again. Uno gave a half bow and hurried away, sword hilt bobbing over his shoulder. Ingtar grumbled, why would Hurin leave like that, in the middle of the night, without a word? He knows what we're about. How am I to track this shadow-spawned filth without him? I would give 1,000 gold crowns for a pack of trailhounds. If I did not know better, I would say the Dark Friends managed this so they can slip east or west without me knowing. Peace? I don't know if I do know better. He stumped off after Uno. Perrin shifted uneasily. The Dark Friends were doubtless getting further away with every minute. Getting further away, and with them the Horn of Valere and the dagger from Shadar Logoth. He did not think that Rand, whatever he had become, whatever had happened to him, would abandon that chase. But where did he go? And why? Loyal might go with Rand for friendship, but why Hurin? Maybe he did run away, he muttered, then looked around. No one appeared to have heard, even Matt was not paying him any mind. He scrubbed a hand through his hair. If Aes Sedai had been after him to be a false dragon, he would have run too. But worrying about Rand was doing nothing to help track the Dark Friends. There was a way, perhaps, if he was willing to take it. He did not want to take it. He had been running away from it, but perhaps now he could no longer run. It serves me right for what I told Rand. I wish I could run. Even knowing what he could do to help, what he had to do, he hesitated. No one was looking at him. No one would know what they were seeing, even if they did look. Finally, reluctantly, he closed his eyes and let himself drift, let his thoughts drift, out, away from him. He had tried denying it from the first, long before his eyes began to change from dark brown to burnished golden yellow. At that first meeting, that first instant of recognition, he had refused to believe, and he had run from the recognition ever since. He still wanted to run. His thoughts drifted, feeling for what must be out there, what was always out there in country where men were few or far between, feeling for his brothers. He did not like to think of them that way, but they were. In the beginning, he had been afraid that what he did had some taint of the Dark One, or of the One Power. Equally bad for a man who wanted nothing more than to be a blacksmith and live his life in the light and in peace. From that time, he knew something of how Rand felt, afraid of himself, feeling unclean. He was still not past that entirely. This thing he did was older than humans using the One Power, though, something from the birth of time. Not the power, Moraine had told him. Something long vanished, now come again. Egwene knew too, though he wished she did not. He wished no one did. He wished no one did. He hoped she had not told anyone. Contact. He felt them, felt other minds. Felt his brothers, the wolves. Their thoughts came to him as a whirlpool blend of images and emotions. At first, he had not been able to make out anything except the raw emotion, but now, his mind put words to them. Wolf brother, surprise. 2 legs that talks. A faded image, dim with time, old beyond old, of men running with wolves, 2 packs hunting together. We have heard this comes again. You are Longtooth. It was a faint picture of a man dressed in clothes made of hides, with a long knife in his hand, but overlaid on the image, more central, was a shaggy wolf with 1 tooth longer than the rest, a steel tooth gleaming in the sunlight as the wolf led the pack in a desperate charge through deep snow toward the deer that would mean life instead of slow death by starvation, and the deer thrashing to run in powder to their bellies, and the sun glinting on the white until it hurt the eyes, and the wind howling down the white until it hurt the eyes, and the wind howling down the passes, swirling the vines. Got. Wolves' names were always complex images. Perrin recognized the man. Ilyas Makera, who had first introduced him to wolves. Sometimes he wished he had never met Ilyas. No, he thought, and tried to picture himself in his mind. Yes, we have heard of you. It was not the image he had made. A young man with heavy shoulders and shaggy brown curls, a young man with an axe at his belt, who others thought moved and thought slowly. That man was there. Somewhere in the mind picture that came from the wolves, but stronger by far, was a massive wild bull with curved horns of shining metal, running through the night with the speed and exuberance of youth, curly-haired coat gleaming in the moonlight, flinging himself in among white cloaks on their horses, with the air crisp and cold and dark, and blood so red on the horns, and young bull. For a moment, Perrin lost the contact in his shock. He had not dreamed they had given him a name. He wished he could not remember how he had earned it. He touched the axe at his belt with its gleaming half-moon blade. Light helped me. I killed 2 men. They would have killed me even quicker, and Egwene, but pushing all that aside. It was done, and behind him, he had no wish to remember any of it. He gave the wolves the smell of Rand, of Loyal and Hurin, and asked if they had scented the 3. It was one of the things that had come to him with the change in his eyes. He could identify people by their smell even when he could not see them. He could see more sharply too, see in anything but pitch darkness. He was always careful to light lamps or candles now, sometimes before anyone else thought they were needed. From the wolves came a view of men on horses approaching the hollow in late day. That was the last they had seen or smelled of Rand or the other 2. Perrin hesitated. The next step would be useless unless he told Ingtar, and Matt will die if we don't find that dagger. Burn you, Rand. Why did you take the sniffer? The one time he had gone to the dungeon with Egwene, the smell of Fain had made his hair stand on end. Not even Trolloc smelled so foul. He had wanted to rip through the bars of the cell and tear the man apart, and finding that inside himself had frightened him more than Fain did. To mask Fain's smell in his own mind, he added the scent of Trolloc's before he howled aloud. From the distance came the cries of a wolf pack, and in the hollow horses stamped and whickered fearfully. Some of the soldiers fingered their long-bladed lances and eyed the rim of the hollow uneasily. Inside Perrin's head, it was much worse. He felt the rage of the wolves, the hate. There were only 2 things wolves hated. All else they merely endured, but fire and Trollocs they hated, and they would go through fire to kill Trollocs. Even more than the Trollocs, Fain's scent had put them into a frenzy, as if they smelled something that made Trollocs seem natural and right. Where's here? The sky rolled in his head, the land spun. East and west, wolves did not know. They knew the movements of sun and moon, the shift of seasons, the contours of the land. Perrin puzzled it out. Skatoff, and something more. An eagerness to kill the Trollocs. The wolves would let young Bull share in the killing. He could bring the 2 legs with their hard skins if he wanted, but young Bull and Smoke and 2 Deer and Winter Dawn and all the rest of the pack would hunt down the twisted ones who had dared come into their land. The inedible flesh and bitter blood would burn the tongue, but they must be killed. Kick it at them. Kill the twisted ones. Their fury infected him. His lips peeled back in a snarl, and he took a step to join them, run with them in the hunt, in the killing. With an effort, he broke the contact except for a thin sense that the wolves were there. He could have pointed to them across the intervening distance. He felt cold inside. I'm a man, not a wolf. Light help me, I am a man. Are you well, Perrin? Matt said, moving closer. He sounded the way he always did, flippant and bitter under it too of late. But he looked worried. That is all I need. Rand run off, and then you get sick. I don't know where I'll find a wisdom to look after you out here. I think I have some willow bark in my saddlebags. I can make you some willow bark tea if Ingtar lets us stay that long. Serve you right if I make it too strong. I'm all right, Matt. Shaking off his friend, he went to find Ingtar. The Shianaran lord was scanning the ground on the rim with Uno and Ragan and Masema. The others frowned at him as he drew Ingtar aside. He made sure Uno and the rest were too far away to hear before he spoke. I don't know where Rand or the others went, Ingtar, but Padan Fain and the Trollocs, and I guess the rest of the Dark Friends, are still heading south. How do you know this? Ingtar said. Ingtar said. Perrin drew a deep breath. Wolves told me. He waited for what he was not sure. Laughter, scorn, an accusation of being a dark friend, of being mad. Deliberately, he tucked his thumbs behind his belt, away from the axe. I will not kill. Not again. If he tries to kill me for a dark friend, I'll run, but I won't kill anybody else. I have heard of things like this, Ingtar said slowly after a moment. Rumors. There was a warder, a man called Elias Makera, who some said could talk to wolves. He disappeared years ago. He seemed to catch something in Perrin's eyes. You know him? I know him, Perrin said flatly. He's the one. Got? I don't want to talk about it. I didn't ask for it. That's what Rand said. Light. I wish I were home working Master Luhan's forge. These wolves, Ingtar said, they will track the Dark Friends and Trollocs for us? Perrin nodded. Good. I will have the horn, whatever it takes. The Shianaran glanced around at Uno and the others still searching for tracks. Better not to tell anyone else, though. Wolves are considered good luck in the Borderlands. Trollocs fear them, but still, better to keep this between us for the time. Some of them might not understand. I would as soon nobody else ever found out, Perrin said. I will tell them you think you have Húrin's talent. They know about that, they're easy with it. Some of them saw you wrinkling your nose back in that village and at the ferry. I've heard jokes about your delicate nose. Yes. You keep us on the trail today. Uno will see enough of their tracks to confirm it is the trail. And before nightfall, every last man will be sure you are a sniffer. I will have the horn. He glanced at the sky and raised his voice. Daylight is wasting. To horse. To Perrin's surprise, the Shianaran seemed to accept Ingtar's story. A few of them looked skeptical. Masema went so far as to spit, but Uno nodded thoughtfully, and that was enough for most. Matt was the hardest to convince. It's a sniffer. You're going to track murderers by smell? Perrin, you are as crazy as Rand. I am the only sane one left from Imon's field, with Egwene and Nynaeve trotting off to Tar Valon to become... He cut himself short with an uneasy glance for the Shianarans. Perrin took Húrin's place beside Ingtar as the small column rode south. Matt kept up a string of disparaging remarks until Uno found the first tracks left by Trollocs and by men on horses, but Perrin paid him little mind. It was all he could do to keep the wolves from dashing on ahead to kill the Trollocs. The wolves cared only about killing the twisted ones. To them, Dark Friends were no different from any other two legs. Perrin could almost see the Dark Friends scattering in a dozen directions while the wolves slew Trollocs, running away with the Horn of Valere, running away with the dagger. Worse! And once the Trollocs were dead, he did not think he could interest the wolves in tracking the humans, even if he had any idea which of them to track. He had a running argument with them, and sweat covered his forehead long before he got the first flash of images that turned his stomach. He drew rein, stopping his horse dead. The others did the same, looking at him, waiting. He stared straight ahead and cursed softly, bitterly. Wolves would kill men, but men were not a preferred prey. Wolves remembered the old hunting together for one thing, and two legs tasted bad for another. Wolves were more particular about their food than he would have believed. They would not eat carrion unless they were starving, and few would kill more than they could eat. What Perrin felt from the wolves could best be described as disgust. And there were the images. He could see them much more clearly than he wished. Bodies, men and women and children, heaped and tumbled about. Blood-soaked earth churned by hooves in frenzied attempts to escape. Torn flesh. Heads severed. Vultures flapping, their white wings stained red, bloody, featherless heads tearing and gorging. He broke loose before his stomach emptied itself. Above some trees in the far distance, he could just make out black specks whirling low, dropping, then rising again. Vultures fighting over their meal. There's something bad up there. He swallowed, meeting Ingtar's gaze. How could he fit telling them into the story of being a sniffer? I don't want to get close enough to look at that, but they'll want to investigate once they can see the vultures. I have to tell them enough so they'll circle around. The people from that village. I think the Trollocs killed them. Uno began cursing quietly, and some of the other Shianarans muttered to themselves. None of them seemed to take his announcement as odd, though. Lord Ingtar said he was a sniffer, and sniffers could smell killing. "And there is someone following us," Ingtar said. Matt turned his horse eagerly. "Maybe it's Rand. I knew he wouldn't run out on me." Thin, scattered puffs of dust rose to the north. A horse was running across patches where the grass grew thin. The Shianarans spread out, lances ready, watching in all directions. It was no place to be casual about a stranger. A speck appeared, a horse and rider, a woman, to Perrin's eyes, long before anyone else could discern the rider, and quickly drew closer. She slowed to a trot as she came up on them, fanning herself with one hand. A plump, graying woman with her cloak tied behind her saddle, who blinked at them all vaguely. "That's one of the Aes Sedai," Matt said disappointedly. "I recognize her. Vain." "Berin Sedai," Ingtar said sharply, then bowed to her from his saddle. "Moraine Sedai sent me, Lord Ingtar," Verin announced with a satisfied smile. "She thought you might need me. Such a gallop I've had. I thought I might not catch you short of Kerhen. You saw that village, of course? Oh, that was very nasty, wasn't it? And that Myrddraal. There were ravens and crows all over the rooftops, but never a one went near it, dead as it was. I had to wave away the Dark One's own weight in flies, though, before I could make out what it was. A shame I did not have time to take it down. I've never had a chance to study her." Suddenly her eyes narrowed, and the absent manner vanished like smoke. "Where is Randall Thor?" Ingtar grimaced. "Gone, Berin Sedai. Vanished last night without a trace. Him, the Ogier, and Hurin, one of my men. The Ogier, Lord Ingtar, and your sniffer went with him? What would those two have in common with? Goit? Goit? Ingtar gaped at her, and she snorted. "Did you think you could keep something like that secret?" She snorted again. "Sniffers. Vanished, you say?" "Yes, Berin Sedai." Ingtar sounded unsettled. "It was never easy discovering Aes Sedai knew the secrets you were trying to keep from them. Perrin hoped Moraine had not told anyone about him. But I have a new sniffer." The Shianaran lord gestured to Perrin. "This man seems to have the ability also. I will find the Horn of Valere, as I swore to, have no fear. Your company will be welcome, Aes Sedai, if you wish to ride with us." To Perrin's surprise, he did not sound as if he entirely meant it. Perrin glanced at Perrin, and he shifted uneasily. "A new sniffer, just when you lose your old one. How? Goit? Goit? Providential. You found no tracks?" "No, of course not. You said no trace." "Odd, mate." She twisted in her saddle, looking back north, and for a moment, Perrin almost thought she was going to ride back the way she had come. Ingtar frowned at her. "You think their disappearance has something to do with the Horn, Aes Sedai?" Verin settled back. "The Horn? Well, But it is odd. It's very odd. I do not like odd things until I can understand them. I can have 2 men escort you back to where they disappeared, Verin Sedai. They will have no trouble taking you right to it. Go. If you say they vanished without a trace. Goit? For a long moment she studied Ingtar, her face unreadable. "I will ride with you. Perhaps we will find them again, or they will find us. Talk to me as we ride, Lord Ingtar. Tell me everything you can about the young man." Everything he did, everything he said. They started off in a jingle of harness and armor, Verin riding close beside Ingtar and questioning him closely, but too low to be overheard. She gave Perrin a look when he tried to maintain his place, and he fell back. "It's Rand she's after," Matt murmured, "not the Horn." Perrin nodded. "Wherever you've gotten to, Rand, stay there. It's safer than here." The way the strangely faded, distant hills seemed to slide toward Rand when he looked straight at them made his head spin unless he wrapped himself in the void. Sometimes the emptiness crept up on him unawares, but he avoided it like death. Better to be dizzy than share the void with that uneasy light. Better by far to stare at the faded land. Still, he tried not to look at anything too far away unless it lay right ahead of them. Hurin wore a fixed look as he concentrated on sniffing the trail, as if he were trying to ignore the land the trail crossed. When the sniffer did notice what lay around them, he would give a start and wipe his hands on his coat, then push his nose forward like a hound, eyes glazing, excluding everything else. Loyal Rhodes slumped in his saddle and frowned as he glanced around, ears twitching uneasily, muttering to himself. Again they crossed land, blackened and burned, even the soil crunching under the horses' hooves as if it had been seared. The burned swaths, sometimes a mile wide, sometimes only a few hundred paces, all ran east and west as straight as an arrow's flight. Twice Rand saw the end of a burn, once as they rode over it, once as they passed nearby. They tapered to points at the ends. At least, the ends he saw were so, but he suspected they were all the same. Once he had watched Watley Eldin decorate a cart for Sunday, back home in Emon's field, what painting the scenes in bright colors and the intricate scrollwork that surrounded them. For the borders, what let the point of his brush touch the cart, making a thin line that grew thicker as he pressed harder, then thinner again as he eased up. That was how the land looked, as if someone had streaked it with a monstrous brush of fire. Nothing grew where the burns were, though some burns, at least, had the feel of a thing long done. Not so much as a hint of char remained in the air there. Not a whiff, even when he leaned down to break off a black twig and smell it. Old, yet nothing had come in to reclaim the land. Black gave way to green, and green to black, along knife-edged lines. In its own way, the rest of the land lay as dead as the burns, though grass covered the ground and leaves covered the trees. Everything had that faded look, like clothes too often washed and too long left in the sun. There were no birds or animals, not that Rand saw or heard. No hawk wheeling in the sky, no bark of a hunting fox, no birds singing. Nothing rustled in the grass or lit on a tree branch. No bees or butterflies. Several times they crossed streams, the water shallow, though often it had dug itself a deep gully with steep banks. The horses had to scramble down and climb on the other side. The water ran clear except for the mud. The horses' hooves stirred, but never a minnow or tadpole wriggled out of the roiling, not even a water spider dancing across the surface or a hovering lacewing. The water was drinkable, which was just as well, since their water bottles could not last forever. Rand tasted it first, and made Loyal and Hurin wait to see if anything happened to him before he let them drink. He had gotten them into this. It was his responsibility. The water was cool and wet, but that was the best that could be said for it. It tasted flat, as if it had been boiled. Loyal made a face, and the horses did not like it either, shaking their heads and drinking reluctantly. There was one sign of life, at least. Rand thought it must be so. Twice he saw a wispy streak crawling across the sky like a line drawn with cloud. The lines were too straight to be natural, it seemed, but he could not imagine what might make them. He did not mention the lines to the others. Perhaps they did not see, Hurin intent on the trail as he was, and Loyal drawn in on himself. They said nothing of the lines, at any rate. When they had ridden half the morning, Loyal abruptly swung down from his huge horse without a word and strode to a stand of giant's broom, their trunks splitting into many thick branches, stiff and straight, not a pace above the ground. At the top, all split again, into the leafy brush that gave them their name. Rand pulled Red up and started to ask what he was doing, but something about the Ogier's manner, as if he himself were uncertain, kept Rand silent. After staring at the tree, Loyal put his hands on a trunk and began to sing in a deep, soft rumble. Rand had heard Ogier tree song once, when Loyal had sung to a dying tree and brought it back to life, and he had heard of sung wood, objects wrought from trees by the tree song. The talent was fading, Loyal said. He was one of the few who had the ability now. That was what made sung wood even more sought after and treasured. When he had heard Loyal sing before, it had been as if the earth itself sang. But now the Ogier murmured his song almost diffidently, and the land echoed it in a whisper. It seemed pure song, music without words, at least none that Rand could make out. If there were words, they faded into the music just as water pours into a stream. Hurin gasped and stared. Rand was not sure what it was. Loyal did, or how. Soft as the song was, it caught him up hypnotically, filling his mind almost the way the void did. Loyal ran his big hands along the trunk, singing, caressing with his voice as well as his fingers. The trunk now seemed smoother somehow, as if his stroking were shaping it. Rand blinked. He was sure the piece Loyal worked on had had branches at its top just like the others, but now it stopped in a rounded end right above the Ogier's head. Rand opened his mouth, but the song quieted him. It seemed so familiar, that song, as if he should know it. Abruptly, Loyal's voice rose to a climax. Almost a hymn of thanks it sounded, and ended, fading as a breeze fades. "Burn me," Hurin breathed. He looked stunned. "Burn me? I never heard anything like." "Goit? Goit? Burn me." In his hands, Loyal held a staff as tall as he was and as thick as Rand's forearm, smooth and polished. Where the trunk had been on the giant's broom was a small stem of new growth. Rand took a deep breath. Always something new, always something I didn't expect, and sometimes it isn't horrible. He watched Loyal mount, resting the staff across his saddle in front of him, and wondered why the Ogier wanted a staff at all, since they were riding. Then he saw the thick rod, not as big as it was, but in relation to the Ogier, saw the way Loyal handled it. "A quarterstaff," he said, surprised. "I didn't know Ogier carried weapons, Loyal." "Usually we do not," the Ogier replied almost curtly. "Usually, the price has always been too high." He hefted the huge quarterstaff and wrinkled his broad nose with distaste. "Elder Haman would surely say I am putting a long handle on my axe, but I'm not just being hasty or rash, Rand." "Whose place?" "Goit? He shivered, and his ears twitched. "We'll find our way back soon," Rand said, trying to sound confident. Loyal spoke as if he had not heard. "String is, Goit? Linked, Rand. Whether it lives or not, whether it thinks or not, everything that is fits together. The tree does not think, but it is part of the whole, and the whole has a feeling. I can't explain any more than I can explain what being happy is, but Goit? Rand, this land was glad for a weapon to be made. Glad. The light shine on us, Hurin murmured nervously, and the Creator's hand shelter us. Though we go to the last embrace of the Mother, the light illumine our way. He kept repeating the catechism as if it had a charm to protect him. Rand resisted the impulse to look around. He definitely did not look up. All it would take to break them all was another of those smoky lines across the sky right at that moment. "There's nothing here to hurt us," he said firmly, "and we'll keep a good watch and make sure nothing does." He wanted to laugh at himself, sounding so certain. He was not certain about anything, but watching the others. Loyal with his tufted ears drooping and Hurin trying not to look at anything. He knew one of them had to seem to be sure, at least, or fear and uncertainty would break them all apart. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills. He squeezed that thought out. Nothing to do with the wheel. Nothing to with Tavern, or Aes Sedai, or the dragon. It's just the way it is, that's all. "Loyal, are you done here?" The Ogier nodded, regretfully rubbing the quarterstaff. Rand turned to Hurin. "Do you still have the trail?" "I do, Lord Rand. I do that." "Then let's keep on with it. Once we find Fain and the Dark Friends, why, we'll go home heroes, with the dagger for Mat and the Horn of Valere. Lead out, Hurin." "Heroes. I'll settle for all of us getting out of here alive." "I do not like this place," the Ogier announced flatly. He held the quarterstaff, as if he expected to have to use it soon. "As well, we don't mean to stay here then, isn't it?" Grant said. Hurin barked a laugh, as if he had made a joke, but Loyal gave him a level look. "As well we don't, Rand." Yet as they rode on southward, he could see that his casual assumption that they would get home had picked them both up a little. Hurin sat a bit straighter in his saddle, and Loyal's ears did not seem so wilted. It was no time or place to let them know he shared their fear, so he kept it to himself and fought it by himself. Hurin kept his humor through the morning, murmuring, "As well we don't mean to stay," then chuckling, until Rand felt like telling him to be quiet. Toward midday, the sniffer did fall silent though, shaking his head and frowning, and Rand found he wished the man was still repeating his words and laughing. "Is there something wrong with the trail, Hurin?" he'd asked. The sniffer shrugged, looking troubled. "Yes, Lord Rand, and then again no, as you might say. It must be one or the other. Have you lost the trail?" "No shame if you have. You said it was weak to start. If we can't find the Dark Friends, we will find another stone and get back that way." Light, anything but that. Rand kept his face smooth. If dark friends can come here and leave, so can we. Oh, I haven't lost it, Lord Rand. I can still pick out the stink of them. It isn't that. Exist. Got. I. Got. I. Got. I. It's. Got. I. Got. I. With a grimace, Hurin burst out. It's like I'm remembering it, Lord Rand, instead of smelling it. But I'm not. There's dozens of trails crossing it all the time. Dozens and dozens, and all sorts of smells of violence, some of them fresh almost, only washed out like everything else. This morning, right after we left the hollow, I could have sworn there were hundreds slaughtered right under my feet just minutes before, but there weren't any bodies, and not a mark on the grass but our own hoof prints. A thing like that couldn't happen without the ground being torn up and bloodied, but there wasn't a mark. It's all like that, my lord. But I am following the trail. This place just has me all on edge. That's it. That must be it. Rand glanced at Loyal. The Ogier did come up with the oddest knowledge at times, but he looked as puzzled as Hurin. Rand made his voice more confident than he felt. I know you are doing your best, Hurin. We are all of us on edge. Just follow as best you can, and we'll find them. As you say, Lord Rand. Hurin booted his horse forward, as you say. But by nightfall, there was still no sign of the Dart Friends, and Hurin said the trail was fainter still. The sniffer kept muttering to himself about remembering. There had been no sign. Really no sign. Rand was not as good a tracker as Uno, but any boy in the Two Rivers was expected to track well enough to find a lost sheep or a rabbit for dinner. He had seen nothing. It was as if no living thing had ever disturbed the land before they came. There should have been something if the Dark Friends were ahead of them. But Hurin kept following the trail he said he smelled. As the sun touched the horizon, they made camp in a stand of trees untouched by the burn, eating from their saddlebags. Flatbread and dried meat washed down with flat-tasting water, hardly a filling meal, tough and far from tasty. Rand thought they might have enough for a week. After that, Hurin ate slowly, determinedly, but Loyal gulped his down with a grimace and settled back with his pipe, the big quarterstaff close at hand. Rand kept their fire small and well hidden in the trees. Fain and his dark friends and Trollocs might be close enough to see a fire, for all of Hurin's worries about the oddness of their trail. It seemed odd to him that he had begun to think of them as Fain's dark friends, Fain's Trollocs. Fain was just a madman. Then why did they rescue him? Fain had been part of the Dark One's scheme to find him. Perhaps it had something to do with that. Then why is he running instead of chasing me? And what killed that Fade? What happened in that room full of flies? And those eyes, watching me in Fal Dara? And that wind, catching me like a beetle in pine sap? No, Baal-Zamon has to be dead. The Aes Sedai did not believe it. Moraine did not believe it, nor the Amyrlin. Stubbornly, he refused to think about it any longer. All he had to think about now was finding that dagger for Mat. Finding Fain and the horn. It's never over, old Thor. The voice was like a thin breeze whispering in the back of his head, a thin, icy murmur working its way into the crevices of his mind. He almost sought the void to escape it, but remembering what waited for him there, he pushed down the desire. In the half-dark of twilight, he worked the forms with his sword, the way Lan had taught, though without the void, parting the silk. Hummingbird kisses the honey rose. Heron, wading in the rushes for balance. Losing himself in the swift, sure movements, forgetting for a time where he was, he worked until sweat covered him. Yet when he was done, it all came back. Nothing was changed. The weather was not cold, but he shivered and pulled his cloak around him as he hunched by the fire. The others caught his mood, and they finished eating quickly and in silence. No one complained when he kicked dirt over the last fitful flames. Rand took the first watch himself, walking the edges of the copse with his bow, sometimes easing his sword in its scabbard. The chill moon was almost full, standing high in the blackness, and the night was as silent as the day had been, as empty. Empty was the right word. The land was as empty as a dusty milk crock. It was hard to believe there was anyone in the whole world, in this world, except for the three of them. Hard to believe even the Dark Friends were there, somewhere ahead. To keep himself company, he unwrapped Tom Merrilin's cloak, exposing the harp and flute in their hard leather cases atop the many-colored patches. He took the gold and silver flute from its case, remembering the gleeman teaching him as he fingered it, and played a few notes of "The Wind That Shakes the Willow," softly so as not to wake the others. Even soft, the sad sound was too loud in that place, too real. With a sigh, he replaced the flute and did up the bundle again. He held the watch long into the night, letting the others sleep. He did not know how late it was when he suddenly realized a fog had risen. Close to the ground it lay, thick, making Huron and Loyal indistinct mounds seeming to hump out of clouds. Thinner higher up, it still shrouded the land around them, hiding everything except the nearest trees. The moon seemed viewed through watered silk. Anything at all could come right up to them unseen. He touched his sword. "Swords do no good against me, Luz Therin. You should know that." The fob swirled around Rand's feet as he spun, the sword coming into his hands, heron-marked blade upright before him. The void leaped up inside him. For the first time, he barely noticed the tainted light of Sedin. A shadowy figure drew nearer through the mist, walking with a tall staff. Behind it, as if the shadow's shadow were vast, the fob darkened till it was blacker than night. Rand's skin crawled. Closer the figure came, until it resolved into the shape of a man, clothed and gloved in black, with a black silk mask covering his face, and the shadow came with it. His staff was black, too, as if the wood had been charred, yet smooth and shining like water by moonlight. For an instant the eye holes of the mask glowed, as if fires stood behind them rather than eyes. But Rand did not need that to know who it was. "Ba'alzamon," he breathed. "This is a dream. It has to be. I fell asleep and..." Ba'alzamon laughed like the roar of an open furnace. "You always try to deny what is, Luz Therin. If I stretch out my hand, I can touch you, Kinslayer. I can always touch you. Always and everywhere. I am not the dragon. My name is Rand, Rand clamped his teeth shut to stop himself. "Oh, I know the name you use now, Luz Therin. I know every name you have used through age after age, long before you were even the Kinslayer." Ba'alzamon's voice began to rise in intensity. Sometimes the fires of his eyes flared so high that Rand could see them through the openings in the silk mask, see them like endless seas of flame. "I know you, know your blood and your line back to the first spark of life that ever was, back to the first moment. You can never hide from me. Never. We are tied together as surely as two sides of the same coin. Ordinary men may hide in the sweep of the pattern, but taverns stand out like beacon fires on a hill. And you stand out as if 10,000 shining arrows stood in the sky to point you out. You are mine, and ever in reach of my hand. O father of lies." Ikaga managed. Despite the void, his tongue wanted to cleave to the roof of his mouth. "Light, please let it be a dream." The thoughts skittered outside the emptiness. "Even one of those dreams that isn't a dream. He can't really be standing in front of me. The Dark One is sealed in Sheol Ghul, sealed by the Creator at the moment of creation. Got I. He knew too much of the truth for it to help. "You're well named. If you could just take me, why haven't you?" "Because you cannot. I walk in the light, and you cannot touch me." Ba'alzamon leaned on his staff and looked at Rand a moment, then moved to stand over Loyal and Hurin, peering down at them. The vast shadow moved with him. He did not disturb the fog Rand saw. He moved, the staff swung with his steps, but the grey mist did not swirl and eddy around his feet as it did around Rand's. That gave him heart. Perhaps Ba'alzamon really was not there. Perhaps it was a dream. "You find odd followers," Ba'alzamon mused. "No!" "You always did. These two. The girl who tries to watch over you. A poor guardian and weak Kinslayer. If she had a lifetime to grow, she would never grow strong enough for you to hide behind." "Girl?" "Ooh, Moraine is surely not a girl." "I don't know what you are talking about, Father of Lies. You lie, and even when you tell the truth, you twist it to a lie." "Do I, Luz Therin? You know what you are, who you are. I have told you. I have told you, and so have those women of Tar Valon. Rand shifted, and Baalzamon gave a laugh like a small thunderclap. They think themselves safe in their white tower. But my followers number even some of their own. The Aes Sedai called Moiraine told you who you are, did she not? Or is she one of mine? The White Tower means to use you like a hound on a leash. Do I lie? Do I lie when I say you seek the Horn of Valere? He laughed again, calm of the void, or no, it was all Rand could do not to cover his ears. Sometimes old enemies fight so long that they become allies and never realize it. They think they strike at you, but they have become so closely linked, it is as if you guided the blow yourself. You don't guide me, Rand said. I deny you. I have 1,000 strings tied to you, Kinslayer, each one finer than silk and stronger than steel. Time has tied 1,000 cords between us. The battle we two have fought. Do you remember any part of that? Do you have any glimmering that we have fought before? Battles without number back to the beginning of time? I know much that you do not. That battle will soon end. The last battle is coming. The last, lose therein. Do you really think you can avoid it? You poor, shivering worm. You will serve me or die. And this time the cycle will not begin anew with your death. The grave belongs to the great Lord of the Dark. This time, if you die, you will be destroyed utterly. This time the wheel will be broken whatever you do, and the world remade to a new mold. Serve me. Serve Shaitan, or be destroyed forever. With the utterance of that name, the air seemed to thicken. The darkness behind Baalzamon swelled and grew, threatening to swallow everything. Rand felt it engulfing him, colder than ice and hotter than coals, both at the same time, blacker than death, sucking him into the depths of it, overwhelming the world. He gripped his sword hilt till his knuckles hurt. I deny you, and I deny your power. I walk in the light. The light preserves us, and we shelter in the palm of the Creator's hand. He blinked. Baalzamon still stood there, and the great darkness still hung behind him. But it was as if all the rest had been illusion. Do you want to see my face? It was a whisper. Rand swallowed. It's glow. You should. A gloved hand went to the black mask. No. The mask came away. It was a man's face horribly burned. Yet between the black-edged red crevices crossing those features, the skin looked healthy and smooth. Dark eyes looked at Rand, cruel lips smiled with a flash of white teeth. Look at me, Kinslayer, and see the 100th part of your own fate. For a moment, eyes and mouth became doorways into endless caverns of fire. This is what the power unchecked can do, even to me. But I heal, lose therein. I know the paths to greater power. It will burn you like a moth flying into a furnace. I will not touch it. Rand felt the void around him, felt set in. I won't. You cannot stop yourself. Leave me alone. Power. Baalzamon's voice became soft, insinuating. You can have power again, lose therein. You are linked to it now, this moment. I know it, can see it. Feel it, lose therein. Feel the glow inside you. Feel the power that could be yours. All you must do is reach out for it, but the shadow is there between you and it. Madness and death. You need not die, lose therein, not ever again. No, Rand said, but the voice went on, burrowing into him. I can teach you to control that power so that it does not destroy you. No one else lives who can teach you that. The great Lord of the Dark can shelter you from the madness. The power can be yours, and you can live forever. Gore. All you must do in return is serve. Only serve. Simple words. I am yours, great Lord, and power will be yours. Power beyond anything those women of Tar Valon dream of, and life eternal if you will only offer yourself up and serve. Rand licked his lips. Not to go mad. Not to die. I walk in the light, he grated hoarsely, and you can never touch me. Touch you, lose therein. Touch you. I can consume you. Taste it and know as I knew. Those dark eyes became fire again, and that mouth, flame that blossomed and grew until it seemed brighter than a summer sun. Grew, and suddenly Rand's sword glowed as if just drawn from the forge. He cried out as the hilt burned his hands, screamed and dropped the sword. And the fog caught fire, fire that leaped, fire that burned everything. Yelling, Rand beat at his clothes as they smoked and charred and fell in ashes, beat with hands that blackened and shriveled as naked flesh cracked and peeled away in the flames. He screamed. Pain beat at the void inside him, and he tried to crawl deeper into the emptiness. The glow was there, the tainted light just out of sight. Half mad, no longer caring what it was, he reached for Sedin, tried to wrap it around him, tried to hide in it from the burning and the pain. As suddenly as the fire began, it was gone. Rand stared wonderingly at his hand sticking out of the red sleeve of his coat. There was not so much as a singe on the wool. I imagined it all. Frantically he looked around. But Alzamon was gone. Hurin shifted in his sleep. The sniffer and Loyal were still only two mounds sticking up out of the low fog. I did imagine it. Before relief had a chance to grow, pain stabbed his right hand, and he turned it up to look. There across the palm was branded a heron. The heron, from the hilt of his sword, angry and red, as neatly done as though drawn with an artist's skill. Fumbling a kerchief from his coat pocket, he wrapped it around his hand. The hand throbbed now. The void would help with that. He was aware of pain in the void, but he did not feel it. But he put the thought out of his head. Twice now, unknowing, and once on purpose, he could not forget that. He had tried to channel the one power while he was in the void. It was with that Baalzamon wanted to tempt him. It was that Moraine and the Amyrlin Seat wanted him to do. He would not. "You should not have done it, Lord Rand," Hurin said when Rand woke the others just at daybreak. The sun yet hid below the horizon, but there was light enough to see. The fog had melted away while dark still held, fading reluctantly. "If you use yourself up to spare us, my lord, who will see to getting us home?" "I needed to think," Rand said. Nothing showed the fog had ever been, or Baalzamon. He fingered the kerchief wrapped around his right hand. There was that to prove Baalzamon had been there. He wanted to be away from this place. Time to be in the saddle. If we are going to catch Fain's dart friends. Class time. We can eat flatbread while we ride. Loyal paused in the act of stretching, his arms reaching as high as Hurin could have standing on Rand's shoulders. "Your hand, Rand. What happened? I heard it." "It's nothing. I have a salve in my saddlebags. It is nothing." Rand knew he sounded harsh, but one look at the brand would surely bring questions he did not want to answer. "Time's wasting. Let us be on our way." He set about saddling Red, awkwardly because of his injured hand, and Hurin jumped to his own horse. "No need to be so touchy," Loyal muttered. A track, Rand decided as they set out, would be something natural in that world. There were too many unnatural things there. Even a single hoofprint would be welcome. Fain and the dart friends and the Trollocs had to leave some mark. He concentrated on the ground they passed over, trying to make out any trace that could have been made by another living thing. There was nothing. Not a turned stone, not a disturbed clod of earth. Once he looked at the ground behind them, just to reassure himself that the land did take hoofprints. Scraped turf and bent grass marked their passage plainly, yet ahead, the ground was undisturbed. But Hurin insisted he could smell the trail, faint and thin, but still heading south. Once again, the sniffer put all his attentions on the trail. He followed, like a hound tracking deer. And once again, Loyal rode lost in his own thoughts, muttering to himself and rubbing the huge quarterstaff held across his saddle in front of him. They had not been riding more than an hour when Rand saw the spire ahead. He was so busy watching for tracks that the tapering column already stood thick and tall above the trees in the middle distance when he first noticed it. "I wonder what that is." It lay directly in their path. "I don't know what it can be, Rand," Loyal said. If this was our own world, Lord Rand." Hurin shifted uncomfortably in his saddle. Well, that monument Lord Ingtar was talking about, the one to Arthur Hawkwing's victory over the Trollocs, it was a great spire. But it was torn down 1,000 years ago. There's nothing left but a big mound, like a hill. I saw it when I went to Caerhien for Lord Egelmar. "According to Ingtar," Loyal said, "that is still 3 or 4 days ahead of us. If it is here at all." I don't know why it should be. I don't think there are any people here at all. The sniffer put his eyes back on the ground. That's just it, isn't it, Builder? No people. But there it is ahead of us. Maybe we ought to keep clear of it, my Lord Rand. No telling what it is or who's there in a place like this. Rand drummed his fingers on the high pommel of his saddle for a moment, thinking. We have to stick as close to the trail as we can, he said finally. We don't seem to be getting any closer to Fain as it is, and I don't want to lose more time, if we can avoid it. If we see any people, or anything out of the ordinary, then we'll circle around until we pick it up again. But until then, we keep on. As you say, my lord. The sniffer sounded odd, and he gave Rand a quick, sidelong look. As you say. Rand frowned for a moment before he understood, and then it was his turn to sigh. Lords did not explain to those who followed them, only to other lords. I didn't ask him to take me for a bloody lord, but he did. A small voice seemed to answer him, and you let him. You made the choice. Now the duty is yours. Take the trail, Hurin, Rand said. With a flash of relieved grin, the sniffer heeled his horse onward. The weak sun climbed as they rode, and by the time it was overhead, they were only a mile or so from the spire. They had reached one of the streams, in a gully, a pace deep, and the intervening trees were sparse. Rand could see the mound it was built on like a round, flat-topped hill. The grey spire itself rose at least 100 spans, and he could just make out now that the top was carved in the likeness of a bird with outstretched wings. A hawk, Rand said. It is Hawkwing's monument. What must be. There were people here, whether there are now or not. They just built it in another place here and never tore it down. Think of it, Hurin. When we get back, you'll be able to tell them what the monument really looked like. There will only be 3 of us in the whole world who have ever seen it. Hurin nodded. Yes, my lord. My children would like to hear that tale, their father seeing Hawkwing Spire. Rand, Loyal began worriedly. We can gallop the distance, Rand said. Come on, a gallop will do us good. This place may be dead, but we're alive. Rand, Loyal said, I don't think that is a... Not waiting to hear. Rand dug his boots into Red's flanks, and the stallion sprang forward. He splashed across the shallow ribbon of water in 2 strides, then scrabbled up the far side. Hurin launched his horse right behind him. Rand heard Loyal calling behind them, but he laughed, waved for the Ogier to follow, and galloped on. If he kept his eyes on one spot, the land did not seem to slip and slide so badly, and the wind felt good on his face. The mound covered a good 2 hides, but the grassy slope rose at an easy slant. The grey spire reared into the sky, squared and broad enough despite its height to seem massive, almost squat. Rand's laughter died, and he pulled Red up, his face grim. Is that Hawkwing's monument, Lord Rand? Hurin asked uneasily. It doesn't look right, somehow. Rand recognized the harsh, angular script that covered the face of the monument, and he recognized some of the symbols chiseled on the breadth, chiseled as tall as a man. The horned skull of the Davol Trollocs, the iron fist of the Dae Mor, the trident of the Kobal, and the whirlwind of the Arfrite. There was a hawk, too, carved near the bottom. With a wingspan of 10 paces, it lay on its back, pierced by a lightning bolt, and ravens pecked at its eyes. The huge wings atop the spire seemed to block the sun. He heard Loyal galloping up behind him. I tried to tell you, Rand, Loyal said. It is a raven, not a hawk. I could see it clearly. Hurin turned his horse, refusing even to look at the spire any longer. But how? Rand said. Arthur Hawkwing won a victory over the Trollocs here. Ingtar said so. Not here, Loyal said slowly. Obviously not here. From stone to stone run the lines of it, between the worlds that might be. I've been thinking on it, and I believe I know what the worlds that might be are. Huma, maybe I do. Worlds, our world might have been if things had happened differently. Maybe that's why it is all so... washed out looking. Because it's an if. Maybe. Just a shadow of the real world. In this world, I think, the Trollocs won. Maybe that's why we have not seen any villages or people. Rand's skin crawled. Where Trollocs won, they did not leave humans alive except for food. If they had won across an entire world, If the Trollocs had won, they would be everywhere. We'd have seen 1,000 of them by now. We'd be dead since yesterday. I do not know, Rand. Perhaps after they killed the people, they killed one another. Trollocs live to kill. That is all they do. That is all they are. I just don't know. Lord Rand, Hurin said abruptly, something moved down there. Rand whirled his horse, ready to see charging Trollocs, but Hurin was pointing back the way they had come, at nothing. What did you see, Hurin? Where? The sniffer let his arm drop. Right at the edge of that clump of trees there, about a mile. I thought it was. The woman. And something else I couldn't make out, but he shivered. It's so hard to make out things that aren't under your nose. Ah, this place has my guts all a-whirl. I'm likely imagining things, my lord. This is a place for queer fancies. His shoulders hunched as if he felt the spire pressing on them. No doubt it was just the wind, my lord, Loyal said. There's something else to consider, I'm afraid. He sounded troubled again. He pointed southward. What do you see off there? Rand squinted against the way things far off seemed to slide toward him. Land like what we've been crossing. Trees. Then some hills and mountains. Oh, nothing else. What do you want me to see? The mountains, Loyal sighed. The tufts on his ears drooped, and the ends of his eyebrows were down on his cheeks. That has to be Kinslayer's dagger, Rand. There aren't any other mountains they could be, unless this world is completely different from ours. But Kinslayer's dagger lies more than 100 leagues south of the Erenin. He could be more. Distances are hard to judge in this place, but... I think we will reach them before dark. He did not have to say any more. They could not have covered over 100 leagues in less than 3 days. Without thinking, Rand muttered, maybe this place is like the Ways. He heard Hurin moan, and instantly regretted not keeping a rein on his tongue. It was not a pleasant thought. Enter a waygate. They could be found just outside Ogier Steading, and in Ogier Groves. Enter and walk for a day, and you could leave by another waygate 100 leagues from where you started. The ways were dark now, and foul, and to travel them meant to risk death or madness. Even Fades feared to travel the ways. If it is Rand, Loyal said slowly, can a misstep kill us here too? Are there things we have not yet seen that can do worse than kill us? Hurin moaned again. They had been drinking the water, riding along as if they had not a concern in the world. Unconcern would kill quickly in the Ways. Rand swallowed, hoping his stomach would settle. It is too late for worrying about what is past, he said. From here on, though, we will watch our step. He glanced at Hurin. The sniffer's head had sunk between his shoulders, and his eyes darted as if he wondered what would leap at him, and from where. The man had run down murderers, but this was more than he had ever bargained for. Hold on to yourself, Hurin. We are not dead yet, and we won't be. We will just have to be careful from here on. That's all. It was at that moment they heard the scream, thin with distance. A woman, Hurin said. Even this much that was normal seemed to rouse him a little. I knew I saw. Another scream came, more desperate than the first. Not unless she can fly, Rand said. She's south of us. He kicked Red to a dead run in 2 strides. Be careful, you said, Loyal shouted after him. Light, Rand, remember. Be careful. Rand lay low on Red's back, letting the stallion run. The screams drew him on. It was easy to say be careful, but there was terror in that woman's voice. She did not sound as if she had time for him to be careful. On the edge of another stream, in a sheer banked channel deeper than most, he drew rein. Red skidded in a shower of stones and dirt. The screams were coming. There. He took it all in at a glance. Perhaps 200 paces away, the woman stood beside her horse in the stream, both of them backed against the far bank. With a broken length of branch, she was fending off a snarling. Rand swallowed, stunned for a moment. If a frog were as big as a bear, or if a bear had a frog's grey-green hide, it might look like that. Or a big bear. Not letting himself think about the creature, he leaped to the ground, unlimbering his bow. If he took the time to ride closer, it might be too late. The woman was barely keeping the idea. La Horgoz, La Horgoz, thing, La Horgoz, La Horgoz. At the edge of the branch. It was a fair distance. He kept blinking as he tried to judge it. The distance seemed to change by spans every time the thing moved, yet a big target. His bandaged hand made drawing awkward, but he had an arrow loosed almost before his feet were set. The shaft sank into the leathery hide for half its length, and the creature spun to face Rand. Rand took a step back despite the distance. That huge, wedge-shaped head had never been on any animal he could imagine, nor that wide, horny-lipped beak of a mouth hooked for ripping flesh. And it had 3 eyes, small and fierce, and ringed by hard-looking ridges. Gathering itself, the thing bounded toward him down the stream in great, splashing leaps. To Rand's eye, some of the leaps seemed to cover twice as much distance as others, though he was sure they were all the same. "An eye!" the woman called. She sounded surprisingly calm, considering her screams. "You must hit an eye to kill it." He drew the fletching of another arrow back to his ear. Reluctantly, he sought the void. He did not want to, but it was for this that Tam had taught him, and he knew he could never make the shot without it. "My father," he thought with a sense of loss, and emptiness filled him. The quavering light of Sedin was there, but he shut it away. He was one with the bow, with the arrow, with the monstrous shape leaping toward him. One with the tiny eye. He did not even feel the arrow leave the bowstring. The creature rose in another bound, and at the peak, the arrow struck its central eye. The thing landed, fountaining another huge splash of water and mud. Ripples spread out from it, but it did not move. "Well shot, and bravely," the woman called. She was on her horse, riding to meet him. Rand felt vaguely surprised that she had not run once the thing's attention was diverted. She rode past the bulk, still surrounded by the ripples of its dying, without even a downward glance, scrambled her horse up the bank, and dismounted. Few men would stand to face the charge of a Grom, my lord. She was all in white, her dress divided for riding and belted in silver, and her boots, peeking out from under her hems, were tooled in silver too. Even her saddle was white and silver-mounted. Her snowy mare, with its arched neck and dainty step, was almost as tall as Rand's bay. But it was the woman herself. She was perhaps Nynaeve's age, he thought, who held his eyes. She was tall, for one thing, a hand taller, and she could almost look him in the eyes. For another, she was beautiful. Ivory pale skin contrasting sharply with long, night-dark hair and black eyes. He had seen beautiful women. Moraine was beautiful, if cool, and so was Nynaeve, when her temper did not get the better of her. Egwene and Elaine, the daughter heir of Andor, were each enough to take a man's breath. What this woman? La Horgoz, La Horgoz, La Horgoz. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. He felt his heart start beating again. "Your retainers, my lord?" Startled, he looked around. Corin and Loial had joined them. Hurin was staring the way Rand knew he had been, and even the Ogier seemed fascinated. "My friends," he said, "Loyal and Hurin, my name is Rand, Randall Thor." "I have never thought of it before," Loyal said abruptly, sounding as if he were talking to himself. "But if there is such a thing as perfect human beauty, in face and form, then you." "Loyal," Rand shouted. The Ogier's ears stiffened in embarrassment. Rand's own ears were red. Loial's words had been too close to what he himself was thinking. The woman laughed musically, but the next instant she was all regal formality, like a queen on her throne. "I am called Selene," she said. "You have risked your life and saved mine. I am yours, Lord Randall Thor." And, to Rand's horror, she knelt before him. Not looking at Hurin or Loyal, he hastily pulled her to her feet. A man who will not die to save a woman is no man. Immediately, he disgraced himself by blushing. It was a Shianaran saying, and he knew it sounded pompous before it was out of his mouth, but her manner had infected him, and he could not stop it. "Poimain, La Horgoz, La Horgoz, La Horgoz." Wow, that is, it was. Fool. You can't tell a woman saving her life was nothing. It was my honor. That sounded vaguely Shianaran and formal. He hoped it would do. His mind was as blank of anything else to say as if he were still in the void. Suddenly he became conscious of her eyes on him. Her expression had not changed, but her dark eyes made him feel as if he were naked. Unbidden, the thought came of Celine with no clothes. His face went red again. Yeah. Ah, where are you from, Celine? We have not seen another human being since we came here. Is your town nearby? She looked at him thoughtfully, and he stepped back. Her look made him too aware of how close to her he was. I'm not from this world, my lord, she said. There are no people here. Nothing living except the Grom and a few other creatures like them. I am from Kerhian, and as to how I came here, I don't know exactly. I was out riding, and I stopped to nap, and when I woke, my horse and I were here. I can only hope, my lord, that you can save me again and help me go home. Celine, I am not a Plahorgoz. That is, please call me Rand. His ears felt hot again. Light. It won't hurt anything if she thinks I'm a lord. Burn me. It won't hurt anything. If you wish it. Plahorgoz. Rand. Her smile made his throat tighten. You will help me? Of course I will. Burn me, but she's beautiful, and looking at me like I'm a hero in a story. He shook his head to clear it of foolishness. But first, we have to find the men we are following. I'll try to keep you out of danger, but we must find them. Coming with us will be better than staying here alone. For a moment she was silent, her face blank and smooth. Rand had no idea what she was thinking, except that she seemed to be studying him anew. A man of duty, she said finally. A small smile touched her lips. Fly like that. Yes. Who are these miscreants you follow? Dark friends and Trollocs, my lady, Hurin burst out. He made an awkward bow to her from his saddle. They did murder in Fal Dara keep and stole the Horn of Valere, my lady, but Lord Rand will fetch it back. Rand stared at the sniffer ruefully. Hurin gave a weak grin. So much for secrecy. It did not matter here, he supposed, but once back in their world. Celine, you must not say anything of the horn to anyone. If it gets out, we'll have 100 people on our heels trying to get the horn for themselves. No, it would never do, Celine said, for that to fall into the wrong hands. The Horn of Valere. I could not tell you how often I've dreamed of touching it, holding it in my hands. You must promise me, when you have it, you will let me touch it. Before I can do that, we have to find it. We had better be on our way. Rand offered his hand to help her mount. Hurin scrambled down to hold her stirrup. Whatever that thing was, I killed. A Grom? There may be more of them around. Her hand was firm, there was surprising strength in her grip, and her skin was. Silk. Something softer, smoother. Wanda shivered. There always are, Celine said. The tall white mare frisked and bared her teeth once at Red, yet Celine's touch on the reins quieted her. Rand slung his bow across his back and climbed onto Red. Light. How could anyone's skin be so soft? Gurin, where's the trail? Hurin. The sniffer gave a start and left off staring at Celine. Yes, Lord Rand. The trail. South, my lord. Still south. Then let's ride. Rand gave an uneasy look at the grey-green bulk of the Grom lying in the stream. It had been better believing they were the only living things in that world. Take the trail, Hurin. Celine rode alongside Rand at first, talking of this and that, asking him questions and calling him Lord. Half a dozen times he started to tell her he was no lord, only a shepherd, and every time, looking at her, he could not get the words out. A lady like her would not talk the same way with a shepherd, he was sure, even one who had saved her life. You will be a great man when you found the Horn of Valere, she told him. A man for the legends. The man who sounds the horn will make his own legends. I don't want to sound it, and I don't want to be part of any legend. He did not know if she was wearing perfume, but there seemed to be a scent to her, something that filled his head with her. Spices, sharp and sweet, tickling his nose, making him swallow. Every man wants to be great. You could be the greatest man in all the ages. It sounded too close to what Moiraine had said. The Dragon Reborn would certainly stand out through the ages. Not me, he said fervently. I'm just. He thought of her scorn if he told her now that he was only a shepherd after letting her believe he was a lord, and changed what he had been going to say, just trying to find it, and to help a friend. She was silent a moment, then said, "You've hurt your hand. It is nothing." He started to put his injured hand inside his coat. It throbbed from holding the reins, but she reached out and took it. He was so surprised he let her, and then there was nothing to do except either jerk away rudely or else let her unwrap the kerchief. Her touch felt cool and sure. His palm was angrily red and puffy, but the heron still stood out plainly and clearly. She touched the brand with a finger, but made no comment on it, not even to ask how he had come by it. "This could stiffen your hand if it's untended. I have an ointment that should help." From a pocket inside her cloak, she produced a small stone vial, unstopped it, and began gently rubbing a white salve on the burn as they rode. The ointment felt cold at first, then seemed to melt away warmly into his flesh. And it worked as well as Nynaeve's ointments sometimes did? He stared in amazement as the redness faded and the swelling went down under her stroking fingers. "Some men," she said, not raising her eyes from his hand, "choose to seek greatness while others are forced to it. It is always better to choose than to be forced. A man who's forced is never completely his own master. He must dance on the strings of those who forced him." Rand pulled his hand free. The brand looked a week old or more, all but healed. "What do you mean?" he demanded. She smiled at him, and he felt ashamed of his outburst. "Why, the horn, of course," she said calmly, putting away her salve. Her mare, stepping along beside Red, was tall enough that her eyes were only a little below Rand's. "If you find the Horn of Valere, there will be no avoiding greatness. But will it be forced on you, or will you take it? That's the question." He flexed his hand. She sounded so much like Moiraine. "Are you a Sedai?" Celine's eyebrows lifted. Her dark eyes glittered at him, but her voice was soft. "A Sedai? No. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm sorry. Offend me. I am not offended, but I'm no Aes Sedai." Her lip curled in a sneer. Even that was beautiful. They cower in what they think is safety, when they could do so much. They serve when they could rule, let men fight wars when they could bring order to the world. "No, never call me Aes Sedai." She smiled and laid her hand on his arm to show she was not angry. Her touch made him swallow. But he was relieved when she let the mare drop back beside Loial. Quirin bobbed his head at her like an old family retainer. Rand was relieved, but he missed her presence too. She was only 2 spans away. He twisted in his saddle to stare at her, riding by Loial's side. The Ogier was bent half double in his saddle so he could talk with her. But that was not the same as being right there beside him, close enough for him to smell her heady scent, close enough to touch. He settled back angrily. It was not that he wanted to touch her, exactly. He reminded himself that he loved Egwene. He felt guilty at the need for reminding. But she was beautiful, and she thought he was a lord, and she said he could be a great man. He argued sourly with himself inside his head. "Moiraine says you can be great too, the Dragon Reborn. Celine is not Aes Sedai." "That's right. She's a Kerhianin noblewoman, and you're a shepherd. She doesn't know that. How long do you let her believe a lie?" "It's only till we get out of this place." "We get out." On that note, his thoughts subsided to sullen silence. He tried to keep a watch on the country through which they rode. If Celine said there were more of those things, La Horgoz, Yoscom, La Horgoz. About, he believed her, and Hurin was too intent on smelling the trail to notice anything else. Loial was too wrapped up in his talk with Celine to see anything until it bit him on the heel. But it was hard to watch. Turning his head too quickly made his eyes water. A hill or a stand of trees could seem a mile off when seen from one angle, and only a few hundred spans when seen from another. The mountains were growing closer. Of that much he was sure. Kinslayer's dagger, looming against the sky now. A saw-tooth expanse of snow-capped peaks. The land around them already rose in foothills, heralding the coming of the mountains. They would reach the edge of the mountains proper well before dark, perhaps in only another hour or so. More than 100 leagues in less than 3 days. Worse than that. We spend most of a day south of the Erenin in the real world. Over 100 leagues in less than 2 days here. She says you were right about this place, Rand. Rand gave a start before he realized Loyal had ridden up beside him. He looked for Celine and found her riding with Hurin. The sniffer was grinning and ducking his head and all but knuckling his forehead at everything she said. Rand glanced sideways at the Ogier. I'm surprised you could let her go, the way you two had your heads together. What do you mean I was right? She is a fascinating woman, isn't she? Some of the elders don't know as much as she does about history, especially the Age of Legends, and about... Oh, yes. She says you were right about the ways, Rand. The Aes Sedai, some of them, studied worlds like this, and that study was the basis of how they grew the ways. She says there are worlds where it is time rather than distance that changes. Spend a day in one of those, and you might come back to find a year has passed in the real world, or 20. Or it could be the other way around. Those worlds. This one, all the others, are reflections of the real world, she says. This one seems pale to us because it is a weak reflection, a world that had little chance of ever being. Others are almost as likely as ours. Those are as solid as our world and have people. The same people, she says, Rand. Imagine it. You could go to one of them and meet yourself. The pattern has infinite variation, she says, and every variation that can be, will be. Rand shook his head, then wished he had not as the landscape flickered back and forth and his stomach lurched. He took a deep breath. How does she know all that? You know about more things than anybody I ever met before, Loyal, and all you knew about this world amounted to no more than a rumor. She's Kerhinen, Rand. The Royal Library in Kerhien is one of the greatest in the world, perhaps the greatest outside Tavalon. The Aiels spared it deliberately, you know, when they burned Kerhien. They will not destroy a book. Did you know that they... I don't care about Aielman, Rand said hotly. If Celine knows so much, I hope she read how to get us home from here. I wish Selena... You wish Celine what? The woman laughed as she joined them. Rand stared at her as if she had been gone months. That was how he felt. I wish Celine would come ride with me some more, he said. Loyal chuckled, and Rand felt his face burn. Celine smiled and looked at Loyal. You will excuse us, Alantin. The Ogier bowed in his saddle and let his big horse fall back, the tufts on his ears drooping with reluctance. For a time Rand rode in silence, enjoying Celine's presence. Now and again he looked at her out of the corner of his eye. He wished he could get his feelings about her straight. Could she be an Aes Sedai, despite her denial? Someone sent by Moiraine to push him along whatever path he was meant to follow in the Aes Sedai's plans. Moiraine could not have known he would be taken to this strange world, and no Aes Sedai would have tried to fend off that beast with a stick when she could strike it dead or send it running with the power. Since she took him for a lord, and no one in Kerhien knew different, he might keep on letting her think it. She was surely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, intelligent and learned, and she thought he was brave. What more could a man ask from a wife? That's crazy too. I'd marry Egwene if I could marry anyone, but I can't ask a woman to marry a man who's going to go mad, maybe hurt her. But Celine was so beautiful. She was studying his sword, he saw. He read the words in his head. No, he was not a blade master, but his father had given him the sword. Light. Why couldn't you really be my father? He squashed the thought ruthlessly. That was a magnificent shot, Celine said. No, I'm not a... Rand began, then blinked. A shot? Yes. A tiny target, that eye, moving at 100 paces. You have a wonderful hand with that bow. Rand shifted awkwardly. La Horgoz. Thank you. It's a trick my father taught me. He told her about the void, about how Tam had taught him how to use it with the bow. He even found himself telling her about Lan and his sword lessons. The oneness, she said, sounding satisfied. She saw his questioning look and added, that is what it is called. La Horgoz. Ho, in some places. Oneness. To learn the full use of it, It is best to wrap it around you continuously, to dwell in it at all times, or so I've heard. He did not even have to think about what lay waiting for him in the void to know his answer to that, but what he said was, "I'll think about it." Wear this void of yours all the time, Randall Thor, and you'll learn uses for it you never suspected. I said I will think about it. She opened her mouth again, but he cut her off. You know all these things. About the void, the oneness you call it. About this world. Loyal reads books all the time. He's read more books than I've ever seen, and he's never seen anything but a fragment about the stones. Selene drew herself up straight in her saddle. Suddenly she reminded him of Moiraine and of Queen Morghese when they were angry. There was a book written about these worlds, she said tightly. Mirrors of the Wheel. You see, the Atlantean has not seen all the books that are. What is this Atlantean you call him? I've never heard. The portal stone beside which I woke is up there, Selene said, pointing into the mountains, off to the east of their path. Rand found himself wishing for her warmth again, and her smiles. If you take me to it, you can return me to my home, as you promised. We can reach it in an hour. Rand barely looked where she pointed. Using the stone portal stone, she called it, meant wielding the power, if he were to take her back to the real world. Corinne, how is the trail? Fainter than ever, Lord Rand, but still there. The sniffer spared a quick grin and bob of his head for Selene. I think it's starting to angle off to the west. There's some easier passes there, toward the tip of the dagger, as I recall from when I went to Cahian that time. Rand sighed. Fain, or one of his dark friends, has to know another way to use the stones. A dark friend couldn't use the power. I have to follow the horn, Selene. How do you know your precious horn is even in this world? Come with me, Rand. You'll find your legend, I promise you. Come with me. You can use the stone, this portal stone, yourself, he said angrily. Before the words were out of his mouth, he wanted them back. Why does she have to keep talking about legends? Stubbornly, he forced himself to go on. The portal stone didn't bring you here by itself. You did it, Selene. If you made the stone bring you here, you can make it take you back. I'll take you to it, but then I must go on after the horn. I know nothing about using the portal stones, Rand. If I did anything, I don't know what it was. Rand studied her. She sat her saddle, straight-backed and tall, just as regally as before, but somehow softer too. Proud, yet vulnerable, and needing him. He had put Nynaeve's age to her, a handful of years older than himself, but he had been wrong, he realized. She was more his own age, and beautiful, and she needed him. The thought, just the thought, of the void flickered through his head, and of the light. Subtly, to use the portal stone, he must dip himself back into that taint. Stay with me, Selene, he said. We'll find the horn, and Mat's dagger, and we'll find a way back. I promise you. Just stay with me. You always. La Holgos. La Holgos. Selene drew a deep breath as if to calm herself. You always are so stubborn. Well, I can admire stubbornness in a man. There is little to a man who's too easily biddable. Rand colored. It was too much like the things Egwene sometimes said, and they had all but been promised in marriage since they were children. From Selene, the words and the direct look that went with them were a shock. He turned to tell Húrin to press on with the trail. From behind them came a distant coughing grunt. Before Rand could whirl red to look, another bark sounded, and 3 more on its heels. At first he could make out nothing as the landscape seemed to waver in his eyes, but then he saw them through the widespread stands of trees, just topping a hill. 5 shapes, it seemed, only half a mile distant, a bare 1,000 paces at most, and coming in 30-foot bounds. Grom, Selene said calmly. A small pack, but they have our scent, it seems. Choices. We'll run for it, Rand said. Corinne, can you gallop and still follow the trail? Yes, Lord Rand. Then push on. We will. It won't do any good, Selene said. Her white mare was the only one of their mounts, not dancing at the gruff barks coming from the Grom. They don't give up, not ever. Once they have your scent, Grom keep coming, day and night, until they run you down. You must kill them all, or find a way to go elsewhere. Rand, the portal stone can take us elsewhere. No! We can kill them. I can. I already killed 1. There are only 5. If I can just find La Horgoz. He cast around for the spot he needed and found it. Follow me! Digging his heels in, he set Red to a gallop, confident before he heard their hooves that the others would come. The place he had chosen was a low, round hill, bare of trees. Nothing could come close without him seeing. He swung down from his saddle and unlimbered his longbow. Loyal and Hurin joined him on the ground, the Ogier hefting his huge quarterstaff, the Sniffer with his short sword in his fist. Neither quarterstaff nor sword would be of much use if the Grom closed with them. I won't let them get close. This risk is not necessary, Celine said. She barely looked toward the Grom, bending from her saddle to concentrate on Rand. We can easily reach the portal stone ahead of them. I will stop them. Hastily, Rand counted the arrows remaining in his quiver. 18. Each as long as his arm. 10 of them with points like chisels, designed to drive through Trolloc armor. They would do as well for Grom as for Trollocs. He stuck 4 of those upright in the ground in front of him. A 5th he knocked to the bow. Loyal, Hurin, you can do no good down here. Mount and be ready to take Celine to the stone if any get through. He wondered whether he could kill one of the things with his sword if it came to that. You are mad. Even the power is not as bad as this. Loyal said something, but he did not hear. He was already seeking the void, as much to escape his own thoughts as for need. You know what's waiting, but this way I don't have to touch it. The glow was there, the light just out of sight. It seemed to flow toward him, but the emptiness was all. Thoughts darted across the surface of the void, visible in that tainted light. Satlin, Hugwe, madness, death, extraneous thoughts. He was one with the bow, with the arrow, with the things topping the next rise. The ground came on, overreaching one another in their leaps. 5 great leathery shapes, triple-eyed with horny maws gaping. Their grunting calls rebounded from the void, barely heard. Rand was not aware of raising his bow or drawing the fletching against his cheek to his ear. He was one with the beasts, one with the center eye of the first. Then the arrow was gone. The first Grom died. One of its companions leaped on it as it fell, beak of a mouth ripping gobbets of flesh. It snarled at the others, and they circled wide. But they came on, and as if compelled, it abandoned its meal and leaped after them, its horny maw already bloody. Rand worked smoothly, unconsciously, knock and release. One release. The 5th arrow left his bow, and he lowered it, still deep in the void, as the 4th Grom fell like a huge puppet with its strings cut. Though the final arrow still flew, somehow he knew there was no need for another shot. The last beast collapsed as if its bones had melted, a feathered shaft jutting from its center eye. Always the center eye. Magnificent, Lord Rand, Hurin said. Gale, la Horgoz. I've never seen shooting like that. The void held Rand. The light called to him, and he... La Horgoz. Quatst. La Horgoz. Poured it. It surrounded him, filled him. Lord Rand? Hurin touched his arm, and Rand gave a start, the emptiness filling up with what was around him. Are you all right, my lord? Rand brushed his forehead with fingertips. It was dry. He felt as if it should have been covered with sweat. La Horgoz. I'm fine, Hurin. It grows easier each time you do it, I've heard, Celine said. The more you live in the oneness, the easier. Rand glanced at her. Well, I won't need it again, not for a while. What happened? I wanted to. La Horgoz. He still wanted to, he realized with horror. He wanted to go back into the void, wanted to feel that light filling him again. It had seemed as if he were truly alive then, sickliness and all, and now was only an imitation. No, worse. He had been almost alive, knowing what alive would be like. All he had to do was reach out to Sedin. La Horgoz. Not again, he muttered. He gazed off at the dead Grom. 5 monstrous shapes lying on the ground. Not dangerous anymore. Now we can be on our A coughing bark, all too familiar, sounded beyond the dead Grom, beyond the next hill, and others answered it. Still more came from the east, from the west, from the west. Rand half raised his bow. "How many arrows do you have left?" Selene demanded. "Can you kill 20 Grom? 20? Or 100? We must go to the portal stone." "She is right, Rand," Loyal said slowly. "You do not have any choice now." Húrin was watching Rand anxiously. The Grom called, a score of barks overlapping. "The stone," Rand agreed reluctantly. Angrily, he threw himself back into his saddle, slung the bow on his back. "Lead us to this stone, Selene." With a nod, she turned her mare and heeled it to a trot. Rand and the others followed, they eagerly, he holding back. The barks of Grom pursued them, hundreds it seemed. It sounded as if the Grom were ranged in a semicircle around them, closing in from every direction but the front. Swiftly and surely, Selene led them through the hills. The land rose in the beginning of mountains, slopes steepening so the horses scrambled over washed-out-looking rocky outcrops and the sparse, faded-looking brush that clung to them. The way became harder, the land slanting more and more upward. "We're not going to make it," Rand thought. The fifth time, Red slipped and slid backwards in a shower of stone. Loyal threw his quarterstaff aside. It would be of no use against Grom, and it only slowed him. The Ogier had given up riding. He used one hand to haul himself up and pulled his tall horse behind him with the other. The hairy, fetlocked animal made heavy going, but easier than with Loyal on its back. Grom barked behind them, closer now. Then Selene drew rein and pointed to a hollow nestled below them in the granite. It was all there. The 7 wide, colored stairs around a pale floor and the tall stone column in the middle. She dismounted and led her mare into the hollow, down the stairs to the column. It loomed over her. She turned to look back up at Rand and the others. The Graham gave their grunting barks, scores of them, loud. "Near. They will be on us soon," she said. "You must use the stone, Rand, or else find a way to kill all the Grom." With a sigh, Rand got down from his saddle and led Red into the hollow. Loyal and Húrin followed hastily. He stared at the symbol-covered column, the portal stone, uneasily. She must be able to channel, even if she doesn't know it, or it couldn't have brought her here. The power doesn't harm women. "If this brought you here," he began, but she interrupted him. "I know what it is," she said firmly, "but I do not know how to use it. You must do what must be done." She traced one symbol, a little larger than the others, with a finger. A triangle standing on its point inside a circle. "This stands for the true world, our world. I believe it will help if you hold it in your mind while you..." She spread her hands as if unsure exactly what it was he was supposed to do. "My lord," Húrin said diffidently, "there isn't much time." He glanced over his shoulder at the rim of the hollow. The barking was louder. "Those things will be here in minutes now." Loyal nodded. Drawing a deep breath, Rand put his hand on the symbol Selene had pointed out. He looked at her to see if he was doing it right, but she merely watched, not even the slightest frown of worry wrinkling her pale forehead. "She's confident you can save her. You have to." The scent of her filled his nostrils. "My lord!" Rand swallowed and sought the void. It came easily, springing up around him without effort. Emptiness. Emptiness, except for the light, wavering in a way that turned his stomach. Emptiness, except for Sedin. But even the queasiness was distant. He was one with the portal stone. The column felt smooth and slightly oily under his hand, but the triangle and circle seemed warm against the brand on his palm. Have to get them to safety. Have to get them home. The light drifted toward him, it seemed, surrounded him, and he... embraced. Light filled him. Heat filled him. He could see the stone, see the others watching him. Loyal and Húrin anxiously, Selene showing no doubt that he could save her. But they might as well not have been there. The light was all. The heat and the light, suffusing his limbs like water sinking into dry sand, filling him. The symbol burned against his flesh. He tried to suck it all in, all the heat, all the light. The The symbol. Suddenly, as if the sun had gone out for the blink of an eye, the world flickered. And again. The symbol was a live coal under his hand. He drank in the light. The world flickered. It made him sick, that light. It was water to a man dying of thirst. Flicker. He sucked at it. It made him want to vomit. He wanted it all. Flicker. The triangle and circle seared him. He could feel it charring his hand. Flicker. Wanted it all. He screamed, howling with pain, howling with wanting. Flicker. Flicker. Flicker, flicker. Flicker. Hands pulled at him. He was only vaguely aware of them. He staggered back. The void was slipping away. The light and the sickness that twisted at him. The light. He watched it go regretfully. Light. That's crazy to want it. But I was so full of it. Why was so? Dazed, he stared at Celine. It was she who held his shoulders, stared wonderingly into his eyes. He raised his hand in front of his face. The heron brand was there, but nothing else. No triangle and circle burned into his flesh. Remarkable, Celine said slowly. She glanced at Loyal and Hurin. The Ogier looked stunned, his eyes as big as plates. The sniffer was squatting with one hand on the ground, as if unsure he could support himself else. All of us here, and all of our horses, and you do not even know what you did. Remarkable. Ah oui, la hongoise, Rand began hoarsely, and had to stop to swallow. Look around you, Celine said. You brought us home. She gave a sudden laugh. You brought all of us home. For the first time, Rand became aware of his surroundings again. The hollow surrounded them without any stairs, though here and there lay a suspiciously smooth piece of stone, colored red or blue. The column lay against the mountainside, half buried in the loose rock of a fall. The symbols were unclear. Here, wind and water had worked wrong on them, and everything looked real. The colors were solid. The granite, a strong gray, the brush green and brown. After that other place, it seemed almost too vivid. Home, Rand breathed, and then he was laughing too. We're home. Loyal's laughter sounded like a bull bellowing. Gorin danced a caper. You did it, Celine said, leaning closer until her face filled Rand's eyes. I knew that you could. Rand's laughter died. I suppose I did. He glanced at the fallen portal stone and managed a weak laugh. I wish I knew what it was I did, though. Celine looked deep into his eyes. Perhaps one day you will know, she said softly. You are surely destined for great things. Her eyes seemed as dark and deep as night, as soft as velvet. Her mouth. If I kissed her. He blinked and stepped back hurriedly, clearing his throat. Celine, please don't tell anyone about this. About the portal stone and me. I don't understand it, and neither will anybody else. You know how people are about things they don't understand. Her face wore no expression at all. Suddenly, he wished very much that Matt and Perrin were there. Perrin knew how to talk to girls, and Matt could lie with a straight face. He could manage neither very well. Suddenly, Celine smiled and dropped a half-mocking curtsy. I will keep your secret, my lord Rand or Thor. Rand glanced at her and cleared his throat again. Is she angry with me? She'd certainly be angry if I had tried to kiss her. Why, think. He wished she would not look at him as she was, as if she knew what he was thinking. Hurin, is there any chance the Dark Friends used this stone before us? The sniffer shook his head ruefully. They were angling to the west of here, Lord Rand. Unless these portal stone things are more common than I've seen, I'd say they're still in that other world. But it wouldn't take me an hour to check it. The land's the same here as there. I could find the place here where I lost the trail there, if you see what I mean, and see if they've already gone by. Rand glanced at the sky. The sun, a wonderfully strong sun, not pale at all, sat low to the west, stretching their shadows out across the hollow. Another hour would bring full twilight. In the morning, he said, but I fear we've lost them. We can't lose that dagger. We can't. Celine, if that's the case, in the morning we will take you on to your home. Is it in the city of Kehin itself, or La Horgoz? La Horgoz. You may not have lost the Horn of Valere yet, Celine said slowly. As you know, I do know a few things about those worlds. Mirrors of the wheel, Loyal said. She gave him a look, then nodded. Those worlds truly are mirrors in a way, especially the ones where there are no people. Some of them reflect only great events in the true world, but some have a shadow of that reflection even before the event occurs. The passage of the Horn of Valere would certainly be a great event. Reflections of what will be are fainter than reflections of what is or what was, just as Hurin says, the trail he followed was faint. Hurin blinked incredulously. You mean to say, my lady, I've been smelling where those dark friends are going to be? The light helped me, I wouldn't like that. It's bad enough smelling where violence has been, without smelling where it will be, too. There can't be many spots where there won't be some kind of violence, some time. It would drive me crazy, like as not. That place we just left nearly did. I could smell it all the time there, killing and hurting, and the vilest evil you could think of. I could even smell it on us, on all of us. Even on you, my lady, if you'll forgive me for saying so. It was just that place, twisting me the way it twisted your eye. He gave himself a shake. I'm glad we're out of there. I can't get it out of my nostrils yet, all the way. Rand rubbed absently at the brand on his palm. What do you think, Loyal? Could we really be ahead of Fain's dark friends? The Ogier shrugged, frowning. I don't know, Rand. I don't know anything about any of this. I think we are back in our world. I think we are in Kinslayer's dagger. Horgond that. La Horgoz. La Horgoz. He shrugged again. We should be seeing you home, Celine, Rand said. Your people will be worried about you. A few days will see if I'm right, she said impatiently. Qurin can find where he left the trail. He said so. We can watch over it. The Horn of Valere cannot be much longer reaching here. The Horn of Valere, Rand. Think of it. The man who sounds the horn will live in legend forever. I don't want anything to do with legends, he said sharply. But if the Dark Friends get by you, La Horgoz, La Horgoz, La Horgoz. What if Ingtar lost them? Then the Dark Friends have the Horn of Valere forever, and Matt dies. All right, a few days. At the worst, we will probably meet Ingtar and the others. I can't imagine they've stopped or turned back just because we, La Horgoz, went away. A wise decision, Rand, Celine said, and well thought out. She touched his arm and smiled, and he found himself again thinking of kissing her. La Horgoz, La Horgoz. We need to be closer to where they'll come. Or if they do come, Qurin. Can you find us a camp before dark? Somewhere we can watch the place where you lost the trail? He glanced at the portal stone and thought about sleeping near it. Thought of the way the void had crept up on him in sleep the last time, and the light in the void. Somewhere, well away from here. Leave it in my hands, Lord Rand. The sniffer scrambled to his saddle. I vow, I'll never sleep again without. First I see what kind of stone there is nearby. As Rand rode Red up out of the hollow, he found himself watching Celine more than he did Hurin. She seemed so cool and self-possessed, no older than he, yet queenly. But when she smiled at him, as she did just then, La Horgoz, La Horgoz, La Horgoz. Egwene wouldn't have said I was wise. Egwene would have called me a woolhead. Irritably, he healed Red's flanks. Egwene balanced on the healing deck as the River Queen sped down the wide Erenin under cloud-dark skies, sails full-bellied, white flame banner whipping furiously at the mainmast. The wind had risen as soon as the last of them was aboard the ships back in Meadow, and it had not failed or flagged for an instant since, day or night. The river had begun to race in flood as it still did, slapping the ships about while it drove them onward. Wind and river had not slowed, and neither had the ships, all clustered together. The River Queen led only right for the vessel that carried the Amyrlin Seat. The helmsman held his tiller grimly, feet planted and spread, and sailors padded barefoot at their work, intent on what they did. When they glanced at the sky or the river, they tore their eyes away with low mutters. A village was just fading from view behind, and a boy raced along the bank. He had kept up with the ships for a short distance, but now they were leaving him behind. When he vanished, Egwene made her way below. In the small cabin they shared, Nynaeve glared up at her from her narrow bed. They say we'll reach Tar Valon today. The light helped me, but I'll be glad to put foot on land again, even if it is in Tar Valon. The ship lurched with wind and current, and Nynaeve swallowed. I'll never step on a boat again, she said breathlessly. Egwene shook the river spray out of her cloak and hung it on a peg by the door. It was not a big cabin. There were no big cabins on the ship, it seemed, not even the one the Amyrlin had taken over from the captain, though that was larger than the rest. With its 2 beds built into the walls, shelves beneath them and cabinets above, everything lay close to hand. Except for keeping her balance, the movements of the ship did not bother her the way they did Nynaeve. She had given up offering Nynaeve food after the 3rd time the wisdom threw the bowl at her. I'm worried about Rand, she said. I'm worried about all of them, Nynaeve replied dully. After a moment, she said, Another dream last night? The way you've been staring at nothing since you got up. La Horgoz. Egwene nodded. She had never been very good at keeping things from Nynaeve, and she had not tried with the dreams. Nynaeve had tried to dose her at first, until she heard one of the Aes Sedai was interested. Then she began to believe. It was like the others. Different, but the same. Rand is in some kind of danger. I know it, and it is getting worse. He's done something, or he's going to do something, that puts him in. La Horgoz. She dropped down on her bed and leaned toward the other woman. I just wish I could make some sense of it. Channeling? Nynaeve said softly. Despite herself, Egwene looked around to see if anyone was there to hear. They were alone, with the door closed, but still she spoke just as softly. I don't know. Maybe. There was no telling what Aes Sedai could do. She had seen enough already to make her believe every story of their powers, and she would not risk eavesdropping. I won't risk Rand. If I did right, I'd tell them, but Moraine knows, and she hasn't said anything. And it's Rand. I don't know what to do. Has Anaya said anything more about these dreams? Nynaeve seemed to make it a point never to add the honorific Sedai, even when the 2 of them were alone. Most of the Aes Sedai appeared not to care, but the habit had earned a few strange looks, and some hard ones. She was going to train in the White Tower after all. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, Egwene quoted Anaya. The boy is far away, child, and there's nothing we can do until we know more. I will see to testing you myself once we reach the White Tower, child. She knows there is something in these dreams. I can tell she does. I like the woman, Nynaeve, I do. But she won't tell me what I want to know, and I can't tell her everything. Maybe if I could. La Horgoz. The man in the mask again, Egwene nodded. Somehow, she was sure it was better not to tell Anaya about him. She could not imagine why, but she was sure. 3 times the man whose eyes were fire had been in her dreams, each time when she dreamed a dream that convinced her Rand was in danger. He always wore a mask across his face. Sometimes she could see his eyes, and sometimes she could only see fire where they should be. He laughed at me. So, La Horgoz. Contemptuous. As though I were a puppy he was going to have to push out of his way with his foot. It frightens me. He frightens me. Are you sure it has anything to do with the other dreams, with Rand? With Rand, sometimes a dream is just a dream. Egwene threw up her hands. And sometimes, Nynaeve, you sound just like Anaya Sedai. She put a special emphasis on the title and was pleased to see Nynaeve grimace. If I ever get out of this bed, Egwene. A knock at the door cut off whatever Nynaeve had been going to say. Before Egwene could speak or move, the Amyrlin herself came in and shut the door behind her. She was alone, for a wonder. She seldom left her cabin, and then always with Lean at her side and maybe another of the Aes Sedai. Egwene sprang to her feet. The room was a little crowded, with 3 of them in it. "Both of you feeling well?" the Amyrlin said cheerily. She tilted her head at Nynaeve. "Eating well, too, I trust? In good temper?" Nynaeve struggled to a sitting position, with her back against the wall. "My temper is just fine, thank you." "We are honored, Mother," Egwene began, but the Amyrlin waved her to silence. "It's good to be on the water again, but it grows boring as a mill pond after a while with nothing to do." The ship heeled, and she shifted her balance without seeming to notice. "I will give you your lesson today." She folded herself onto the end of Egwene's bed, feet tucked under her. "Sit, child." Egwene sat, but Nynaeve began trying to push herself to her feet. "I think I will go on deck," I said. "Sit." The Amyrlin's voice cracked like a whip, but Nynaeve kept rising, wavering. She still had both hands on the bed, but she was almost upright. Egwene held herself ready to catch her when she fell. Closing her eyes, Nynaeve slowly lowered herself back to the bed. "Perhaps I will stay. It is no doubt windy up there." The Amyrlin barked a laugh. "They told me you had a temper in you like a fisher bird with a bone in its throat. Some of them, child, say you'd do well for some time as a novice, no matter how old you are. I say, if you have the ability I hear of, you deserve to be one of the accepted." She gave another laugh. "I always believe in giving people what they deserve. Yes, I suspect you will learn a great deal once you reach the White Tower." "I'd rather one of the warders taught me how to use a sword," Nynaeve growled. She swallowed convulsively and opened her eyes. "There is someone I'd like to use it on." Egwene looked at her sharply. Did Nynaeve mean the Amyrlin, which was stupid and dangerous besides? Or Lan? She snapped at Egwene every time Lan was mentioned. "A sword?" the Amyrlin said. "I never thought swords were much use. Even if you have the skill, child, there are always men who have as much and a deal more strength. But if you want a sword, la Holgos, la Holgos." She held up her hand. Egwene gasped, and even Nynaeve's eyes bulged, and there was a sword in it. With blade and hilt of an odd bluish white, it looked somehow. La Holgos, la Holgos. Hold, made from the air, child, with air. It's as good as most steel blades, better than most, but still not much use. The sword became a paring knife. There was no shrinking. It just was one thing, then the other. This, now, is useful. The paring knife turned to mist, and the mist faded away. The Amyrlin put her empty hand back in her lap. But either takes more effort than it is worth. Better, easier, simply to carry a good knife with you. You have to learn when to use your ability, as well as how, and when it's better to do things the way any other woman would. Let a blacksmith make knives for gutting fish. Use the one power too often and too freely, and you can come to like it too much. That way lies danger. You begin to want more of it, and sooner or later you run the risk of drawing more than you've learned to handle. And that can burn you out like a gutted candle, or... If I must learn all this, Nynaeve broke in stiffly, I would as soon learn something useful. All this? This? La Holgos, la Holgos. Make the air stir, Nynaeve. Light the candle, Nynaeve. Pour it out. Light it again. Ah! Egwene closed her eyes for a moment. Please, Nynaeve, please keep a check on your temper. She bit her lip to keep from saying it out loud. The Amyrlin was silent for a moment. Useful, she said at last. What? Something useful. You wanted a sword. Suppose a man came at me with a sword. What would I do? Something useful, you can be sure. This, I think. For an instant, Egwene thought she saw a glow around the woman at the other end of her bed. Then the air seemed to thicken. Nothing changed that Egwene could see, but she could surely feel it. She tried to lift her arm. It did not budge any more than if she were buried to her neck in thick jelly. Nothing could move except her head. "Release me," Nynaeve grated. Her eyes glared and her head jerked from side to side, but the rest of her sat as rigidly as a statue. Egwene realized that she was not the only one held. "Let me go. Useful, wouldn't you say? And it is nothing but air. The Amyrlin spoke in a conversational tone, as if they were all chatting over tea. Big man, with his muscles and his sword, and the sword does him as much good as the hair on his chest. Let me go, I say. And if I don't like where he is, why, I can pick him up. Nynaeve squawked furiously as she slowly rose, still in a sitting position, until her head almost touched the ceiling. The Amyrlin smiled. I've often wished I could use this to fly. The records say Aes Sedai could fly in the Age of Legends, but they aren't clear on how exactly. Not this way, though. It doesn't work like that. You might reach out with your hands and pick up a chest that weighs as much as you do. You look strong. But take hold of yourself however you will. You cannot pick yourself up. Nynaeve's head jerked furiously, but not another muscle of her twitched. The light burn you? Let me go. Egwene swallowed hard and hoped she was not also to be lifted. So, the Amyrlin continued, big hairy man and so forth. He can do nothing to me, while I can do anything at all to him. Why, if I had a mind to, she leaned forward, her eyes intent on Nynaeve. Suddenly her smile did not seem very friendly. I could turn him upside down and paddle his bottom. Just like. Suddenly the Amyrlin flew backwards so hard her head rebounded from the wall, and there she stayed, as if something were pressing against her. Egwene stared, her mouth dry. This isn't happening. Oh, it isn't. They were right, the Amyrlin said. Her voice sounded strained, as though she found it hard to breathe. They said you learn quickly, and they said it took your temper burning to get to the heart of what you can do. She took a struggling breath. Shall we release each other together, child? Nynaeve, floating in the air with her eyes ablaze, said, You let me go right now, or I'll... Abruptly, a look of amazement came over her face, a look of loss. Her mouth worked silently. The Amyrlin sat up, working her shoulders. You don't know everything yet, do you, child? Not the 100th part of everything. You did not suspect I could cut you off from the true source. You can still feel it there, but you can't touch it any more than a fish can touch the moon. When you learn enough to be raised to full sisterhood, no one woman will be able to do that to you. The stronger you become, the more Aes Sedai it will take to shield you against your will. Do you think now you want to learn? Nynaeve pressed her mouth shut in a thin line and stared her in the eye grimly. The Amyrlin sighed. If you had a hair less potential than you do, child, I would send you to the Mistress of Novices and tell her to keep you the rest of your life. But you will get what you deserve. Nynaeve's eyes widened, and she had just time to start a yell before she dropped, hitting her bed with a loud thud. Egwene winced. The mattresses were thin and the wood beneath hard. Nynaeve's face stayed frozen as she shifted the way she sat, just a fraction. And now, the Amyrlin said firmly, unless you would like further demonstration, we will get on with your lesson. Continue your lesson, we might say. Mother? Egwene said faintly. She still could not twitch below her chin. The Amyrlin looked at her questioningly, then smiled. What? I am sorry, child. Your friend was occupying my attention, I'm afraid. Suddenly, Egwene could move again. She raised her arms, just to convince herself that she could. Are you both ready to learn? Yes, Mother, Egwene said quickly. The Amyrlin raised an eyebrow at Nynaeve. After a moment, Nynaeve said in a tight voice, Yes, Mother. Egwene heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, good. Now then, empty your thoughts of everything but a flower bud. Egwene was sweating by the time the Amyrlin left. She had thought some of the other Aes Sedai had been hard teachers, but that smiling, plain-faced woman coaxed out every last drop of effort, drew it out, and when there was nothing left, she seemed to reach into you and pulled it out. It had gone well, though. As the door closed behind the Amyrlin, Egwene raised one hand. A tiny flame sprang to life, balanced a hairbreadth above the tip of her forefinger, then danced from fingertip to fingertip. She was not supposed to do this without a teacher, one of the accepted, at the very least, to watch over her, but she was too excited at her progress to pay any mind to that. Nynaeve bounded to her feet and threw her pillow at the closing door. That vile, contemptible, miserable hag. The light burned her. I'd like to feed her to the fish. I'd like to dose her with things that would turn her green for the rest of her life. I don't care if she's old enough to be my mother. If I had her in Emond's Field, she wouldn't sit down comfortably for la horrors. La Horgoz. Her teeth ground so loudly that Egwene jumped. Letting the flame die, Egwene put her eyes firmly on her lap. She wished she could think of a way to sneak out of the room without catching Nynaeve's eye. The lesson had not gone well for Nynaeve, because she had held her temper on a tight lead until the Amyrlin was gone. She never could do very much unless she was angry, and then it all burst out of her. After failure upon failure, the Amyrlin had done everything she could to rouse her again. Egwene wished Nynaeve could forget she had been there to see or hear any of it. Nynaeve stalked stiffly to her bed and stood staring at the wall behind it, her fist clenched at her side. Egwene looked longingly at the door. "It was not your fault," Nynaeve said, and Egwene gave a start. Nynaeve turned to look down at her. "It was not your fault," she repeated, sounding unconvinced. "But if you ever breathe one word, I'll. La Horgoz. Not a word," Egwene said quickly. "I don't even remember anything to breathe a word about." Nynaeve stared at her a moment longer, then nodded. Abruptly she grimaced. "Light, I did not think anything tasted worse than raw sheepstongue root. I'll remember that the next time you act the goose, so watch yourself." Egwene winced. That had been the first thing the Amyrlin had done trying to rouse Nynaeve's anger. A dark glob of something that glistened like grease and smelled vile had suddenly appeared and, while the Amyrlin held Nynaeve with the power, had been forced into the wisdom's mouth. The Amyrlin had even held her nose to make her swallow. And Nynaeve remembered things if she had seen them done once. Egwene did not think there was any way of stopping her if she took it into her mind to do it. For all her own success in making a flame dance, she could never have held the Amyrlin against a wall. At least being on the ship isn't making you sick anymore. Nynaeve grunted, then gave a short, sharp laugh. "I'm too angry to be sick." With another mirthless laugh, she shook her head. "I'm too miserable to be sick. Light, I feel as if I'd been dragged through a knothole backwards. If that is what novice training is like, you will have incentive to learn quickly." Egwene scowled at her knees. Compared to Nynaeve, the Amyrlin had only coaxed her, smiled at her successes, sympathized with her failures, then coaxed again. But all the Aes Sedai had said things would be different in the White Tower, harder, though they would not say how. If she had to go through what Nynaeve had, day after day, she did not think she could stand it. Something changed in the motion of the ship. The rocking eased, and feet thumped on the deck above their heads. A man shouted something Egwene could not quite make out. She looked up at Nynaeve. "Do you think? La Horgoz. Tar Valon?" "There is only one way to find out," Nynaeve replied, and determinedly took her cloak from its peg. When they reached the deck, sailors were running everywhere, heaving at lines, shortening sail, readying long sweeps. The wind had died to a breeze, and the clouds were scattering now. Egwene rushed to the rail. "What it is? It is Tar Valon." Nynaeve joined her with an expressionless face. The island was so big, it looked more as if the river split in two than contained a bit of land. Bridges that seemed to be made of lace arched from either bank to the island, crossing marshy ground as well as the river. The walls of the city, the shining walls of Tar Valon, glistened white as the sun broke through the clouds. And on the west bank, its broken top leaking a thin wisp of smoke, Dragon Mount reared black against the sky, one mountain standing among flat lands and rolling hills. Dragon Mount, where the dragon had died. Dragon Mount, made by the dragons dying. Egwene wished she did not think of Rand when she looked at the mountain. A man channeling. Light, help him. The River Queen passed through a wide opening in a tall, circular wall that thrust out into the river. Inside, one long wharf surrounded a round harbor. Sailors furled the last sails and used sweeps alone to move the ship's stern, first to its docking. Around the long wharf, the other ships that had come downriver were now being snugged into their berths among the ships already there. The white flame banner set workers scurrying along the already busy wharf. The Amyrlin came on deck before the shorelines were tied off, but dockworkers ran a gangplank aboard as soon as she appeared. Lean walked at her side, flame-tipped staff in hand, and the other Aes Sedai on the ship followed them ashore. None of them so much as glanced at Egwene or Nynaeve. On the wharf, a delegation greeted the Amyrlin-shawled Aes Sedai, bowing formally, kissing the Amyrlin's ring. The wharf bustled. Between ships unloading and the Amyrlin Seat arriving, soldiers formed up on disembarking. Men set booms for cargo, trumpet flourishes rang from the walls, competing with cheers from the onlookers. Nynaeve gave a loud sniff. It seems they've forgotten us. What along? We'll see to ourselves. Egwene was reluctant to leave her first sight of Tar Valon, but she followed Nynaeve below to gather their things. When they came back topside, bundles in their arms, soldiers and trumpets were gone, and Aes Sedai too. Men were swinging back hatches along the deck and lowering cables into the holds. On the deck, Nynaeve caught a dockman's arm, a burly fellow in a coarse brown shirt with no sleeves. "Our horses," she began. "Are busy," he growled, pulling free. "Horses'll all be took to the White Tower." He looked them up and down. "If you've business with the tower, best you take yourselves on. Aes Sedai don't hold with newlings being dardy." Another man, wrestling with a bale being swung out of the hold on a cable, shouted to him, and he left the women without a backwards glance. Egwene exchanged looks with Nynaeve. It seemed they really were on their own. Nynaeve stalked off the ship with grim determination on her face, but Egwene made her way dejectedly down the gangplank and through the tarry smell that hung over the wharf. All that talk about wanting us here, and now they don't seem to care. Broad stairs led up from the dock to a wide arch of dark red stone. On reaching it, Egwene and Nynaeve stopped to stare. Every building seemed a palace, though most of those close to the arch seemed to contain inns or shops from the signs over the doors. Fanciful stonework was everywhere, and the lines of one structure seemed designed to complement and set off the next, leading the eye along as if everything were part of one vast design. Some structures did not look like buildings at all, but like gigantic waves breaking, or huge shells, or fanciful wind-sculpted cliffs. Right in front of the arch lay a broad square with a fountain and trees, and Egwene could see another square further on. Above everything rose the towers, tall and graceful, some with sweeping bridges between them high in the sky. And over all rose one tower, higher and wider than all the rest, as white as the shining walls themselves. "Fair takes the breath at first sight," said a woman's voice behind them. "At 10th sight for that, and at 100th. Egwene turned. The woman was Aes Sedai. Egwene was sure of it, though she wore no shawl. No one else had that ageless look, and she held herself with an assurance, a confidence that seemed to confirm it. A glance at her hand showed the golden ring, the serpent biting its own tail. The Aes Sedai was a little plump, with a warm smile, and one of the oddest-appearing women Egwene had ever seen. Her plumpness could not hide high cheekbones. Her eyes had a tilt to them, and were the clearest, palest green, and her hair was almost the color of fire. Egwene barely stopped herself from goggling at that hair, those slightly slanted eyes. "Ogier built, of course," the Aes Sedai went on, "and their best work ever, some say. One of the first cities built after the breaking. There weren't 500,000 people here altogether then, no more than 20 sisters, but they built for what would be needed." "It is a lovely city," Nynaeve said. "We are supposed to go to the White Tower. We came here for training, but no one seems to care if we go or stay." "They care," the woman said, smiling. "I came here to meet you, but I was delayed speaking with the Amyrlin. I am Sheriam, the mistress of novices." "I am not to be a novice," Nynaeve said in a firm voice, but a little too quickly. "The Amyrlin herself said I was to be one of the accepted. So I was told." Sheriam sounded amused. "I have never heard of it being done so before, but they say you are. Exceptional. Remember though, even one of the accepted can be called to my study. It requires more breaking of the rules than for a novice, but it has been known to happen." She turned to Egwene as if she had not seen Nynaeve frown. "And you are our new novice. It is always good to see a novice come. We have too few these days. You will make 40, only 40. And no more than 8 or 9 of those will be raised to the accepted. Though I don't think you will have to worry about that too much if you work hard and apply yourself. The work is hard, and even for one with the potential they tell me you have, it will not be made any easier. If you cannot stick to it, no matter how hard it is, or if you will break under the strain, Better we find it out now and let you go on your way than wait until you are a full sister and others are depending on you. Aes Sedai's life is not easy. Here, we will prepare you for it, if you have in you what is required." Egwene swallowed. "Break under the strain? I will try, Sheriam Sedai," she said faintly. "And I will not break." Nynaeve looked at her worriedly. "Kikigarium, la Holgos." She stopped and took a deep breath. Sheriam Sedai. She seemed to force the honorific out. Does it have to be so hard on her? Flesh and blood can only take so much. I know. La Holgos. Something. La Holgos. Of what novices must go through. Surely there's no need to try to break her just to find out how strong she is. You mean what the Amyrlin did to you today? Nynaeve's back stiffened. Sheriam looked as though she were trying to keep amusement from her face. I told you I spoke with the Amyrlin. Rest your worries for your friend. Novice training is hard, but not that hard. That is for the first few weeks of being one of the accepted. Nynaeve's mouth fell open. Egwene thought the wisdom's eyes were going to come right out of her head. To catch the few who might have slipped through novice training when they should not have. We cannot risk having one of our number. A full Aes Sedai who will break under the stress of the world outside. The Aes Sedai gathered them both up, an arm around the shoulders of each. Nynaeve hardly seemed to realize where she was going. Come, Sheriam said, I will see you settled in your rooms. The White Tower awaits. Night on the edge of Kinslayer's dagger was cold, as nights in the mountains are always cold. The wind whipped down from the high peaks carrying the iciness of the snowcaps. Rand shifted on the hard ground, tugging at his cloak and blanket, and only half asleep. His hand went to his sword, lying beside him. One more day, he thought drowsily. Just one more. And then we go. If no one comes tomorrow, Ingtar or Dark Friends won. I'll take Selene to Kehien. He had told himself that before. Every day they had been there on the mountainside, watching the place where Hurin said the trail had been, in that other world, where Selena said the Dark Friends would surely appear in this world. He told himself it was time to leave. And Selene talked of the Horn of Valere, and touched his arm, and looked into his eyes, and before he knew it, he had agreed to yet another day before they went on. He shrugged against the chill of the wind, thinking of Selene touching his arm and looking into his eyes. If Egwene saw that, she'd shear me for a sheep, and Selene too. Egwene could already be in Tarvalon by now, learning to be an Aes Sedai. The next time she sees me, she'll probably try to gentle me. As he shifted over, his hand slid past the sword and touched the bundle holding Tom Merrilin's harp and flute. Unconsciously, his fingers tightened on the Gleeman's cloak. I was happy then, I think, even running for my life, playing the flute for my supper. I was too ignorant to know what was going on. There's no turning back. Shivering, he opened his eyes. The only light came from the waning moon, not far past full and low in the sky. A fire would give them away to those for whom they watched. Loyal muttered in his sleep, a low rumble. One of the horses stamped a hoof. Hurin had the first watch. From a stone outcrop a little way up the mountain, he would be coming to wake Rand for his turn soon. Rand rolled over. Hungol Maom, sheer. Hungol Maom, sheer. And stopped. In the moonlight he could see the shape of Selene bending over his saddlebags, her hands on the buckles. Her white dress gathered the faint light. Do you need something? She gave a jump and stared toward him. You! Startled me. He rolled to his feet, shedding the blanket and wrapping the cloak around himself, and went to her. He was sure he had left the saddlebags right by his side when he lay down. He always kept them close. He took them from her. All the buckles were fastened, even those on the side that held the damning banner. How can my life depend on keeping it? If anybody sees it and knows what it is, I'll die for having it. He peered at her suspiciously. Selene stayed where she was, looking up at him. The moon glistened in her dark eyes. It came to me, she said, that I'd been wearing this dress too long. I could brush it, at least, if I had something else to wear while I did. One of your shirts, perhaps. Rand nodded, feeling a sudden relief. Her dress looked as clean to him as when he first saw her, but he knew that if a spot appeared on Egwene's dress, nothing would do but that she cleaned it immediately. Of course! He opened the capacious pocket into which he had stuffed everything except the banner, and pulled out one of the white silk shirts. "Thank you." Her hands went behind her back. To the buttons, he realized. Eyes wide, he spun away from her. "If you could help me with these, it would be much easier." Rand cleared his throat. "It would not be proper. It isn't as if we were promised, or Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Stop thinking about that. You can never marry anyone. It just wouldn't be proper." Her soft laugh sent a shiver down his back, as if she had run a finger along his spine. He tried not to listen to the rustlings behind him. He said, "Ah, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Tomorrow, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Tomorrow, we'll leave for Kerhian." "And what of the Horn of Valere? Maybe we were wrong. Maybe they are not coming here at all." Hurin says there are a number of passes through Kinslayer's dagger. If they went only a little further west, they do not have to come into the mountains at all. But the trail we followed came here. They will come here. They will come here! The horn will come here. You may turn around now. You say that, but we don't know. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. He turned, and the words died in his mouth. Her dress lay across her arm, and she wore his shirt, hanging in baggy folds on her. It was a long-tailed shirt, made for his height, but she was tall for a woman. The bottom of it came little more than halfway down her thighs. It was not as if he had never seen a girl's legs before. Girls in the two rivers always tied up their skirts to go wading in waterwood ponds. But they stopped doing it well before they were old enough to braid their hair, and this was in the dark besides. The moonlight seemed to make her skin glow. "What is it you don't know, Rand?" The sound of her voice unfroze his joints. With a loud cough, he whirled to face the other way. "Ja, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. I think. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Triel. I. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Think of the glory, Rand." Her hand touched his back, and he almost shamed himself with a squeak. "Think of the glory that will come to the one who finds the Horn of Valere. How proud I'll be to stand beside him who holds the horn. You have no idea the heights we will scale together, you and I. With the Horn of Valere in your hand, you can be a king. You can be another Artur Hawkwing. You. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer." "Lord Rand," Hurin panted into the campsite. "My lord, they. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer." He skidded to a halt, suddenly making a gurgling sound. His eyes dropped to the ground, and he stood wringing his hands. "Forgive me, my lady. I didn't mean to. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. I.D. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Forgive me." Loyal sat up, his blanket and cloak falling away. "What's happening? Is it my turn to watch already?" He looked toward Rand and Celine, and even in the moonlight the widening of his eyes was plain. Rand heard Celine sigh behind him. He stepped away from her, still not looking at her. Her legs are so white, so smooth. "What is it, Hurin?" He made his voice more moderate. Was he angry with Hurin, himself, or Celine? No reason to be angry with her. "Did you see something, Hurin?" The sniffer spoke without raising his eyes. "A fire, my lord, down in the hills. I didn't see it at first. They made it small and hid it, but they hid it from somebody following them, not somebody ahead and up above. 2 miles, Lord Rand. Less than 3, for sure." "Fain," Rand said. "Ingtar would not be afraid of anyone following him. It must be Fain." Suddenly he did not know what to do now. They had been waiting for Fain, but now that the man was only a mile or so away, he was uncertain. "On the morning, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. In the morning, we will follow. When Ingtar and the others catch up, we'll be able to point right to them." "So," Celine said, "you will let this Ingtar take the Horn of Valere?" and the glory. I don't want Maom, sheer Maom, sheer. Without thinking, he turned, and there she was, legs pale in the moonlight, and as unconcerned that they were bare as if she were alone. As if we were alone, the thought came, she wants the man who finds the horn. 3 of us cannot take it away from them. Ingtar has 20 lances with him. You don't know you cannot take it. How many followers does this man have? You don't know that either. Her voice was calm but intent. You don't even know if these men camped down there do have the horn. The only way is to go down yourself and see. Take the Atlantean. His kind have sharp eyes, even by moonlight. And he has the strength to carry the horn in its chest, if you make the right decision. She's right. You do not know for sure if it's Fain. A fine thing it would be to have Hurin casting about for a trail that was not there, all of them out in the open if the real Dark Friends did finally come. I will go alone, he said. Hurin and Loyal will stand guard for you. Laughing, Selene came to him so gracefully it almost seemed she danced. Moon shadows veiled her face in mystery as she looked up at him, and mystery made her even more beautiful. I am capable of guarding myself until you return to protect me. Take the Atlantean. She is right, Rand, Loyal said, rising. I can see better by moonlight than you. With my eyes, we may not need to go as close as you would alone. Very well. Rand strode over to his sword and buckled it at his waist. Bow and quiver he left where they lay. A bow was not of much use in the dark, and he intended to look, not fight. Hurin, show me this fire. The sniffer led him scrambling up the slope to the outcrop, like a huge stone thumb thrust out of the mountain. The fire was only a speck. He missed it the first time Hurin pointed. Whoever had made it did not mean for it to be seen. He fixed it in his head. By the time they returned to the camp, Loyal had saddled Red and his own horse. As Rand climbed to the bay's back, Selene caught his hand. Remember the glory, she said softly. Remember. The shirt seemed to fit her better than he recalled, molding itself to her form. He drew a deep breath and took his hand back. Guard her with your life, Hurin. Loyal? He healed Red's flanks gently. The Ogier's big mount plodded along behind. They did not try to move quickly. Night shrouded the mountainside, and moon-cast shadows made footing uncertain. Rand could not see the fire any longer. No doubt it was better hidden from eyes on the same level, but he had its location in his mind. For someone who had learned to hunt in the tangle of the Westwood, in the 2 rivers, finding the fire would be no great difficulty. And what then? Selena's face loomed before him. How proud I'll be to stand beside him who holds the horn. Loyal, he said suddenly, trying to clear his thoughts. What's this Atlantean she calls you? It's the old tongue, Rand. The Ogier's horse picked its way uncertainly, but he guided it almost as surely as if it were daylight. It means brother, and is short for Tia Avende Alantin, brother to the trees. Tree brother. It is very formal, but then I've heard the Kerhennen are formal. The noble houses are, at least. The common people I saw there were not very formal at all. Rand frowned. A shepherd would not be very acceptable to a formal Kerhennen noble house. Light. Matt's right about you. You're crazy, and with a big head to boot. But if I could marry... Hungol Maom, sheer, Hungol Maom, sheer, Hungol Maom, sheer. He wished he could stop thinking. And before he realized it, the void had formed within him, making thoughts distant things, as if part of someone else. Zedin shone at him, beckoned to him. He gritted his teeth and ignored it. It was like ignoring a burning coal inside his head, but at least he could hold it at bay. Kirigeli. He almost left the void, but the Dark Friends were out there in the night and closer now. And the Trollocs. He needed the emptiness, needed even the uneasy calm of the void. I don't have to touch it. Underground. After a time, he reined in Red. They stood at the base of a hill, the wide, scattered trees on its slopes black in the night. I think we must be close by now, he said softly. Best we go the rest of the way on foot. He slid from the saddle and tied the bay's reins to a branch. Are you all right? Loyal whispered, climbing down. You sound odd. I'm fine. His voice sounded tight, he realized. "You etched." Zedin called to him. "Neo!" "Be careful. I can't be sure exactly how far it is, but that fire should be somewhere just ahead of us. On the hilltop, I think." The Ogier nodded. Slowly, Rand stole from tree to tree, placing each foot carefully, holding his sword tight so it did not clatter against a tree trunk. He was grateful for the lack of undergrowth. Loyal followed like a big shadow. Rand could not see much more of him than that. Everything was moon shadows and darkness. Suddenly, some trick of the moonlight resolved the shadows ahead of him, and he froze, touching the rough bole of a leather leaf. Dim mounds on the ground became men wrapped in blankets, and apart from them, a group of larger mounds. Sleeping Trollocs. They had doused the fire. One moonbeam, moving through the branches, caught a shine of gold and silver on the ground halfway between the two groups. The moonlight seemed to brighten. For an instant he could see clearly. The shape of a sleeping man lay close by to the gleam, but that was not what held his eye. The chest, the horn, and something atop it, a point of red flashing in the moonbeam. Clever. Why would Fain put Hungol Maom, sheer, Hungol Maom, sheer? Loyal's huge hand settled over Rand's mouth, and a good part of his face besides. He twisted to look at the Ogier. Loyal pointed off to his right, slowly, as if motion might attract attention. At first, Rand could not see anything, then a shadow moved not 10 paces away. A tall, bulky shadow, and snouted. Rand's breath caught. A Trolloc. It lifted its snout as if sniffing. Some of them hunted by scent. For an instant the void wavered. Someone stirred in the Darkfriend camp, and the Trolloc turned to peer that way. Rand froze, letting the calm of emptiness envelope him. His hand was on his sword, but he did not think of it. The void was all. Whatever happened, happened. He watched the Trolloc without blinking. A moment longer, the snouted shadow watched the Darkfriend camp, then, as if satisfied, folded itself down beside a tree. Almost immediately a low sound, like coarse cloth ripping, drifted from it. Loyal put his mouth close to Rand's ear. "It's asleep," he whispered incredulously. Rand nodded. Tam had told him Trollocs were lazy, apt to give up any task but killing unless fear kept them to it. He turned back to the camp. All was still and quiet there again. The moonbeam no longer shone on the chest, but he knew now which shadow it was. He could see it in his mind, floating beyond the void, glittering golden, chased with silver in the glow of Sedin. The Horn of Valere and the dagger Matt needed, both almost within reach of his hand. Celine's face drifted with the chest. They could follow Fain's party in the morning and wait until Ingtar joined them. If Ingtar did come, if he still followed the trail without his sniffer. No, there would never be a better chance. All within reach of his hand. Celine was waiting on the mountain. Motioning for Loyal to follow, Rand dropped to his belly and crawled toward the chest. He heard the Ogier's muffled gasp, but his eyes were fixed on that one shadowed mound ahead. Darkfriends and Trollocs lay to left and right of him, but once he had seen Tam stalk close enough to a deer to put his hand on its flank before the animal bounded off, he had tried to learn from Tam. Madness. The thought flew by dimly, almost out of reach. This is madness. You are going mad. Dim thoughts. Someone else's thoughts. Slowly, silently, he slithered to that one special shadow and put out a hand. Ornate traceries worked in gold met his touch. It was the chest that held the Horn of Valere. His hand touched something else, on the lid, the dagger, bare-bladed. In the dark, his eyes widened. Remembering what it had done to Matt, he jerked back, the void shifting with his agitation. The man sleeping nearby, no more than 2 paces from the chest, no one else lay so close by, spans, groaned in his sleep and thrashed at his blankets. Rand allowed the void to sweep thought and fear away. Murmuring uneasily in his sleep, the man stilled. Rand let his hand go back to the dagger, not quite touching it. It had not harmed Matt in the beginning. Not much, at least, not quickly. In one swift motion, he lifted the dagger, stuck it behind his belt, and pulled his hand away, as if it might help to minimize the time it touched his bare skin. Perhaps it would, and Matt would die without the dagger. He could feel it there, almost a weight pulling him down, pressing against him. But in the void, sensation was as distant as thought, and the feel of the dagger faded quickly to something he was used to. He wasted only a moment more, staring at the shadow-wrapped chest. The horn had to be inside, but he did not know how to open it, and he could not lift it by himself. Then he looked around for Loyal. He found the Ogier crouched not far behind him, massive head swiveling as he peered back and forth from sleeping human dark friends to sleeping Trollocs. Even in the night it was plain Loyal's eyes were as wide as they could go. They looked as big as saucers in the light of the moon. Rand reached out and took Loyal's hand. The Ogier gave a start and gasped. Rand put a finger across his lips, set Loyal's hand on the chest, and mimed lifting. For a time, it seemed forever in the night. With dark friends and Trollocs all around, it could not have been more than heartbeats. Loyal stared. Then, slowly, he put his arms around the golden chest and stood. He made it seem effortless. Ever so carefully, even more carefully than he had come in, Rand began to walk out of the camp, behind Loyal and the chest. Both hands on his sword, he watched the sleeping dark friends, the still shapes of the Trollocs. All those shadowed figures began to be swallowed deeper in the darkness as they drew away. Almost free. Almost free. We've done it. The man who had been sleeping near the chest suddenly sat up with a strangled yell, then leaped to his feet. Wake, you filth. It's going on! Fain's voice, even in the void, Rand recognized it. The others scrambled erect, dark friends and Trollocs calling to know what was happening, growling and snarling. Fain's voice rose to a howl. I know it is you, all Thor. You're hiding from me, but I know you are out there. Bahim. Bahim. All Thor. Men and Trollocs scattered in every direction. Wrapped in emptiness, Rand kept moving. Almost forgotten in entering the camp, Sedin pulsed at him. He cannot see us, Loyal whispered low. Once we reach the horses. A Trolloc leaped out of the dark at them, cruel eagle's beak in a man's face where mouth and nose should have been, scythe-like sword already whistling through the air. Rand moved without thought. He was one with the blade. Cat dances on the wall. The Trolloc screamed as it fell, screamed again as it died. Run, Loyal, Rand commanded. Sedin called to him. Run. He was dimly aware of Loyal lumbering to an awkward gallop, but another Trolloc loomed from the night, boar snouted and tusked, spiked axe raised. Smoothly Rand glided between Trolloc and Ogier. Loyal must get the horn away. Head and shoulders taller than Rand, half again as wide, the Trolloc came at him with a silent snarl. The courtier taps his fan. No scream this time. He walked backwards after Loyal, watching the night. Sedin sang to him such a sweet song. The power could burn them all. Burn Fain and all the rest to cinders. Neo! Two more Trollocs, wolf and ram, gleaming teeth and curling horns. Lizard in the thornbush. He rose smoothly from one knee as the second toppled, horns almost brushing his shoulder. The song of Sedin caressed him with seduction, pulled him with 1,000 silken strings. Burn them all with the power. Go. Neo! Better dead than that. If I were dead, it would be done with. A knot of Trollocs came into sight, hunting uncertainly. 3 of them, 4. Suddenly one pointed to Rand and raised a howl. The rest answered as they charged. Let it be done with, Rand shouted, and leaped to meet them. For an instant surprise slowed them. Then they came on with guttural cries, gleeful, bloodthirsty, swords and axes raised. He danced among them to the song of Sedin. Hummingbird kisses the honey rose. So cunning that song, filling him. Cat on hot sand. The sword seemed alive in his hands as it had never been before, and he fought as if a heron-marked blade could keep Sedin from him. The heron spreads its wings. Rand stared at the motionless shapes on the ground around him. Better to be dead, he murmured. He raised his eyes, back up the hill toward where the camp lay. Fain was there, and dark friends, and more Trollocs. Too many to fight. Too many to face and live. He took a step that way, another. Rand, come on! Loyal's urgent whispered call drifted through the emptiness to him. For life and the light, Rand, come on! Carefully, Rand bent to wipe his blade on the Trollocs' coat. Then, as formally as if Lan were watching him train, he sheathed it. "Rand!" As though he knew of no urgency, Rand joined Loyal by the horses. The Ogier was tying the golden chest atop his saddle with straps from his saddlebags. His cloak was stuffed underneath to help balance the chest on the rounded saddle seat. Sardine sang no more. It was there, that stomach-turning glow, but it held back as if he truly had fought it off. Wonderingly, he let the void vanish. "I think I'm going mad," he said. Suddenly realizing where they were, he peered back the way they had come. Shouts and howls came from half a dozen different directions, signs of search, but none of pursuit. Yet, he swung up onto Red's back. "Sometimes I do not understand half of what you say," Loyal said. "If you must go mad, could it at least wait until we are back with the Lady Selene and Hurin? How are you going to ride with that in your saddle? I will run!" The Ogier suited his words by breaking into a quick trot, pulling his horse behind him by the reins. Rand followed. The pace Loyal set was as fast as a horse could trot. Rand was sure the Ogier could not keep it for long, but Loyal's feet did not flag. Rand decided that his boast of once outrunning a horse might really be true. Now and again. Loyal looked behind them as he ran, but the shouts of Dark Friends and howls of Trollocs faded with distance. Even when the ground began to slope upwards more sharply, Loyal's pace barely slowed, and he trotted into their campsite on the mountainside with only a little hard breathing. "You have it." Selene's voice was exultant as her gaze rested on the ornately worked chest on Loyal's saddle. She was wearing her own dress again. It looked as white as new snow to Rand. "I knew you would make the right choice. May I Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer, have a look at it?" "Did any of them follow, my lord?" Hurin asked anxiously. He stared at the chest with awe, but his eyes slid off into the night down the mountain. "If they followed, we'll have to move quick." "I do not think they did. Go to the outcrop and see if you can see anything." Rand climbed down from his saddle as Hurin hurried up the mountain. "Selene, I don't know how to open the chest." "Loyal, do you?" The Ogier shook his head. "Let me try. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer." Even for a woman of Selene's height, Loyal's saddle was high above the ground. She reached up to touch the finely wrought patterns on the chest, ran her hands across them, pressed. There was a click, and she pushed the lid up, let it fall open. As she stretched on tiptoe to put a hand inside, Rand reached over her shoulder and lifted out the Horn of Valere. He had seen it once before, but never touched it. Though beautifully made, it did not look a thing of great age or power. A curled golden horn, gleaming in the faint light, with inlaid silver script flowing around the mouth of the bell. He touched the strange letters with a finger. They seemed to catch the moon. "Tiami avan mohidin isain devadin," Selene said. "The grave is no bar to my call. You will be greater than Arthur Hawkwing ever was. I am taking it to Shiana, to Lord Agelmar." It should go to Tar Valon, he thought, but I'm done with Aes Sedai. Let Agelmar or Ingtar take it to them. He set the horn back in the chest. It cast back the moonlight, pulled the eye. "That is madness," Selene said. Rand flinched at the word. "Mad or not, it is what I'm doing. I told you, Selene, I want no part of greatness. Back there, I thought I did. For a while, I thought I wanted things. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Light, she's so beautiful. Lingye, Hilen, I'm not worthy of either of them. Something seemed to take hold of me. Saidin came for me, but I fought it off with a sword. Or is that mad too?" He breathed deeply. "Shiana is where the Horn of Valere belongs. Or, if not there, Lord Agelmar will know what to do with it." Hurin appeared from up the mountain. "The fire's there again, Lord Rand, and bigger than ever. And I thought I heard shouting. It was all down in the hills. I don't think they've come upon the mountain yet." "You misunderstand me, Rand," Selene said. "You cannot go back now. You are committed. Those friends of the dark will not simply go away because you've taken the horn from them. Far from it. Unless you know some way to kill them all, they will be hunting you now as you hunted them before. No." Loyal and Hurin looked surprised at Rand's vehemence. He softened his tone. I don't know any way to kill them all. They can live forever for all of me. Selene's long hair shifted in waves as she shook her head. Then you cannot go back, only onward. You can reach the safety of Kerhian's walls long before you could return to Shi'Enar. Does the thought of a few more days in my company seem so onerous? Rand stared at the chest. Selene's company was far from burdensome, but near her he could not help thinking things he should not. Still, trying to ride back north meant risking Fain and his followers. She was right in that. Fain would never give up. Ingtar would not give up either. If Ingtar came on southward, and Rand knew of no reason for him to turn aside, he would arrive at Kerhian, soon or late. Kerhian, he agreed. You will have to show me where you live, Selene. I've never been to Kerhian. He reached to close the chest. You took something else from the Friends of the Dark, Selene said. You spoke earlier of a dagger. How could I forget? He left the chest as it was and pulled the dagger from his belt. The bare blade curved like a horn, and the quillons were golden serpents. Set in the hilt, a ruby as big as his thumbnail winked like an evil eye in the moonlight. Ornate as it was, tainted as he knew it was, it felt no different from any other knife. Be careful, Selene said. Do not cut yourself. Rand felt a shiver inside. If simply carrying it was dangerous, he did not want to know what a cut from it would do. This is from Shadar Logoth, he told the others. It will twist whoever carries it for long, taint them to the bone the way Shadar Logoth is tainted. Without Aes Sedai healing, that taint will kill eventually. So that is what ails Matt, Loyal said softly. I never suspected. Hurin stared at the dagger in Rand's hand and wiped his own hands on the front of his coat. The sniffer did not look happy. None of us must handle it any more than is necessary, Rand went on. I will find some way to carry it. It is dangerous. Selene frowned at the blade as if the snakes were real and poisonous. Throw it away. Leave it, or bury it if you wish to keep it from other hands, but be rid of it. Matt needs it, Rand said firmly. It is too dangerous. You said so yourself. He needs it. Hungol Maom, Sheer. Hungol Maom, Sheer. The Aes Sedai said he would die without it to use in healing him. They still have a string on him, but this blade will cut it. Until I'm rid of it. And the horn, they have a string on me, but are not dance however much they pull. He set the dagger in the chest, inside the curl of the horn. There was just room for it, and pulled the lid down. It locked with a sharp snap. That should shield us from it. He hoped it would. Lan said the time to sound most sure was when you were least certain. The chest will surely shield us, Selene said in a tight voice. And now I mean to finish what is left of my night's sleep. Rand shook his head. We are too close. Fain seems able to find me sometimes. Seek the oneness if you are afraid, Selene said. I want to be as far from those dark friends come morning as we can be. I will saddle your mare. Stubborn. She sounded angry, and when he looked at her, her mouth curved in a smile that never came close to her dark eyes. A stubborn man is best once. Hungol Maom, Sheer. Hungol Maom, Sheer. Her voice trailed off, and that worried him. Women often seem to leave things unsaid, and in his limited experience, it was what they did not say that proved the most trouble. She watched in silence as he slung her saddle onto the white mare's back and bent to fashion the girths. Gather them all in, Fain snarled. The goat-snouted Trolloc backed away from him. The fire, piled high with wood now, lit the hilltop with flickering shadows. His human followers huddled near the blaze, fearful to be out in the dark with the rest of the Trollocs. Gather them, everyone that still lives, and if any think to run, let them know they'll get what that one got. He gestured to the first Trolloc that had brought him word. All Thor was not to be found. It still snapped at ground muddied with its own blood, hooves scraping trenches as they jerked. Go, Fain whispered, and the goat-snouted Trolloc ran into the night. Fain glanced contemptuously at the other humans. They'll have their uses still. Then turned to stare into the night, toward Kinslayer's dagger. All Thor was up there somewhere, in the mountains. With the horn, his teeth grated audibly at the thought. He did not know where exactly, but something pulled him toward the mountains, toward old Thor, that much of the Dark Ones. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Gift, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer, remained to him, and he had hardly thought of it, had tried not to think of it, until suddenly, after the horn was gone. Gone! Old Thor was there, drawing him as meat draws a starving dog. I am a dog no longer. A dog no longer. He heard the others shifting uneasily around the fire, but he ignored them. You will pay for what was done to me, old Thor. The world will pay, he cackled at the night with mad laughter. The world will pay. Rand kept them moving through the night, allowing only a brief stop at dawn to rest the horses, and to allow loyal rest, with the Horn of Valere in its gold and silver chest occupying his saddle. The Ogier walked or trotted ahead of his big horse, never complaining, never slowing them. Sometime during the night they had crossed the border of Kehen. I want to see it again, Celine said as they halted. She dismounted and strode to Loyal's horse. Their shadows, long and thin, pointed west from the sun just peeking over the horizon. Bring it down for me, Alantin. Loyal began to undo the straps. The Horn of Valere. No, Rand said, climbing down from Red's back. Loyal, no. The Ogier looked from Rand to Celine, his ears twitching doubtfully, but he took his hands away. I want to see the horn, Celine demanded. Rand was sure she was no older than he, but at that moment she suddenly seemed as old and as cold as the mountains, and more regal than Queen Morghese at her haughtiest. I think we should keep the dagger shielded, Rand said. For all I know, looking at it may be as bad as touching it. Let it stay where it is, until I can put it in Mat's hands. He can take it to the Aes Sedai. And what price will they demand for that healing? But he hasn't any choice. He felt a little guilty over feeling relief that he, at least, was through with Aes Sedai. I am done with them, one way or another. All you seem to care about is that dagger. I told you to be rid of it. The Horn of Valere, Rand. No. She came to him, a sway in her walk that made him feel as if he had something caught in his throat. All I want is to see it in the light of day. I won't even touch it. You hold it. It would be something for me to remember you holding the Horn of Valere in your hands. She took his hands as she said it. Her touch made his skin tingle and his mouth go dry. Something to remember when she had gone. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. He could close the dagger up again as soon as the horn was out of the chest. It would be something to hold the horn in his hands where he could see it in the light. He wished he knew more of the prophecies of the dragon. The one time he heard a merchant's guard telling a part of it, back in Emon's field, Nynaeve had broken a broom across the man's shoulders. None of the little he had heard mentioned the Horn of Valere. Aes Sedai trying to make me do what they want. Celine was still gazing intently into his eyes, her face so young and beautiful that he wanted to kiss her despite what he was thinking. He had never seen an Aes Sedai act the way she did, and she looked young, not ageless. A girl my age couldn't be Aes Sedai. But Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Celine, he said softly, are you an Aes Sedai? Aes Sedai, she almost spat, flinging his hands away. Aes Sedai.
Always you hurl that at me?
She took a deep breath and smoothed her dress, as if gathering herself. I am what and who I am. And I am no Aes Sedai. And she wrapped herself in a silent coldness that made even the morning sun seem chill. Loyal and Hurin bore it all with as good a grace as they could manage, trying to make conversation and hiding their embarrassment when she froze them with a look. They rode on. By the time they made camp that night beside a mountain stream that provided fish for their supper, Celine seemed to have regained some of her temper, chatting with the Ogier about books, speaking kindly to Hurin. She barely spoke to Rand, though, unless he spoke first, either that evening or the following day, as they rode through mountains that reared on either side of them like huge, jagged gray walls, ever climbing. But whenever he looked at her, she was watching him and smiling. Sometimes it was the sort of smile that made him smile back, sometimes the sort that made him clear his throat and blush at his own thoughts, and sometimes the mysterious, knowing smile that Egwene sometimes wore. It was a kind of smile that always put his back up, but at least it was a smile. She can't be Aes Sedai. The way began to slope downwards, and with the promise of twilight in the air, Kinslayer's dagger at last gave way to hills, rolling and round, with more brush than trees, more thickets than forest. There was no road, just a dirt track, such as might be used by a few carts now and again. Fields carved some of the hills into terraces, fields full of crops but empty of people at this hour. None of the scattered farm buildings lay close enough to the path they rode, for Rand to make out more than that they were all made of stone. When he saw the village ahead, lights already twinkled in a few windows against the coming of night. "We'll sleep in beds tonight," he said. "That I will enjoy, Lord Rand." Húrin laughed. Loial nodded agreement. "A village inn," Selene sniffed. "Dirty, no doubt, and full of unwashed men swilling ale. Why can't we sleep under the stars again?" "I find I enjoy sleeping under the stars." "You would not enjoy it if Fain caught up with us while we slept," Rand said. "Him and those Trollocs. He's coming after me, Selene. After the Horn, too, but it is me he can find. Why do you think I've kept such a close watch these past nights? If Fain catches us, you will deal with him." Her voice was coolly confident, and there could be dark friends in the village, too. "But even if they knew who we are, they can't do much with the rest of the villagers around. Not unless you think everyone in the village is a dark friend. And if they discover you carry the Horn? Whether you want greatness or not, even farmers dream of it." "She is right, Rand," Loial said. "I fear even farmers might want to take it. Unroll your blanket, Loial, and throw it over the chest." "Keep it covered." Loial complied, and Rand nodded. It was obvious there was a box or chest beneath the Ogier's striped blanket, but nothing suggested it was more than a travel chest. "My lady's chest of clothes," Rand said with a grin and a bow. Selene met his sally with silence and an unreadable look. After a moment, they started on again. Almost immediately, off to Rand's left, a glitter from the setting sun reflected from something on the ground. Something large. Something very large by the light it threw up. Curious, he turned his horse that way. "My lord," Húrin said. "The village?" "I just want to see this first," Rand said. "It's brighter than sunlight on water. What can it be?" His eyes on the reflection, he was surprised when Red suddenly stopped. On the point of urging the bay on, he realized that they stood on the edge of a clay precipice, above a huge excavation. Most of the hill had been dug away to a depth of easily 100 paces. Certainly more than one hill had vanished, and maybe some farmers' fields, for the hole was at least 10 times as wide as it was deep. The far side appeared to have been packed hard to a ramp. There were men on the bottom, a dozen of them, getting a fire started. Down there, night was already descending. Here and there among them, armor turned the light, and swords swung at their sides. He hardly glanced at them. Out of the clay at the bottom of the pit slanted a gigantic stone hand holding a crystal sphere, and it was this that shone with the last sunlight. Rand gaped at the size of it, a smooth ball. He was sure not so much as a scratch marred its surface, at least 20 paces through. Some distance away from the hand, a stone face in proportion had been uncovered. A bearded man's face, it thrust out of the soil with the dignity of vast years. The broad features seemed to hold wisdom and knowledge. Unsummoned, the void formed, whole and complete in an instant, set in glowing, beckoning. So intent was he on the face and the hand that he did not even realize what had happened. He had once heard a ship captain speak of a giant hand holding a huge crystal sphere. Bail Domon had claimed it stuck out of a hill on the island of Tremalking. "This is dangerous," Selene said. "Come away, Rand. I believe I can find a way down there," he said absently. Saidin sang to him. "Ah." The huge ball seemed to glow white with the light of the sinking sun. It seemed to him that in the depths of the crystal, light swirled and danced in time to the song of Saidin. He wondered why the men below did not appear to notice. Selene rode close and took hold of his arm. "Please, Rand, you must come away." He looked at her hand, puzzled, then followed her arm up to her face. She seemed genuinely worried, perhaps even afraid. If this bank doesn't give way beneath our horses and break our necks with the fall, those men are guards, and no one puts guards on something they wish every passerby to examine. What good will it do you to avoid Fain if some lord's guards arrest you? Come away." Suddenly, a drifting, distant thought, he realized that the void surrounded him. Saidin sang, and the sphere pulsed. Even without looking, he could feel it. And the thought came that if he sang the song Saidin sang, that huge stone face would open its mouth and sing with him. With him and with Saidin, all one. "Please, Rand," Selene said, "I will go to the village with you. I won't mention the horn again. Only come away." He released the void. "Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir." And it did not go, Saidin crooned, and the light in the sphere beat like a heart. Like his heart. Like his heart. Loyal, Hurin, Selene. They all stared at him, but they seemed oblivious to the glorious blaze from the crystal. He tried to push the void away. It held like granite. He floated in an emptiness as hard as stone. The song of Saidin, the song of the sphere, he could feel them quivering along his bones. Grimly, he refused to give in, reached deep inside himself. "Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir. I will not. Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir." Rand. He did not know whose voice it was. "Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir." Reach for the core of who he was, the core of what he was. "Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir. Will not. And they. Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir. Rand. The song filled him, filled the emptiness. "Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir." Touched stone, hot from a pitiless sun, cold from a merciless night. "Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo 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 Maom, Shir. Lot, Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir. Light filled him, blinded him. "Till shade is gone," he mumbled, "till water is gone." Hungo Maom, Shir. Power filled him. He was one with the sphere. Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir. Into the shadow with teeth bared. Hungo Maom, Shir. The power was his. The power was his. Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir. To spit in Sightblinder's eye. Hungo Maom, Shir. Power to break the world. Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir. On the last day. It came out as a shout, and the void was gone. Red shied at his cry. Clay crumbled under the stallion's hoof, spilling into the pit. The big bay went to his knees. Rand leaned forward, gathering the reins, and Red scrambled to safety, away from the edge. They were all staring at him, he saw. Selene, Loyal, Hurin, all of them. What happened? The void. Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir. He touched his forehead. The void had not gone when he released it, and the glow of Saidin had grown stronger, and Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir. He could not remember anything more. Saidin. He felt cold. Hungo Maom, Shir, Hungo Maom, Shir. Do something? He frowned, trying to remember. Did I say something? "You just sat there, stiff as a statue," Loyal said, mumbling to yourself no matter what anyone said. "I couldn't make out what you were saying, not until you shouted, 'Day!' loud enough to wake the dead and nearly put your horse over the edge. You ill? You're acting more and more oddly every day." "I'm not sick," Rand said harshly, then softened it. "I am all right, Loyal." Selene watched him warily. From the pit came the sound of men calling, the words indistinguishable. "Lord Rand," Hurin said, "I think those guards have finally noticed us." If they know a way up this side, they could be here any minute. Yes, Celine said.
Let us leave here quickly.
Rand glanced at the excavation, then away again quickly. The great crystal held nothing except reflected light from the evening sun, but he did not want to look at it. He could almost remember. Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Something about the sphere. I don't see any reason to wait for them. We didn't do anything.
Let's find an inn.
He turned red toward the village, and they soon left Pit and shouting guards behind. As many villages did, Tremoncien covered the top of a hill, but like the farms they had passed, this hill had been sculpted into terraces with stone retaining walls. Square stone houses sat on precise plots of land, with exact gardens behind, along a few straight streets that crossed each other at right angles. The necessity of a curve to streets going around the hill seemed begrudged, yet the people seemed open and friendly enough, pausing to nod to each other as they hurried about their last chores before nightfall. They were a short folk, none taller than Rand's shoulder, and few as tall as Hurin, with dark eyes and pale, narrow faces, and dressed in dark clothes except for a few who wore slashes of color across the chest. Smells of cooking, oddly spiced, to Rand's nose filled the air. Though a handful of goodwives still hung over their doors to talk, the doors were split so the top could stand open while the bottom was closed. The people eyed the newcomers curiously, with no sign of hostility. A few stared a moment longer at Loyal, an Ogier walking alongside a horse as big as a Duran stallion, but never more than a moment longer. The inn, at the very top of the hill, was stone like every other building in the town, and plainly marked by a painted sign hanging over the wide doors. The 9 Rings. Rand swung down with a smile and tied red to one of the hitching posts out front. The 9 Rings had been one of his favorite adventure stories when he was a boy. He supposed it still was. Celine still seemed uneasy when he helped her dismount. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I didn't frighten you back there, did I? Red would never fall over a cliff with me." He wondered what had really happened. "You terrified me," she said in a tight voice, "and I do not frighten easily. You could have killed yourself. Killed. Hungol Maom. Sheer. Hungol Maom. Sheer." She smoothed her dress. "Ride with me. Go. Bring the horn, and I will stay by your side forever. Think of it. Think of it. Me by your side, and the Horn of Valere in your hands. And that will only be the beginning, I promise. What more could you ask for?" Rand shook his head. "I can't, Celine. Lo horn. Hungol Maom. Sheer. Hungol Maom. Sheer." He looked around. A man looked out his window across the way, then twitched the curtains closed. Evening darkened the street, and there was no one else in sight now except Loyal and Hurin. "The horn is not mine. I told you that." She turned her back on him, her white cloak walling him off as effectively as bricks. Rand expected the common room to be empty, since it was nearly supper time, but half a dozen men crowded one table, dicing among their jacks of ale, and another sat by himself over a meal. Though the dicers carried no weapons in sight and wore no armor, only plain coats and breeches of dark blue, something about the way they held themselves told Rand they were soldiers. His eyes went to the solitary man, an officer with the tops of his high boots turned down and his sword propped against the table beside his chair. A single slash of red and one of yellow crossed the chest of the officer's blue coat from shoulder to shoulder, and the front of his head was shaved, though his black hair hung long in the back. The soldier's hair was cut short, as if it all had been cut under the same bowl. All 7 turned to look as Rand and the others came in. The innkeeper was a lean woman with a long nose and graying hair, but her wrinkles seemed part of her ready smile more than anything else. She came bustling up, wiping her hands on a spotless white apron. "Good even to you!" Her quick eyes took in Rand's gold-embroidered red coat and Celine's fine white dress. "My lord, my lady." "I am Magdalene Madwyn, my lord. Be welcome to the 9 Rings, and an Ogier. Not many of your kind come this way, friend Ogier. Would you be up from steading Sofu, then?" Loyal managed an awkward half-bow under the weight of the chest. "No, good innkeeper. I come the other way, from the Borderlands." "From the Borderlands, you say? Well, and you, my lord?" Forgive me for asking, but you've not the look of the Borderlands, if you don't mind my saying it. I'm from the Two Rivers, Mistress Madwen, in Andor. He glanced at Celine. She did not seem to admit he existed. Her level look barely admitted that the room existed, or anyone in it. The Lady Celine is from Caerhien, from the capital, and I am from Andor. As you say, my lord. Mistress Madwen's glance flickered to Rand's sword. The bronze herons were plain on scabbard and hilt. She frowned slightly, but her face was clear again in a blink. You'll be wanting a meal for yourself, and your beautiful lady, and your followers. And rooms, I expect. I'll have your horses seen to. I've a good table for you, right this way, and pork with yellow peppers on the fire. Would you be hunting the Horn of Valere then, my lord, you and your lady? In the act of following her, Rand almost stumbled. Conmigo! Why would you think we were? No offense, my lord. We've had 2 through here already, all polished to look like heroes. Not to suggest anything of the kind about you, my lord, in the last month. Not many strangers come here, except traders up from the capital to buy oats and barley. I'd not supposed the hunt has left Ilion yet, but maybe some don't think they really need the blessing, and they'll get a jump on the others by missing it. We are not hunting the horn, mistress. Rand did not glance at the bundle in Loyal's arms. The blanket with its colorful stripes hung bunched over the Ogier's thick arms and disguised the chest well. We surely are not. We are on our way to the capital. As you say, my lord. Forgive me for asking, but is your lady well? Celine looked at her and spoke for the first time.
I am quite well.
Her voice left a chill in the air that stifled talk for a moment. You're not Caerhien, Mistress Madwen, Wurin said suddenly. Burdened down with their saddlebags and Rand's bundle, he looked like a walking baggage cart. Pardon, but you don't sound it. Mistress Madwen's eyebrows rose, and she shot a glance at Rand, then grinned. I should have known you'd let your man speak freely, but I've grown used to. Her glance darted toward the officer, who had gone back to his own meal. Light? No, I'm not Caerhien, but for my sins, I married one. 23 years I lived with him, and when he died on me, the light shine on him. I was all ready to go back to Lugard, but he had the last laugh he did. He left me the inn, and his brother the money, when I was sure it would be the other way round. Tricksome and scheming Barin was, like every man I've ever known, Caerhien most of all. Will you be seated, my lord? My lady? The innkeeper gave a surprised blink when Hurin sat at table with them. An Ogier, it seemed, was one thing, but Hurin was clearly a servant in her eyes. With another quick look at Rand, she bustled off to the kitchens, and soon serving girls came with their meal, giggling and staring at the lord and the lady and the Ogier, till Mistress Madwen chased them back to their work. At first, Rand stared at his food doubtfully. The pork was cut in small bits, mixed with long strips of yellow peppers and peas, and a number of vegetables and things he did not recognize, all in some sort of clear, thick sauce. It smelled sweet and sharp, both at the same time. Celine only picked at hers, but Loyal was eating with a will. Hurin grinned at Rand over his fork. They spiced their food oddly. Caerhien do, Lord Rand. But for all that, it's not bad. It won't bite you, Rand, Loyal added. Rand took a hesitant mouthful and almost gasped. It tasted just as it smelled, sweet and sharp together. The pork crisp on the outside and tender inside, a dozen different flavors, spices, all blending and contrasting. It tasted like nothing he had ever put in his mouth before. It tasted wonderful. He cleaned his plate, and when Mistress Madwen returned with the serving girls to clear away, he nearly asked for more the way Loyal did. Celine's was still half full, but she motioned curtly for one of the girls to take it. A pleasure, friend Ogier. The innkeeper smiled. It takes a lot to fill up one of you. Catherine, bring another helping, and be quick. One of the girls darted away. Mistress Madwen turned her smile on Rand. My lord, I had a man here who played the bittern, but he married a girl off one of the farms, and she has him strumming reins behind a plow now. I couldn't help noticing what looks like a flute case sticking out of your man's bundle. Since my musician's gone, would you let your man favor us with a little music? Hurin looked embarrassed. He doesn't play, Rand explained. I do, the woman blinked. It appeared lords did not play the flute, at least not in Caerhien. I withdraw the request, my lord. Light's own truth, I meant no offense, I assure you. I'd never ask one such as yourself to be playing in a common room. Rand hesitated only a moment. It had been too long since he had practiced the flute rather than the sword, and the coins in his pouch would not last forever. Once he was rid of his fancy clothes, once he turned the horn over to Ingtar and the dagger over to Matt, he would need the flute to earn his supper again while he searched for somewhere safe from Aes Sedai. And safe from myself? Something did happen back there. What? I don't mind, he said. Hurin, hand me the case. Just slide it out. There was no need to show a gleeman's cloak. Enough unspoken questions shone in Mistress Madwyn's dark eyes as it was. Warped gold chased with silver, the instrument looked the sort a lord might play if lords anywhere played the flute. The heron branded on his right palm did not interfere with his fingering. Selene's salves had worked so well he hardly thought of the brand unless he saw it. Yet it was in his thoughts now, and unconsciously he began to play Heron on the Wing. Hurin bobbed his head to the tune, and Loyal beat time on the table with a thick finger. Selene looked at Rand as if wondering what he was. I'm not a lord, my lady. I'm a shepherd, and I play the flute in common rooms. But the soldiers turned from their talk to listen, and the officer closed the wooden cover of the book he had begun reading. Selene's steady gaze struck a stubborn spark inside Rand. Determinedly, he avoided any song that might fit in a palace or a lord's manor. He played only one bucket of water and the old Two Rivers Leaf, Old Jack's Upper Tree, and Goodman Prickett's pipe. With the last, the 6 soldiers began to sing in raucous tones, though not the words Rand knew. We rode down to River Irilel just to see the Tyren come. We stood along the riverbank with the rising of the sun. Their horses blacked the summer plain. Their banners blacked the sky. But we stood our ground on the banks of River Irilel. Oh, we stood our ground. Yes, we stood our ground. Stood our ground along the river in the morning. It was not the first time that Rand had discovered. A tune had different words and different names in different lands, sometimes even in villages in the same land. He played along with them until they let the words die away, slapping each other's shoulders and making rude comments on one another's singing. When Rand lowered the flute, the officer rose and made a sharp gesture. The soldiers fell silent in mid-laugh, scraped back their chairs to bow to the officer with hand on breast, and to Rand, and left without a backwards look. The officer came to Rand's table and bowed, hand to heart. The shaven front of his head looked as if he had dusted it with white powder. Grace favor you, my lord. I trust they did not bother you, singing as they did. They are a common sort, but they meant no insult, I assure you. I am Aldrin Caldevwin, my lord. Captain in His Majesty's service. The light illumine him. His eyes slid over Rand's sword. Rand had the feeling Caldevwin had noticed the herons as soon as he came in. They didn't insult me. The officer's accent reminded him of Moiraine's, precise and every word pronounced to its full. Did she really let me go? I wonder if she's following me, or waiting for me. Sit down, Captain, please. Caldevwin drew a chair from another table. Tell me, Captain, if you don't mind, have you seen any other strangers recently? A lady, short and slender, and a fighting man with blue eyes. He's tall, and sometimes he wears his sword on his back. I have seen no strangers at all, he said, lowering himself stiffly to his seat. Saving yourself and your lady, my lord. Few of the nobility ever come here. His eyes flicked toward Loyal with a minute frown. Hurin he ignored for a servant. It was only a thought. Under the light, my lord, I mean no disrespect, but may I hear your name? We have so few strangers here that I find I wish to know everyone. Rand gave it. He claimed no title, but the officer seemed not to notice and said as he had to the innkeeper, From the Two Rivers in Andor. A wondrous place I have heard, Lord Rand. I may call you so? And fine men, the Andormen. No Caerhennin has ever worn a Blade Master's sword so young as you. I met some Andormen once, the Captain General of the Queen's Guards among them. I do not remember his name. An embarrassment. Perhaps you could favor me with it? Rand was conscious of the serving girls in the background, beginning to clean and sweep. Caldevwin seemed only to be making conversation, but there was a probing quality to his look. Gareth Bryne. Of course, young, to hold so much responsibility. Rand kept his voice level. Gareth Bryne has enough grey in his hair to be your father, Captain. Forgive me, my Lord Rand. I meant to say that he came to it young. Kaldevwin turned to Selene, and for a moment he only stared. He shook himself, finally, as if coming out of a trance. Forgive me for looking at you so, my lady, and forgive me for speaking so, but grace has surely favored you. Will you give me a name to put to such beauty? Just as Selene opened her mouth, one of the serving girls let out a cry and dropped a lamp she was taking down from a shelf. Oil splattered and caught in a pool of flame on the floor. Rand leaped to his feet along with the others at the table, but before any of them could move, Mistress Madwyn appeared, and she and the girls smothered the flames with their aprons. I have told you to be careful, Katrine, the innkeeper said, shaking her now smutty apron under the girl's nose. You'll be burning the inn down, and yourself in it. The girl seemed on the point of tears. I was being careful, mistress, but I had such a twinge in my arm. Mistress Madwyn threw up her hands. You always have some excuse, and you still break more dishes than all the rest. Ah, it's all right. Clean it up, and don't burn yourself. The innkeeper turned to Rand and the others, all still standing around the table. I hope none of you take this amiss. The girl really won't burn down the inn. She's hard on the dishes when she starts mooning over some young fellow, but she's never mishandled a lamp before. I would like to be shown to my room. I do not feel well after all, Selene spoke in careful tones, as though uncertain of her stomach, but despite that she looked and sounded as cool and calm as ever. The journey and the fire. The innkeeper clucked like a mother hen. Of course, my lady. I have a fine room for you and your lord. Shall I fetch Mother Caedwain? She has a fine hand with soothing herbs. Selene's voice sharpened. Oh, and I wish a room by myself. Mistress Madwyn glanced at Rand, but the next moment she was bowing Selene solicitously toward the stairs. As you wish, my lady. Lidin, fetch the lady's things like a good girl now. One of the serving girls ran to take Selene's saddlebags from Hurin, and the women disappeared upstairs, Selene stiff-backed and silent. Kaldevwin stared after them until they were gone, then shook himself again. He waited until Rand had seated himself before taking his chair again. Forgive me, my Lord Rand, for staring so at your lady, but grace has surely favored you in her. I mean no insult. None taken, Rand said. He wondered if every man felt the way he did when they looked at Selene. As I was riding to the village, Captain, I saw a huge sphere. Crystal, it seemed. It seemed... What is it? The Gerhinen's eyes sharpened. It is part of the statue, my Lord Rand, he said slowly. His gaze flickered toward Loyal. For an instant, he seemed to be considering something new. I saw a hand, and a face, too. It must be huge. It is, my Lord Rand. And old. Kaldevwin paused. From the Age of Legends, so I am told. Rand felt a chill. The Age of Legends, when use of the One Power was everywhere, if the stories could be believed. What happened there? I know there was something. I know there was something. The Age of Legends, Loyal said. Yes, it must be. No one has done work so vast since. A great piece of work to dig that up, Captain. Hurin sat silently, as if he not only was not listening, but was not there at all. Kaldevwin nodded reluctantly. I have 500 laborers in camp beyond the diggings, and even so it will be past summer's end before we have it clear. They are men from the foregate. Half my work is to keep them digging, and the other half to keep them out of this village. Foregaters have a fondness for drinking and carousing, you understand, and these people lead quiet lives. His tone said his sympathies were all with the villagers. Rand nodded. He had no interest in foregaters, whoever they were. What will you do with it? The captain hesitated, but Rand only looked back at him until he spoke. Galdrian himself has ordered that it be taken to the capital. Loyal blinked. A very great piece of work, that. I am not sure how something that big could be moved so far. His Majesty has ordered it, Kaldevwin said sharply. It will be set up outside the city, a monument to the greatness of Caerhien and of House Riatin. Ogier are not the only ones who know how to move stone. Loyal looked abashed, and the captain visibly calmed himself. Your pardon, friend Ogier. I spoke in haste, and rudely. He still sounded a little gruff. Will you be staying in Tremontien long, my Lord Rand? We leave in the morning, Rand said. We are going to Keheche. As it happens, I am sending some of my men back to the city tomorrow. I must rotate them. They grow stale after too long watching men swing picks and shovels. You will not mind if they ride in your company? He put it as a question, but as if acceptance were a foregone conclusion. Mistress Madwan appeared on the stairs, and he rose. If you will excuse me, my Lord Rand, I must be up early. Until the morning, then. Grace favor you. He bowed to Rand, nodded to Loyal, and left. As the doors closed behind the Kerhenen, the innkeeper came to the table. I have your ladies settled, my lord, and I have good rooms prepared for you and your man, and you, friend Ogier. She paused, studying Rand. Forgive me if I overstep myself, my lord, but I think I can speak freely to a lord who lets his man speak up. If I'm wrong, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Well, I mean no insult. For 23 years, Baron Madwan and I were arguing when we weren't kissing, so to speak. That's by way of saying, I have some experience. Right now, you're thinking your lady never wants to see you again, but it's my way of thinking that if you tap on her door tonight, she'll be taking you in. Smile and say it was your fault, whether it was or not. Rand cleared his throat and hoped his face was not turning red. Light, Egwene would kill me if she knew I'd even thought of it, and Celine would kill me if I did it. Or would she? But did make his cheeks burn. Why, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Thank you for your suggestion, Mistress Madwen. Their rooms, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Ha! He avoided looking at the blanket-covered chest by Loyal's chair. They did not dare leave it without someone awake and guarding it. We three will all sleep in the same room. The innkeeper looked startled, but she recovered quickly. As you wish, my lord. This way, if you please. Rand followed her up the stairs. Loyal carried the chest under its blanket. The stairs groaned under the weight of him and the chest together, but the innkeeper seemed to think it was just an Ogier's bulk, and Hurin still carried all the saddlebags and the bundled cloak with the harp and flute. Mistress Madwan had a third bed brought in, and hastily assembled and made up. One of the beds already there stretched nearly from wall to wall in length, and had obviously been meant for Loyal from the start. There was barely room to walk between the beds. As soon as the innkeeper was gone, Rand turned to the others. Loyal had pushed the still-covered chest under his bed and was trying the mattress. Hurin was setting out the saddlebags. Do either of you know why that captain was so suspicious of us? He was, I'm sure of it. He shook his head. I almost think he thought we might steal that statue, the way he was talking. Des Dema, Lord Rand, Hurin said. The great game. The game of houses, some call it. This Kaldevwin thinks you must be doing something to your advantage, or you wouldn't be here. And whatever you're doing might be to his disadvantage, so he has to be careful. Rand shook his head. The great game. What game? It isn't a game at all, Rand, Loyal said from his bed. He had pulled a book from his pocket, but it lay unopened on his chest. I don't know much about it. Ogier don't do such things, but I have heard of it. The nobles and the noble houses maneuver for advantage. They do things they think will help them, or hurt an enemy, or both. Usually it's all done in secrecy, or if not, they try to make it seem as if they're doing something other than what they are. He gave one tufted ear a puzzled scratch. Even knowing what it is, I don't understand it. Elder Harmon always said it would take a greater mind than his to understand the things humans do, and I don't know many as intelligent as Elder Harmon. You humans are odd. Hurin gave the Ogier a slanted look, but he said, He has the right of Deus Deamar, Lord Rand. Kahienin play it more than most, though all Southerners do. These soldiers in the morning, Rand said. Are they part of Kaldevwin playing this great game? We can't afford to get mixed in anything like that. There was no need to mention the horn. They were all too aware of its presence. Loyal shook his head. I don't know, Rand. He is human, so it could mean anything. Hurin? I don't know either. Hurin sounded as worried as the Ogier looked. He could be doing just what he said, or Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. That's the way of the game of houses. You never know. I spent most of my time in Caer Hien in the Foregate, Lord Rand, and I don't know much about Caer Hien and nobles, but, well, Des Daemar can be dangerous anywhere, but especially in Caer Hien, I've heard. He brightened suddenly. The Lady Selene, Lord Rand. She'll know better than me or the Builder. You can ask her in the morning. But in the morning, Selene was gone. When Rand went down to the common room, Mistress Madwen handed him a sealed parchment. If you'll forgive me, my lord, you should have listened to me. You should have tapped on your lady's door. Rand waited until she went away before he broke the white wax seal. The wax had been impressed with a crescent moon and stars. I must leave you for a time. There are too many people here, and I do not like Caldevwyn. I will await you in Caer Hien. Never think that I am too far from you. You will be in my thoughts always, as I know that I am in yours. It was not signed, but that elegant, flowing script had the look of Selene. He folded it carefully and put it in his pocket before going outside, where Hurin had the horses waiting. Captain Caldevwyn was there too, with another, younger officer and 50 mounted soldiers crowding the street. The 2 officers were bareheaded, but wore steel-backed gauntlets and gold-worked breastplates strapped over their blue coats. A short staff was fastened to the harness on each officer's back, bearing a small, stiff blue banner above his head. Caldevwyn's banner bore a single white star, while the younger man's was crossed by 2 white bars. They were a sharp contrast to the soldiers in their plain armor and helmets that looked like bells with metal cut away to expose their faces. Caldevwyn bowed as Rand came out of the inn. Good morning to you, my Lord Rand. This is Elricain Tavolin, who will command your escort, if I may call it that. The other officer bowed. His head was shaved as Caldevwyn's was. He did not speak. An escort will be welcome, Captain, Rand said, managing to sound at ease. Fain would not try anything against 50 soldiers, but Rand wished he could be certain they were only an escort. The captain eyed Loyal on his way to his horse with the blanket-covered chest. A heavy burden, Ogier. Loyal almost missed a step. I never like to be far from my books, Captain. His wide mouth flashed teeth in a self-conscious grin, and he hurried to strap the chest onto his saddle. Caldevwyn looked around, frowning. Your lady is not down yet, and her fine animal is not here. She left already, Rand told him. She had to go on to Caer Hien quickly during the night. Caldevwyn's eyebrows lifted. During the night? But my men, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer, Hungol Maom, Sheer. Forgive me, my Lord Rand. He drew the younger officer aside, whispering furiously. He had the inn watched, Lord Rand, Hurin whispered. The Lady Selene must have gotten past them unseen somehow. Rand climbed to Red's saddle with a grimace. If there had been any chance Caldevwyn did not suspect them of something, it seemed Selene had finished it. Too many people, she says, he muttered. There'll be more people by far in Caer Hien. You said something, my lord. Rand looked up as Tavolin joined him, mounted on a tall, dust-colored gelding. Hurin was in his saddle too, and Loyal stood beside his big horse's head. The soldiers were formed up in ranks. Caldevwyn was nowhere to be seen. Nothing is happening the way I expect, Rand said. Tavolin gave him a brief smile, hardly more than a twitch of his lips. Shall we ride, my lord? The strange procession headed for the hard-packed road that led to the city of Caer Hien.